All right, there we go. Take two. Hello, folks. Vertigo Tea Party. Today we're going to be checking out Endzone, A World Apart, which is not a football game. It is a post-apocalyptic city builder. Before we even get started, just full disclosure, I did get a free key for the game from the devs to check it out. Does not affect my opinion in any way, but just letting you know. So the game has been in early access for a while. I'm not sure how long, but it just came out today on whatever today is. So I thought I would check it out because, like I said, love post-apocalyptic stuff and I love city builder stuff. So why not? I did already play through the tutorial, which is pretty long, by the way. It took me about 4 hours at least to get to the tutorial. Now I didn't like try to just blow through it as fast as possible. It's not one of those super guided tutorials, but at any rate, it's pretty long. So here's what we're going to do today. We're going to start a new game so I can kind of show you how the beginning starts off. And then at some point, I'll switch over to my tutorial town so you can see a more like advanced town like a couple hours in. Even though we'll be playing this for a couple hours. So the tutorial, which already we skipped. What's interesting here is there's the main tutorial, which is like the long 5-hour one. But then they have like, I guess it's broken up into sections. So if you only want to do one section of a tutorial, you can do that, which is cool. I didn't try that, but it exists. So scenarios, pretty much what you would expect. There's a very specific scenario you're supposed to beat. Like, for example, this one, you're supposed to gather a bunch of seeds. We'll go into those later. But let's go ahead and start a new survival mode game, because this is probably what most people are going to be playing. So we're going to do... What's cool here is you can set your settings. This is actually, I think, changed since yesterday when I played, which is pretty interesting. You can have different map sizes. You can change the number of maps or mountains, lakes, ruins, etc. For the time being, we're going to leave those all as default. Also, the maps are randomized, and you get a seed number. And if you find a map that you really like, you can share that with other people, which is neat. I like when games do that. Wait. Oh, okay. So I can either just run with the normal settings, or I can change them. Sorry, this is actually different than when I ran through this yesterday. Let's actually change this a little bit. You can see all the different settings that we have here. We're actually going to start with more settlers. Because and I'll tell you why in just a second. We're going to start with more resources as well. And again, I'll explain why in just a second. Everything else should stay the same. So that's the actual game settings. Everything else here we're going to leave. And we will call this... New T-Partia. Sure, that's a great name. The reason we're starting with more settlers and more resources is because I will be, trying to talk about the mechanics and stuff, maybe showing you stuff while I'm playing, so that means a little bit of breaks in between, and I don't want to keep pausing the game. So that way we've got a little bit more wiggle room. Also, I will say, at least so far in my experience, which
This looks like a good place to settle. You know what we learned in the Endzone. Basic needs come first and foremost. We have to build up a water and food supply, and then...
All right, so let's go ahead and get started. But I was going to say before, just to pause real quick, and then we'll get started. One of my issues I did have early on is you just don't have enough people. So you're kind of waiting around to get more people so that you can actually do more stuff. And then once you can kind of get that ball rolling, get people reproducing, then it starts to get a bit more interesting. So I figured it'd also be safe to start more people, and I wanted to have more resources since we have more people. So let's see. First, we're going to want to find a source of water. We've got 3 here. This is probably where we're going to want to end up going. Only there's a bunch of junk over there. It's not a huge deal. We can deal with that. All right, so first, let's get water. So we open our build menu, and you can see the different tabs of resources. We're going to go with a jetty. Jetty is one way to get water. You can rotate This is not ideal place initially, just because of all the scrap in the way. But for the time being, it'll do. Worst case scenario, we'll destroy it and rebuild it. And I will try not to pause a whole lot during the game, but at least at the first get-go, we're going to do that. Also, one interesting thing is that you can set up general tasks for people who don't have any other job. They will do. So, you can do gather wood, which I'm going to have them do right here, since it's kind of in the way of where I'm going to build. You can also do gather scrap, and I will have them gather the scrap to make it easier to build. Now, keep in mind, and I'm going to unpause here. Keep in mind it's easier to... Or there's some big pieces of scrap, like this scrap pile, has to be salvaged by an actual, like a building, which we'll get to that in just a second. And I'll try not to... These games, it's also always a lot of things going on at once, and it's hard not to try to talk about them all at once. So if I talk about one system that doesn't make sense, I'll probably come back around to it. So don't worry too much. Let's see. We also are going to need builders. So this game, you set up... I'm going to set like 4 people as builders. This is a very... One thing that might put some people off about this game is at least early on, you'll want to do some more micromanaging of your people than you normally would in other city builders. So, for example, this is one of those games where you assign settlers to jobs. So, for example, I just set 4 people to be builders. So, 4 people randomly will be picked to become builders. Hey, what's up, Curious Worlds? You guys should stop watching this and go watch Curious Worlds while you play this game. Go buy it on Steam, then go watch The Curious Worlds at twitch.tv/The Curious Worlds, plural. How you doing today? We're doing good. Well, actually, today kind of sucked, but that's okay. Also, sorry, don't look at my lip. I've got a nasty cold sore. It's gross. But now you want me to unsee it. Sorry, Curious. The more angry you get about it, the more I'm going to do it. So, and you do have 3 speeds. For the time being, we're going to have one speed. You could unfollow yourself. Well, Tally has found out that I can be banned from my own Switch chat. So that was a fun thing to find out. So we get this jetty being built. You can see the progress here. And some of this stuff I'm going to just show you the details of, because some people like me like to have this kind of detail. It tells you where the building's progress is. Like, are they still setting up? Are they waiting on resources? Are they building it? Etc. All right, so now we have the jetty to get water. So I'm going to open up the builder tab. For some reason, oh, I can't set that job yet because you can gather from the jetty, but you have to store it somewhere. Water is kind of special in that you have to store it in very specific spots. I'm going to put this back just a little bit. And like I say, here you can see, again, the steps that they're doing. They had to clear the building area first because there's some trees and scrap in the way. And then they have to wait on the wood, the scrap, the plastic, and the coal. And then you can kind of watch the progress go. We're not going to do that, but it's there if you want to see that. Death Stranding. Wait, when did you last stream? Juggernaut. Oh, right. Twitch.tv/Juggernaut Pants. And so while they're doing that, we need to start getting some cabins up, because one thing, like I said before, that I had a big issue with is getting population, because you end up just waiting and waiting for the kids to grow up so you can immediately put them to work, because that's the way it should be. As soon as you're like old enough to walk, you should be given a mining pick and sent into the mines. It was good enough for our ancestors. It's good enough for these people. I also have been trying to keep my housing spread out. People don't tend to like living next to other people. I know, crazy idea. But they really don't seem to like that. So right now we have 4 builders, and we have several settlers who are just doing those other random tasks. 6 weeks? Good lord. Because he streamed a different game every stream, that's why. So you'll notice as soon as you have a building that supports a certain type of builder, it will show up here and it'll show red. That means you had the building, but you don't have anybody working that job. Now this is where the micromanagement kind of aspect comes in. I'm going to bump the speed up to 2 as well. In that, especially early on, because you don't have that many people, you don't want to set somebody as a water carrier right now because you don't have anywhere to take it to. You don't have, like, they can't really do their job yet. So you just gotta have somebody standing around waiting to do something. And especially early on, you really, really do not want to do that. So we're pretty good on resources. I'm gonna put, actually, let me check. Only so many workers can work on a building at a time, including builders. So 4 people there. I guess I already have the cabins up. So I'm gonna drop the speed back down to 1. And the next big building we're definitely going to need is a scrapyard. I really like how when you move this, so the scrapyard can get any kind of scrap. Like your regular settlers can just grab random small pieces of scrap laying around, but the big stuff, like this, the buildings, the car wrecks, that kind of thing, you have to have somebody from the scrapyard go get it. And I'll show you one really cool feature this game has. The game has a lot of cool features, which, by the way, spoiler alert, I quite like this game so far. So if you're looking for the TLDW version, then that is it. So I'm going to put them right here. And you see radiation? That means that the builders will have to dig up that area and replant the dirt. So it will take a little bit longer to build. Not much you can do about that. It just kind of is. We should make a bot that just shouts out Curious World like every 5 minutes. You follow Juggernaut Pants? Oh, pressure him, and let's in this stream pressuring him. By the way, anybody's watching this on YouTube, I do apologize. This will be a stream, so it's not going to be as focused as my normal Let's Tries. So I will be chatting with stream. I apologize. If you want the too long, didn't watch version, here it is. Game's good. How much is it? Can somebody look at the price of this game real quick? Because I didn't do my due diligence ahead of time and look at the price. I like it. Is quite good. I think it's like $20 or 20 or 30, but I like it. It's gives a lot of really cool features that I wish more city builders had. Wait, what? This game's $16? Are you shitting me? There's no way. I choose not to believe that. Oh, okay, it's on sale for 16. Okay, it's normally 24, which I still think is a good price, but if you buy it right now, it's 16, which is nuts. 24? Oh, okay. I see. The cross thing was fucking it up for me. It's still a damn good price for this. But it's got a lot of cool features that I like. I can't show you one of them right now. But one of the cool things is normally how, like, for example, you lay a lumberjack and they can only lumberjack in that radius, right? That's pretty normal for city builders, resource gathering type games. And this, you can actually set the area that a building will work. So when this scrapyard is finished getting this stuff that's in this area, I can just move the area over here. And now, of course, they will have to walk further. So it's not ideal, but you don't have to destroy it and rebuild it or just build a whole bunch of them all over the place, which is really, really nice. Because sometimes there's like, well, just a few things over here I want to grab. I can tell them to get it, and then I'll tell them to move. A lot of buildings you can do that. There's a lot of control over things like that. There should be. Another example would be, because it's post-apocalyptic, radiation is a factor. You have radiated rains, things like that. And you have rain catchers that can catch rain, radiated or not. Well, you have a water tower, which you can build, that can decontaminate any water. But you have other buildings that use water. Now, those buildings will normally take water from any building that can provide it. which can be a problem because if you start dumping that radiated water into your cow field, they're going to make radiated meat, which is obviously bad. So what you can do is say things like, okay, this pasture, I only want to take water from these sources that are irradiated. So you don't have to worry about, oh, these stupid AIs, want them to do this, but they won't do it. There's a lot of good usability in that. Why is this not built? Oh, I made a water tower. Shit, my bad. So water tower we can't make yet. I was like, why is this taking forever? Where's, there we go. What I meant to make was a cistern. A cistern upgrades to a water tower later on. My bad. So I just put us back pretty far. That's why we went with making it a little bit easier, because I knew shit like that was going to happen. Can I derad water in real life? You just put it through some coal and it's fine. It's totally fine. Run it over some coal. You might have some funky tasting water, but it's completely fine. So there's a lot of cool things like that. Again, just kind of giving the too long don't watch version. But if you like city builders, and again, this is not one of those like very, very basic ones. It's not, I'm not trying to sell it as like a super in-depth one, but it's got, so far, got a pretty good depth of buildings and whatnot. Because I can go through the tabs here and you can see all the different types of buildings. Like even with the cultivated fields, there's all kinds of different seeds you can find and plant. Orchards, same deal. You know, I've got gatherers, fishing. The hunters can actually, what do you call it? Neutralize, not kill, but tranquilize animals they find in the wild, and then you can domesticate them for like eggs, milk, chicken tendies, that kind of thing, which is pretty dope. A lot of resource buildings. There's tailoring shops. There's tools. There are shops to make tools. Obviously, you've got housing, community stuff like a pub, cemetery. You have to deal with that kind of stuff. Logistics, which I think might be one of the game's weak points. I haven't really messed with it enough to say for sure yet. But you do have trade, which I haven't even messed with yet. Expeditions are cool. You basically send expeditions, like, for example, let's see, I could maybe send an expedition out here to the greenhouse ruin, and they can salvage stuff. And it'll, you know, you need to send certain types of people, like, oh, I need to send somebody who has technology experience to this greenhouse ruin in order to get all the resources out of it that I would want to be able to get. You know, see what I mean? So that kind of cool. So there's that kind of exploration aspect as well. There is research. There's a few technologies you can research. Electricity, you can do things with electricity. The electricity so far from what I've seen is, and again, I'll show it later on, it's fairly simplistic. You use solar generators or wind turbines, store the energy, run power poles, and the buildings. From what I've seen, basically getting a building power electricity just makes it more efficient. Things that you can use to beautify the land to make people happier so they're less pissy and work more, work better. Defenses, I've not messed with this at all. I have no idea what kind of like dangers you'll be facing. And then tasks, which is where you can just tell people to do certain things. But anyway, over the short version is, again, if you're considering it, on the fence, especially if you can get it now when it's 16 bucks. If you like city builders at all, I'm pretty damn sure you will like this. Anyway, we'll get back to it. So, a few things here. See, this got a floating little no person icon. That means there's nobody working that job. Now I can go back in here, the professions tab, and assign someone, or I can do it from here. This is how many people work in that profession. And this is how many people are working at this specific building up to the max. So there's up to 5 people can work on this building. I thought it was 10. Apparently it's just 5. How are we on water? Not great. Water is going to be one of your big concerns. So I would definitely suggest stockpiling water as soon as possible. Because you do have droughts, you do have sandstorms. And the droughts, you'll usually be out of water for like an in-game day or 2. So, yeah, definitely get the water. So these are the flags for those random jobs that I told those people to do. When you get a question mark on these, it usually means that they're out of resources for that area. So, well, they actually changed quite a few things already. Let's see. And again, when you hover over it, it highlights the stuff that you can actually use it on in orange, and it tells you right there how many scrap my people can get from it, which is pretty dope. So we're gonna do that. Gather wood, same thing. We ran out of wood. Not a problem I have in real life, just throwing it out there. We'll get these. Actually, since resources, we want to get resources as fast as possible. Let's go here. All your resources are brought here to the bus rack. They keep everything in a bus. Look, when it's post-apocalypse, you gotta do what you gotta do. All right, so the scrapyard, that needs workers. So initially, I'm gonna set 2 people to it. I'm gonna drop my builders down to 1. So now you can see we've got 6 settlers with no jobs. And because the scrap guys are actually better at getting scrap than the random settlers, I'm going to destroy this flag for now. I'm going to leave it the wood one though, so that all the remaining ones will work on wood. But you can only have, it's kind of odd, you can only have 4 settlers doing one of these like odd jobs. And we'll go ahead and put, because of that, we'll put 2 more at scrap collectors. That way we got a bunch of scrap. All my resources are up here. Resources are up here, by the way. Right, so we have 2 cabins. We're going to want food and water. Obviously, that's going to be our 2 main things right away. Wells get water, but slower. But you can get water all the time from a well, and it's never contaminated. So that's 2 big positives to a well. So, especially early on, you probably want at least 1. So we'll go ahead and do that. Early on, your settlers have to come to your actual water dispensaries to get water. That's the one thing most like warehouses and storage places will not hold is water. They'll hold everything else but water. It's a bus that holds wood. So in a way, it's a wood bus, yes. So we're going to want to get food, a sap. Though water really is probably going to be our bigger thing. Hunter's Lodge. Again, great little features. Like when I'm hovering over it, it shows me I can get 4 deer and 0 rabbits from here. The animals seem to be automatically generated as well. Because last time I did this, I had like wild cows and chickens. The chickens was actually really nice because I got eggs from it as well. Though keep in mind, for the hunting lodge, the type of animals and the number you get are going to change. We'll put them right here, I guess, for now. Now, typically, I tend to make my towns in most games fairly tight. I try to keep the buildings fairly tight. I've been trying something different with this game because there does tend to be a lot of walking involved, like having to go get stuff. And there's no... Like in Tropico, you have the Teamsters who will go and get goods and take them where they need to go. However, in this game, each shop, as far as I can tell, has to go get their own things. So, for example, if I were to make a tailoring shop, I would need to have... The tailor who works in that shop would have to go to the building that produces cloth in order to get it, which takes away from their time actually making the cloth. So those kind of buildings I do try to keep close together. But other than that, damn, we're going to have to get rid of these scrap piles. Because I want to build around the bus. Because initially that's where all of our storage stuff is. So that's one problem I haven't quite figured out how to solve yet. We have a lot of scrap. So I will go ahead and move this up here. Again, primarily just because I want these big piles of scrap out of my way. If for no other reason. You got bitten by a spider in Animal Crossing? Oh, is that the spider? You got the spider island? Alright, so we have that going up. How many builders do we have? I'm going to go ahead and go full builders so we can start building stuff quickly. Because we're doing pretty good on resources. We have 464 wood, 417 scrap. Scrap is your base metal in this game. Scrap you use... wood and scrap you use to make most buildings. And then later on for more advanced buildings, you tend to use plastic, and then some you will use metal. The way that you get cloth, plastic, metal, and electronics is by taking scrap, and they have to be recycled. And early on, each recycling building gives you a specific resource. Resource? I'm going to bring the speed up to 2. Also, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Because again, initially, early on, we'll probably be waiting a little bit. I'll bring it up to speed 3. All these animals in our place just taunting us at this point. Look, you're lucky this hunting thing isn't up yet. Oh, hold on a second. I'm gonna let this run at speed 1. I gotta take my Coke out of the freezer. Hey Google, stop. There needs to be a way to get sodas and keep them like super cold, like just below the part, like maybe they're just a little bit getting that little frostiness to them, where there's like little ice chunks in them. That's perfect. Spiders show up at I don't remember in Animal Crossing, except Spider Island. That I do remember. Pepsi drinkers are terrible. What might even say subhuman. So our number one priority right now is to get more people. Now, obviously, you have to be careful with that because you can easily get to a situation where you've got too many kids, too many mouths to feed, and not enough food coming in. Right now, I think we'll probably be okay. And again, in this game, I typically, or in most city builders, I try to keep the city or the houses, like housing districts. In this game, not so much. One, because again, they get big negatives for having a bunch of houses close together for some reason. And because from what little I've looked at it in this game, it seems like it's actually fairly smart in that it will try to put people who work at a close by building in that house. So you don't have the problem like Tropico and other games have where you've got somebody who like lives here but then works way over here. So they spend 3/4 of their day just getting to work. So far it seems it's pretty good about that. Oh god, she drinks Pepsi nonstop. Worse is Diet Pepsi. All right. How are we looking on the people tab? You might think, wow, 5 water carriers. You're insane. You've got 2,000 waters. You need to relax. I'm telling you, those droughts hit, you're going to want that extra water. Even though this is actually almost full. And with this low population, we actually probably could cut back a little bit. I'm going to do more builders. So we can get shit built faster. We have a lot of resources. And this is what I was talking about earlier too, where it's a bit more micromanagement, at least earlier on, than you might be used to. It wasn't, later on I found I didn't need to do it as much. But something to keep in mind. And you don't necessarily even have to do it, but it just feels wasteful to sit around when, like, say you're low on resource, you're not building, to have like 8 builders. But then if you have 5 buildings going up, it sucks to only have 2 builders. So to some extent, you're going to be doing it anyway. So I'm going to build out around here once this is built. So let's build. How many we need? 10. We have 10 people who are homeless. So at least 5 more cabins. Again, kind of close to these different areas. And there's ways to deal with people not liking living close to each other. So don't worry about it too much, but it's still something to keep in mind. I'm also going to start making roads. One, they do travel faster, even on dirt roads, but also kind of helps with the city planning a bit. And again, I'm not going to argue that this is going to be a perfectly optimal town either. In fact, there's a very good chance it's going to be hideous and horribly inefficient. But I'm going to blame that on trying to talk while I'm playing it. That's going to be the story I'm going with. Did I place that one off? I sure did. Sorry, you got to move out. Buildings also are not automatically destroyed. Somebody actually has to go destroy it. Small detail, but something to keep in mind. Wow, I managed to undo it, or I managed to do it wrong, and they still have these lines showing you how to line it up perfectly, and I still did it wrong. Amazing. By the way, thank you, Debs, for doing that. So it's easier to line shit up. It was 16, wasn't it? Wasn't 16 the optimal? By the way, we might play StarCraft 1 and 2 this year. Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 almost definitely. StarCraft is also maybe. So the up sign, basically with the line means they're not gathering anymore because we've used up all our resources, we'll not used them up all. Sorry, we've maxed out on those resources, which we need to fix. Because the bus is almost full. So to me, we're going to go all out. What could possibly go wrong? We're going to build nothing but cabins. Well, not nothing but you get my idea. Or you get the drift. We still need 5. We have 5 people without houses. So 3 more houses should be fine. And again, I'm trying something different. Can't quite see that. Damn it, there's like a mailbox here. There. This is why I want the scrap collectors to come over here. So we are starting to run a little low on food. Oh shit, I didn't put anybody in the hunting lodge. I'm going to actually put 3 people in the lodge because I screwed up and forgot to put people in there. That's the bad thing about not immediately assigning someone to work in that building, is when it goes up, if you have a terrible memory, aka you're me, unfortunately for you, you might forget. But it looks like there's a lot of wildlife in this area. We got 8 deer and 3 rabbits. So that is good. You can get secondary resources off some animals, like with cows you can get milk, with chickens you can get eggs. These guys I don't think we get anything off of. Leather is not a resource in this game. The next thing we're going to need to do is get radioactive equipment. I found that is a big issue. So we're going to need some recyclers. So at least let's get 1 up. Another thing I like is they put the green bar here in the front of the building, and you can line it up with the other green bar so that you can know that way there's a path for people to walk on, which is nice. Actually, that's not where I want to put that. I want to leave a space for a road to go out. Actually, I didn't need to do that. Sorry, boys. You're like, God damn it! And just to make sure I don't screw this up later, we'll build a road all the way around the bus. Now, I haven't experimented a lot with like storage buildings. The one time I did, I was not too happy with it. I put like a storage out by some woodcutters that were pretty far from camp, and I told that storage building to only accept wood. and the guys took it all the way back to the bus anyway. So I need to mess around with that some more. So what the recycler does, we need to assign one, and you can only have one person in each recycling building. What they do is take scrap and turn it into whichever resource you want them to turn it into. Right now I've got it set as cloth, but you can also turn it into metal or plastic. What's cool too, but you do have to be careful of this because I have screwed myself up doing this. You can actually change what they're making from here by clicking the arrows. But I have actually accidentally, like, trying to select the building, clicked here and not noticed, and then set a recycler to make something different than what I wanted, which is kind of a pisser. One other thing that I haven't looked at it like super close. I don't know why I'm slurring. I haven't looked at it super close, but I don't think the game, the AI seems to be quite smart enough to... What am I trying to say here? Try to get resources that are close by in a building, a relevant building. So for example, this recycler makes cloth. This tailoring shop uses cloth. Now, ideally, the recycler should store some of this cloth and then eventually take it to storage. But the tailoring shop should be able to go over there and go, oh, I need some cloth, and just go next door and grab it. Instead of these guys taking it to storage and then these guys having to go to storage to pick it up. Hey, what's up, Sticks? It's going really fast. Let me slow down to normal speed. Well, it was raining. And now that you're here, it's bright and sunshiny, except it's at night. Thank you for the 1 bit. Very much appreciated. I will, again, make sure not to spend it all in one place. Also, don't insult the grass. You come in here and insult this post-apocalyptic grass. This beautiful grass. What is your problem? Needs cloth. Oh, well, yes, this is... So let's actually watch, shall we? So we can see our workers. We click on the worker. Wow. She went straight for the post-apocalyptic cyberpunk haircut. You can kind of see what they're doing. They do age and do get older and will die. I'm going to go super speed. I want to see what they do. Okay, so he does do that. Okay, so there is some storage within the building, so it does behoove you to put these close together. Because when I first did a kind of experiment with that, I found that they were ignoring that. Looks like maybe I just got unlucky, or maybe there was some other element. So it does look like they are smart enough to go and grab it. Which, in this case, it doesn't really matter, because I put it right next to storage. But obviously, later on, you might not always want to do that. Look how beautiful this grass is. The people walking through it. They're just doing the best they can. They're just trying to survive. Like eking out a living, having to drink radiated water. Kill radiated deer. And Styx is like, look at the grass. The grass is ugly. Their grass is ugly. It's like every day is a blessing and a curse to them. How terrible. What a terrible thing to say. By the way, this is important things to keep an eye on. This is how many adults you have. This is how many children you have. Children, just like real life, are completely worthless and a drain on society. They will eat up your food and drink and all that, but they produce nothing except torment and shame. But eventually, they will actually be useful human beings, theoretically. So let's drop the builders down a bit. We want more... Oh shit, I'm a fisher. I was like, why don't we have any food? Because you didn't build a fishing hut, stupid ass. Now, the fishing huts, you do not want to be close to each other because the rings, they will impact each other's efficiency. I try to get roads up just for myself. One, because roads are efficient, and people walk slightly faster on them. But two, it helps me kind of plan stuff out too. Yeah, if they live long enough, they'll learn to wipe their own ass. I know some adults who struggle with that. Damn it! Did I not line these up again? Son of a... Let's pretend I did. I just did this one to be different. I just wanted this to be different. Look at these beautiful houses. This is what they live in, Sticks. This is what they live in. It's like random debris they pick up on the side of the road. That's what they live inside of. And you're here slamming them because they're not keeping their lawn manicured. What is this? Gather wood. We're good on wood and scrap, oddly enough. So we need to build more. How many builders we have? We have 2 builders. That can have 2 at a time. We need to get more stuff built. Now, eventually you can, house-wise, you can actually make a shelter. It houses more people. However, because apparently privacy is still important in a post-apocalyptic society, and they won't mate in a shelter because there's no privacy, which, I mean, I think that could be a fun, happy post-apocalyptic game. Little group reproduction, and then like later on you figure out, you play a game like Who's the Daddy based on like attributes the child has, but whatever. Bunch of downers. Let's see. I definitely want to get our food and water going very, very strong here. Oh, real quick, the tailoring shop, they make things to help with radiation. So initially they only make neck scarves, because I guess that helps with radiation just a little bit. It only takes 2 cloth. Later on they can make a mask, which takes 2 cloth and 2 coal. And then later on they can make full radiation suits. And yes, everyone in your town will be in full rad suits all the time, which is itself fairly rad. But you need 4 cloth, 4 coal, and 2 plastic. I usually make the mistake of trying to jump to that like immediately, which is not really optimal. So we will avoid that. However, I would like to at least get to the masks pretty quickly. But I'm still not happy with our food situation. So let's take a look. We're about to hit a drought too, which is great. Let's look at moisture levels. Right now, moisture levels looking pretty shit. So I'm going to wait to plant until I see what the moisture levels are. However, since we have our honey lodge up, one thing we can go ahead and do is get pastures up. The pastures I'm going to put over here because I've found that the more moister lands are by the lakes, which, I mean, makes sense to me. So we're going to put 2 of these. We'll road those up as well. The fuck is that noise?
Yeah!
Is that the dog sleeping? She sure did got them, and thank you, because now I got them 1 bits. It's here. I think it's the dog snoring. I can barely hear it. I think that is what it is. Yeah, she's making noise while she's sleeping. Little goofball. Could have been both. All right. We're going to keep the speed at 2, I think, for a while. The food's got me a little worried. I definitely want to get that stockpiled. We should be good on water. The drought's coming. But we don't have enough people for that to be a huge problem just yet. Another thing I want to get up very quickly is the school. One, to get the kids out of their parents' hair. Okay, before we do that though, so we have a drought. Lake's empty now. And obviously, any plants you have are not going to be doing super great right now, etc. So this is where kind of the micromanaging part comes into play. And again, I don't know this is necessarily necessary, but it seems like a waste. So obviously right now there's no point in having a lot of water carriers. Now water carriers will still get water from a well, and they'll still carry water from like rain catchers and whatnot, which we obviously don't have. So you want to keep at least one, so they can still get water from the well. But you're not going to need a lot of water carriers. Obviously, you also don't need any fishers either, because, well, there's no fish. There's other buildings you'll want to either shut off or whatnot during a drought. At least I do. So now we have a few extra people. We're full on scrap, so no point in putting them in a scrap collector. We will put an extra person as a tailor. Everybody else, y'all help with building. That way this shit gets built quick. So that's one kind of interesting beneficial side effect of droughts, is you can reallocate your people to do other stuff. So if it's like, if you've got a lot of things you want to build, droughts is the time to do it. Now we'll watch our water and see what it looks like. We're around 2,000 now. And droughts can last longer than a day. Another reason you want to put people off is you'll get sandstorms during droughts, and your buildings will be damaged during sandstorms, and builders also repair buildings. So that's another good reason to do that. All right. For the time being, those are not set. That's fine. You guys need to start capturing animals instead of hunting them, which I guess technically it's both. Because when these start, you have to put in at least 2 captured animals so they can, reproduce. That's how it works. Doesn't matter what sex they are. Two boy deers together, that's fine. They'll still produce offspring. No big deal. All right, so there's no wood in this area, so we can relocate this. Clear this out. We're doing really good on wood and scrap, though. We need to keep an eye on it. Oh, shit, we need metal for this. Fuck. All right. I did not realize that. So let's go ahead and get a recycler real quick. We're going to have one of these anyway, but we'll switch it. Now, you can't do this with all buildings, and I don't quite know why. Well, actually, no, it looks like you can do that with this. No, I don't want deer. Or at least some buildings you can't do that with. Like some buildings you can't assign what it's doing before it's finished. Some you can. We'll go with one less builder, one person making steel. This is where you go, life finds a way. Your people are getting hungry, so you'll get these little missions, which are basically saying, hey idiot, you're running low on a special resource, or you should have this special building by now. Do it, you dumbass. Always accept these. Never decline, because if you do, you immediately get a happiness hit. There's literally no reason, as far as I can tell, not to accept these. Because even if you don't think you'll finish the quest, whatever it is, you might as well delay that happiness hit. And if you do it, then you get a sweet bonus, which is always an ironic bonus given what they want you to do. So for example, on this one, we need 5 buildings that produce food, which is crazy, and we need 40 food produced, and the reward is 175 food. Yeah. So it's like, hey, look, you desperately need food. Tell you what, if you make food, we'll give you food. It's like, wait, what? So we haven't made a berry collector yet. I'm hoping this stupid drought ends soon, because we are very low on food. As I was kind of afraid of. How much metal does this need? You guys go back to killing. Because we need that food. Alright, so the lake is back. Immediately I'm going to pause it. We are going to switch this stuff back. We'll drop that Taylor. Drop our number of builders. Until we get food, a good number of food again, I'm going to max out food. Water carrier. Herder, don't worry about yet. The buildings aren't even up. And that's fine. I have one settler doing whatever random task. One building I forgot to make for food was a gatherer's cabin. I always forget this one. They will go around and collect random berries, but again, the berries wilt up during a drought, and they take a little while to come back. And it's not a great food source, but it's better than people starving to death, in theory. Oh, it's still paused. So I'm gonna wait and see where it's popping up. It's probably gonna be in here. The berries are usually in forests. Go figure. We're going to get any berries anywhere. Berries, please. Yes, I know. People are unhappy. Starving to death tends to make them that way. Wow, I don't even know what context that quote could have possibly been in. Alright, it's taking a while for the berries to show back up. Unless... Because usually there's a lot of them, but... Alright, we're just going to give up for now. Unless... Nope. Okay. That's fine. We'll wait. However... We can see what parts of the land are wet. So we can make some fields. Unfortunately, all the... Oh, actually... Over here seems pretty good. Yeah, let's do a field over here. Always make the maximum size field. I want to do this. We'll do it here. Because I haven't played enough to really be happy with the positioning. You can make it up to a 16 by 16 field. Sweet, we got that quest done. Also going to make an orchard, as you might expect. Orchard takes longer to grow, but then once you do, they don't have to keep replanting it. So we need to switch which seed, bell peppers or black salsify. Let's go with the peppers. One thing I like about this game is there's a lot of stuff you can grow, and you don't start with all of it. You can get seeds from expeditions. I'm guessing trading as well. So that's pretty neat. I don't know what salsify is. Salsify? Plums, I think, is probably the only seed we have for orchards. It is. You can see this area is getting a little bit dried up. But this place is staying fairly wet, giggity, so. Alright, perfect timing. We have 2 people who can be farmers. So we'll make them farmers. I don't really know if putting more farmers on a field really helps. I tried once, and I didn't notice a huge difference, but who knows? All right, how are we? Okay, good. These pastures are done. We're max at scrap, so let's drop 2 of those and we'll put them in the pasture. This will have deer, this will have rabbits. I don't know if there's really a reason to have one. I mean, it seems like the deer would be better. Obviously, you can put more rabbits in here, but you can also choose not to slaughter the animals. You can also, there's a slider that says when to slaughter them. So I guess, like, if you're really running low on food, you'd want to lower it. Otherwise, I think you want it at max. That way, because more deer equals more reproducing. But, all right. Oh, let me switch you back to capture. And one thing that's kind of weird is, as far as I can tell, it doesn't tell you how many animals are currently in the pen. You just kind of have to eyeball it. And right now, there's nothing, so. All right, so we have 4 fishers. Our food is doing pretty good. Our water is doing pretty good. We have 1,500 water, 600 food. So let's go ahead and we're going to put some more housing. Again, trying to kind of build out towards areas that we'll be building out towards anyway. And again, I know I said some people don't like living next to each other, but they're just gonna have to fucking get over it. And I do want them to be kind of a central area because at some point there's like a market that you can put that people will want to go to. I'll put one more house here. Do you want metal tools, radiation suits? Are you kidding me? Buildings built in the category of decorations, 1. The radiation suit is a little bit much. I guess it doesn't want a whole lot of them though. All right, well, we have plenty of scrap. I really should have done this before. And again, this is one reason why I made this a little bit easier, because I'm trying to explain things as I go. We will do another recycler. We will set this one to... Yeah. So this is some kind of bug. I mean, getting bugs because I get to take the animal out on walks, so that's fun. You alright? You're having some problems. Never punch a lady unless her name is Big Anal? What? The train game. I mean, I remember playing that kind of a train game on the channel. Oh, you can see your quests here, by the way. I don't know what metal tool produced. Actually, let's go ahead and start making metal tools. Metal tools is another thing you want very early. And again, I'm putting these buildings, like the tool shop and whatnot, right near the middle of town, so they can drop off their goods here, and the people can come and get them very quickly. Later on, like I said, the logistics angle of the game does seem to be pretty important, but I haven't quite got a handle on it. Again, what I mean by this is getting the flow set up so that people can get the stuff that they need quickly and efficiently. Excuse me, by the way. So, for example, you don't want somebody who lives here, working here, and they have to go get tools here and then water and food here. You know what I mean? Because they only work while they're in the building that they work at, which, you know, makes sense. So you don't want them off lollygagging around trying to go get food and all this other shit. You want them to spend as much time as possible at their workplace doing work. Oh, wow, they filled that already. Sweet. Go back to murder, please. Nice, they filled these up quick. Is that the... Did rabbits make that noise? Alright, so you can make scrap tools or you can make metal tools. Scrap tools, you just use the scrap to make. Go figure. But they break easier, and they're not as efficient. Metal tools, more efficient, and last longer. Rabbit scream. I don't like that you put a little happy face after that. Joel, was playing Ranch Sim? Nice. I still want to do that last thing I was talking about in that game that I forgot. You're a disturbing person, Styx. That's why I like you here. It's better you're here than out terrorizing the world, I think. Okay, you want to, and that's another thing too. You will want to keep in mind, watch your buildings like the scrapyard for the question mark, because that means it's run out of stuff to get. So you need to either destroy it and make a new one, or move its work area. I tend to want to move their work areas, at least initially, like trying to think of where I want to put stuff around town. You know what I mean? And as much as I hate it, I'm more likely to build that direction. But oh, there's so much delicious scrap here. Right now we have a lot of scrap, so I'm okay with them taking longer. So I'm going to have them start clearing this shit out. Look at all that delicious scrap over there. Mmm. That was a good quote. Cargo pants. I was so excited when you could wear cargo pants in that game. Oh, we have a drought coming. 1100 water. Not amazing. Let's... I know I said forever ago I wanted a school, but... let's go ahead and get the school up. School is good because if kids get educated before they enter the workforce, then they work more efficiently. And in this game, especially where travel is such an important aspect, that people spend a lot of time just meandering back and forth, you really want to make sure that they're as efficient as possible. And again, typically it actually does kill me on the inside to kind of not lackadaisical, but haphazardly place stuff like this. Now this only takes wood and scrap. Okay, that's good. But I feel like in this game it's kind of okay. But again, I haven't really played it enough to know for sure. Because I will put a house on hill eventually for the teacher to live in. Now, who the spouse will be, they might have to walk further, but I'm not. We'll see. I have tons of good quotes. Like all the time. This is one of those games that it's kind of weird because you can see right out of the start gate, some things, yes, you do have to research to unlock. But the majority of items, or the majority of things, you can make immediately. And you have several needs that you need to meet. You need to meet water, you need food, you need anti-radiation clothing, you need medicine, which I just realized I'm not getting. So you get all these stuff that needs that you need to meet. And you need to meet them quickly. So there's kind of that pressure of like, oh, I need this. Wait, but I need this too. But that's part of where the difficulty comes from, right? Is trying to prioritize. Right? Like right now I've got 2,000 food. I'm okay on food. I don't need to be going more ham on food. No pun intended. But I do need water, especially because we're just about to have a goddamn drought. So I really need another cistern. No, not a water tower, or a cistern. I actually should have made a second one before. Of course, I just barely can't make that there. You can also prioritize. It's a very simple priority system. I can basically say build this next, and that's it. Like there isn't like 3 different tiers of priority, which not really a problem. I did use that a decent amount in Tropico, but it's fine. Doesn't need to be that crazy. Hopefully we don't get completely fucked here, because we are low. Rain collectors are great because, well, they collect rain, and they do not require a specific person to man them. Like most buildings, you have to have somebody operate that building. Rain catchers, you do not. Low water reserves. Right before a drought? That's fine. What could possibly go wrong? I'd say I planned this perfectly. I am water. Whoa. No, I don't want to have redemption on for this, just because it's more of a let's try type stream. I don't necessarily want those on. Which for this, it's kind of hard for a let's try stream because there's so much to explain, but I'm still trying to like interact with chat, so it's a little weird. City builders in particular are very difficult for me to do let's tries for. Fuck, we have like 11 people. We need houses. We are probably in... There's some shit. Wait, fuck. Everybody, collect water. I forgot, I didn't... That's the other thing, is if your memory sucks, again, hello, how are you? You've got to remember to check this repeatedly. Because I have done things where it's like, oh, it's a drought. I can, I don't need to... I can take people off of water gathering and then forget to put them back on once the drought's over. And I'm like, where the fuck is my water? Then I'm like, oh, it's in the lake because you're an idiot and you didn't reassign your workers. So check that all the time. You definitely got to keep an eye on your resources. And again, I've had cases where I'm like, oh, I've got tons of food. And then like 10 minutes later, I'll look and all of a sudden I don't have any food. Probably because I was fiddling with the allocation of people. And also we need some settlements. Let's go ahead and build a settlement. We might lose some people just naturally due to lack of water. But we don't want too much more reproducing going on. No banging, please. You can do edicts in this game. Edicts. You can do edicts, and one of the edicts that you can do prohibits procreation, which I'm sorry, but how? I'd like to see that get pushed. Like, no fucking at all. Like, I'm sure people would totally abide by that. Absolutely. Because if there's one thing people love to be ordered around about, it's saying, don't bang. Oh, that's not why. Hey, what's up, Retro? How's it going? Yeah, no banging in my chat room. This is gonna be rough times. All right, so let's slow her down. We'll drop all but one warrior carrier because again, what is this? These are empty. That's fine that that's empty right now. We have one person working there. Okay, good. All right, so we freed up a bunch of those. We can free up our fishermen because they're not going to be getting too many fish. Let's get some other buildings built. First things first, we really need a kiln. I'm gonna try something. Also, when you hover over buildings, it shows you how much attractiveness they have. Usually it's negative. The coal kiln, unsurprisingly, has -5 attractiveness. For some reason, people don't like to be living near smelters. People are so picky. I'm gonna build you out here. Let's do it this way. We're also going to build a forester's lodge out here. I think you can see where this is going. Negative attractiveness. Got him. Being you in this case, I guess. We will put a lot of these spare peoples in the builders. Scrap is starting to run a little low, so we will go to tasks. Gather scrap. They can grab some of the stuff out here to clean this up. How are you? What are you looking like? Scrapyard. Oh, I had you picking that up. Go ahead and actually change that to here so that they've got more room to plant trees. But yeah, the hats don't always bother me, but sometimes if I, like, they'll start getting a headache on because my head's so damn big. Oh. We lost the quest I forgot about. Sometimes, most of the time the quests are fair, but especially ones where they want radiation stuff, anti-radiation, those are sometimes a bit ridiculous. Because he wanted several radiation suits. And it's like, that early in the game, it's a little bit ridiculous. A little bit. Carbon masks, okay. I should probably already be producing those, but... all those big important thoughts inside of my brilliant mind. Oh, right, you could put either all settlers in here or old and infertile. I don't quite know why. I guess you could... oh, I guess to put them... I don't know why you'd want them necessarily outside. Oh, I guess that's to make sure that fertile young people are living in these cabins, knocking them kids out. Not actually literally. Damn it, speaking of, you'd be pumping out more kids. I never thought I'd say that, but we need people, damn it. You can kind of already see where I'm having to juggle people around more because we don't really have enough for all the building stuff that we want to do. That's why I started with houses early on. Which, I mean, even the tutorial kind of tells you that, but... 286 water. No problem. We're fine. Where's the well at? Right here. Yeah, we have a little bit of water in the tank. You have two people that are unhappy. Look, you live in a post-apocalyptic hellhole. And we just built this city like an hour ago. Give me some time, assholes. Yes, you might have to, drink your own sweat for a little while. This drought is kind of a bitch. Drought's over. Immediately. Water carriers. Actually, we have like 5,000 food. We can chill on the fishermen's. Somebody knows that, right? Somebody played Guitar Hero too. All right, so just survive long enough. Just open your mouth and drink all the stuff that's coming down, and you'll be fine. One cool thing about these like water collectors and stuff is later on you can actually build a weather center. I know, don't think too much about it, but you can make a weather center. And in the weather center, you can actually, it'll predict, like right now, we know what the weather that's coming. Why do we know? Again, stop asking questions. But with the weather center, it tells you how much radiation is going to be in the rain, whether it's none, low, medium, or high. And with the weather center, you can actually say to certain buildings to cover up when certain radiation levels are hit. So for example, if it's about to rain any kind of radiation, any kind of radiated water at all, I can say cover up our fields. That way we don't get any radiation at all. But then for these, I can say, well, cover it if it's high radiation. But it doesn't really matter because we're going to be taking it to the water tower anyway to clean it out. So you can actually cover that. And it actually does cover it up, which I don't know why I'm using it greatly. Excuse me. Damn it. So we're actually doing really good on food. We made it through which we would not have died immediately if we had 0 water, but it would have obviously been suboptimal. Yes, I know they're unhappy. Again, post-apocalyptic hellhole. Yes, you're gonna be happy. I'm working on it, bitches. Give me some time. Tell you what, we got a lot of scrap. We've got 6 of 9 builders.
69.
God, I love doing that. So let's actually decorate this place up. Scrap totems, by far, are like the best thing that you can make for attractiveness. It does take a decent amount of scrap, 25 scrap, 5 wood, but it's 8 attractiveness. And if you go into attractiveness mode, which goes off the charts when I'm around, am I right, folks? So you can see it brings this up to -4. And they do stack. And now it's weird because it only shows you for that one. So it says still -4, but that's because that one's not built yet. So if we build another one here, that'll actually bring it to like 0. Oops. And it is worth doing this because, I'll show you why in a second. We can actually move this down here. Yeah. Put one on each side. Beautiful. I guess that's one thing we can do. If we have like a whole bunch of scrap and I'm just sitting around and not really have anything to build, I could just make a bunch of those. Because here's your overall contentedness. Middle, it doesn't really have any effect. They just work default. Up here, there's tiers. So the lowest tier of happiness, they will higher rate of reproduction, which is really, really good, especially early on. The second tier of happiness, of enjoyment, I guess, is newborn settlers will live longer. I guess they're just born happy, coming out of the womb tap dancing. And then the last one, higher speed of movement. Newborn settlers will live distinctively longer. Both of those, super important. Anything that makes your settlers move faster, especially in a game like this, super, super important. That's, again, one big reasons why I made these walkways and stuff. First of all, we need a lot of coal, so let's actually get 3 people working on that immediately. Forester, we'll get at least 1 person on it. I want more. Use scrappers. We don't really have anybody doing these flags right now, which is fine. I don't really care. No, that was not Highway to Hell. That was John the Fisherman. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Alright, so wait, let's see why these losers are... Oh, fuck. I think I know why they're unhappy already before I even click them. I bet I know one reason. Yep. Dead relatives with no graveyards. Another thing we need to take care of. So this is definitely one of those games that initially it feels like you just get hit with a bunch of different things that they need and not a lot of time to deal with it. However, that said, it's not like if I don't meet this need immediately, we're completely fucked. Like, yeah, people are moping around like, oh, my dead mother's laying in the middle of the street and people are walking over like, oh, God. But, you know, you still want to take care of it fairly quickly. And this is a fairly easy thing to take care of. You want the grave, and let's not put the grave right by the water source. I mean, that doesn't actually matter, I don't think. Actually, you know what? No, that makes it very serene. Actually, not. I don't want it close to that water source. Because I probably will want other fishing huts and stuff around here. I can make it on the other side, though. Fuck it. Do it this way. Build a road. And like I say, at some point... First of all, I guess I should refresh this. Full disclosure, I did get a free copy of this game from the developers in order to show it off today. I've got about 6 or 7 hours, probably like 7 or 8 hours on this off stream. Was that everything I was going for? Sure. Oh, I was also going to say was that before we end the stream, I'm going to go back to my tutorial city because that's the one that's most further along tech-wise and whatnot. So you can kind of see what a more advanced city goes to if we don't get to that part yet, which we probably won't. Also, I think we need to point out Sticks. I made a reference in another stream about how Sticks has never been to a strip club, and I said that I made the comment that it seemed like Sticks was the type of person who, when she walked into the strip club, it was like Cheers, where it was like, "Oh, hey, it's Sticks. Hey, welcome back, Sticks." And they said that they did not know. They've never watched Cheers. And then I was like, God damn it. So let's see, look at that already. 14. I've actually gotten houses to 100 with this, which does significantly help this. Once we get that graveyard built, that's actually going to help us a lot. Cheers is one of those shows that like I still just kind of assume that people know the references. And then when they don't, I'm like, what? How can you not know the reference? But then it's like, oh wait, that show ended before you were even born. Is there any animals around? Oh wow, there is. We have 4, we have almost maxed out our food. Now, one thing I love when games like this have is giving them multiple different types of foods is beneficial. I don't like when games, city builders and whatnot, it's like you provide one type of food, okay, that's it. That's all that matters is you've provided food, you've checked that box off. I like when the game encourages you to give different food sources because more food sources makes them happier and I think healthier too. Oh shit, speaking of gatherers, we want to start getting berries and stuff. Which, I mean, food-wise, we're actually okay on that. I'm going to wait on that. We could use it, but I'd rather, excuse me, have them getting herbals because smoke weed every day. No, don't smoke weed, kids. Dope is for dope. This actually gets medicinal herbs so that people don't get sick. Or at least get sick less often. What the hell is this? Oh shit, we had the school and I didn't have a teacher this whole time. Again, another reason you should be looking at this all the damn time. Not all the time, but it helps if you're not stupid, which I am. We're not going to make a mortician yet because I still haven't built this. I do want them to finish this next, though. That's okay, Retro. No problem. How's it going? How are you? We're talking about Cheers, the TV. Have you seen Cheers, the TV show? You want to keep an eye on this too as much as you can. In particular this, because when this goes green, it means more people were brought in, or there's more adults, which tends to mean the children grew up. So now you have extra settlers to do stuff with. And yes, you can have settlers doing this other stuff, but typically they're going to be better in an actual specific role. Water we're doing pretty good on. We got 4,200 water. How are we on coal? 16 coal. So the first thing I want to do is make sure people are getting clean water. And the best way to do that, this is actually almost full, so we're going to upgrade this to a water tower. Takes wood, scrap, plastic, and coal. And see, this water is radiated. Normally it's like, oh shit, this water is radiated. But you can put this, have this water go into the water towers to get cleaned. You don't watch Cheers? Wait, but you're familiar, are you familiar with the show though? Like, do you know, like, there was a show called Cheers? And you, like, know the basic gist of it? Okay, so what do we want to do next? Oh, protective clothing. That's a big one. But yeah, we have the scarves, but they're not great. I definitely want to get masks as soon as possible. For the masks... we need 2 coal and 2 cloth each. We're going to really start using coal a pretty good bit. That's why I put 3 people on it. We might not keep that 3 working in the coal shop or whatnot, but for now we want a good bit of coal. All right, so the water tower's up before we go do the mask thing. And don't forget to do this because I always do. Turn this on because this filters the water so that if radiated water gets put into here, it will irradiate it with coal, which definitely 100% works for sure. Trust me. However, I was going to turn well water off, but I think the well will stop producing water because it'll fill up. The reason I was going to turn well water off is because well water is never radiated, right? So therefore, you're kind of ruining part of the reason of putting water in there in the first place. But for now, I'm actually going to leave it on. I'm going to leave it on because we don't really have a capacity issue yet. If we start having tons and tons of water and we don't have and these are sitting near capacity anyway, I'm going to turn that water source off. And this panel is in several buildings, and you'll want them there. And I will try to get to that at some point. In fact... thank you, Ace Banana Hands. He of the 5 hands of bananas. You're going to hear that 5 times. Deal with it, bitches. Thank you for 5 gifted subs. 2, Purple Butt Folds, Medic Chick, Terrones, Styx River, who doesn't know what Cheers is, and Tommel, who we get to see once in a while. Tommel's got a weird schedule. Styx got one and then disappeared because we were slamming on him because of Cheers. Is it done? Was that 5? I think it was 5. Thank you very much, Ace, once again for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. How are you doing tonight? Exactly. You can't say anything nice, just say it about me. I can take it. I'm a big, big man.
Yeah!
It's a weird name for a show. No, see, it was a show about a bar. Right? And so you like in a bar you say cheers and you have a drink. It made sense back in the day, all right? Thank you for the 1 bit. You guys are fighting for the 1 bit category, apparently. Hold on. my bit leaderboards right now is 25 bits, 2 bits, and 1. It is a neck and neck battle to the death. We have a drought coming in a few days, which right now we'll be fine with. Well, he didn't put a message. Oh, it didn't read it, did it? I need to check out why that's doing that. Boomer show? God damn it, it's not a boomer show. It is a Generation X show, more like. But thank you again for the bits and the subs. Like, where do you think Ted Danson came from? That's where Ted Danson's from. You thought he was from that weird Creep Show movie, but no, where he was with Steve Martin. Wait, was it? No, it wasn't Steve Martin. Who was that? Who was Ted Danson in that one episode of that one Creep Show movie with? Leslie Nielsen. It was Leslie Nielsen. Leslie Nielsen's like a crazy dude who's like pissed because Ted Danson's been banging his wife. This was back in like the 90s. Okay, so here's a perfect example, right? So we get some radiated bunnies, which I'd love for DLC. Like some kind of like DLC where you intentionally radiate animals and fruits and stuff to try to get like weird deviations. But here it's bad. So the reason they're radiated is because of the water that they're drinking. Because you do have to give these guys water. What you can do is I can say, okay, do not take water from our cistern or from rain catchers. Only get them from water towers and from wells, because those sources will never have radiated water. I love that kind of control that they give you over this game, because you really need it. We're going to upgrade this as well, I think. Hold up. Actually, you can't control... Oh, wait, that's a well, stupid. So I do not want the cistern to take rainwater. I want all rainwater to go here. Which this is full anyway. In fact, we're almost to capacity on water as it is. How is this game? I like it a lot so far. Ace Banana Hands, do you know what Cheers is, the show? But this is a good game. I like this quite a bit so far. If you like city builders and the idea of a post-apocalyptic city builders, I definitely would suggest this. I've quite enjoyed it so far. All right, so one thing I don't like, there's one big thing I don't like about this game. And maybe it's doing this because there's no open slots available, but it looks like whoever worked here before died, but it didn't replace them. Now, it might be doing that because there's no settlers available, because I can't change this. I do wish they would disconnect that, right? I should be able to say, I want one person working here, even though nobody's available. Because, for a few reasons. One, people could be out on an expedition. Another, I could be expecting like, oh, well, this child is about to become adult, so as soon as they become adult, I want them to hop into this job. So I wish these two were separated. I wish I could put this to one without somebody being available, if that makes sense. We can definitely cut back on the water carriers, because we're doing pretty damn good on water now. You don't know, Ace, you don't have to say if you don't want to. You can plead the fifth if you would like. That's perfectly okay. But if you are over the age of 18, how old are you? I don't watch any TV now. I haven't paid for cable TV in like 15 years. All right, so let's keep going. Sorry, I'm easily distracted. You guys know this. So resource-wise, we're starting to drop a little bit. Let's get our lumber situation dealt with. I'm going to free up. I don't want to go crazy on dropping water carriers, but let's drop them down to 5. I will need to keep an eye on water, but so far we're fine. Food is doing really good. I'm going to drop down to 1 junta. Welcome home, good junta. Herbalist, because I made that herbalist thing a million years ago and forgot to do it. Same with the damn mortician, son of a bitch. And we will put the rest on the foresting lodge for the time being, just to give us a boost on wood phrasing. I will also upgrade our bus wreck, because upgraded bus wreck does 2 things. 1, it allows for more storage, and 2, it creates a campfire, and settlers can hang out by the campfire to boost their confidence, which is basically their happiness. I mean, I don't, banana hands, but I also do. I want both. So we get that going. We need a research center, I feel like. Trying to think what our priorities are. We have 14. So one student can teach 10 kids. So I'm actually going to put 2 teachers in here because we really, really want them to learn quickly. This is kind of cool. So all students learn all of this stuff, but the one that's orange, they learn faster. So this one is productivity. The better settlers are trained in productivity. The more efficiently they perform their work in different professions, which again, in any of these games, making your workers more efficient is incredibly important. One of the most important things you can possibly do. Handling tools. The better settlers are trained in handling tools, the longer they'll be able to use tools before they break. That's more useful early game, to be honest. Obviously, it's useful long term because as your population learns not to break tools as much, you don't have to worry about making as many tools. So therefore you can build other things, or you can use that material for other stuff. I wish you could hear the dog snoring. Handling clothing, basically the same thing, but with clothing. Their radiation clothing, same deal with that. Even though that was actually a little bit more helpful because the radiation suits are a bigger pain in the ass to make than tools. Metal tools aren't that big of a deal. And then badges. So this makes the kids earn badges easier. Which, that's actually pretty useful, and you'll see why later on with expeditions. But long story short, when somebody works at a job for long enough, they tend to get a badge. These guys have probably been here a long time. Not long enough. But they'll typically, once they work at a job, they get a badge. That badge you can use when you do expeditions, which we'll show that later. Shears ended when you were 5? Oh, God. Aftermath? I haven't played that. I don't even know if I've heard of Aftermath. All right, so wood's kind of low. Scrap is kind of low as well. How are you guys doing over here? Wait, you're set. I love that sound when I click that. Where's your work area? Okay, you're still clearing out there. I mean, they're getting it slow because they're having to go really far for it. But right now, I'm okay with that. Just because I want to get this area more cleared for expansion. Though, actually, I'd rather have more scrap right now. So, you guys start breaking this shit. This should get us some scrap pretty quick. Only one person working there, though. That's all right for the time being. And the forestry you can set to multiple modes as well. You can have them cut down and reforest, just cut down, or just reforest. Usually what I will do is if I'm low on wood, I will have them just cut down to try to give us a quick surge of wood phrasing. But if I'm like sitting at a bunch of wood and I'm not needing it for anything, which doesn't happen a whole lot, I just have them on reforest. Little things like that are awesome because you can kind of adapt. Or you can just adapt, not kind of. Wait, I look like I'm in mid-20s? Do you want to be a mod? Do you want to be like a VIP mod? Because it feels like that's where you're going. Sitting on a bunch of wood? I mean, it depends on the situation, I guess. Alright. So the camper is upgraded. They have the campfire now, which is good. So our next priority is getting masks. We want to get masks made. Or not masks, the activated carbon mask, which, I mean, it's still a mask, but shut up. We have a good amount of cloth and a good amount of coal. So we're going to switch over. I'm also going to put a second person on that. Because initially they tend to go through radioactive equipment pretty quick. Who can I cut? Yeah, 3 settlers, that's fine. We can put a second person here. Again, it's nice to have a few spares, but any more than like any more than 8 is a waste. Yeah, you can have them gather berries or clean up radiated like ground, but do I have my parents' permission to stream? I like you, Richard. I like you a lot. I don't know what it is about you, but I like you. You're very cool. Maybe the coolest person in here. Also, again, apologies if I'm messing with my cold sore. It's driving me nuts. I usually don't get them. Like, I usually get, like the beginning of one, and then it goes away. Oh, I just saw this go green. Like somebody just went into adulthood. That's good. You have 18 kids, which, again, normally is terrible, but in this scenario, it's good. I put the school way away from everything else so the kids aren't around, the adults, but it might actually work against. So no, hold on. So even if I have more teachers, I guess having more teachers means less downtime since the teacher isn't like away from class. I'm not sure. Anyway, so we are still to work on our irradiation equipment. Medicine. Medicine's another big thing we need to do. So let's do that now. Let's get a medical facility up. We'll put it near the middle of town for obvious reasons. I want to put this a little bit over because I probably want another fishery over here at some point. Even though we're fine on food right now, we probably won't be forever. See, yeah, this is a decent spot. What's this herbalist doing? Working slow. Hurry up. Oh, you did lose your dino. Did that one like expire or something? God, I love that better Twist TV emote. The walking away. I don't know why it kills me every time. All right. Decontamination post is nice because it, well, decontaminates stuff so people aren't getting radiated. But we're not really having problems with radiation right now, so let's hold off on that. Let's wait until people are dying and horribly sick. I'm thinking research might be our next thing. Let me just kind of peek through here. If for no other reason, I can show you the research stuff. Yeah, let's do that. This is another building that doesn't really need to be around town. Now, one thing, you see, here's another thing too about the herbal hut and the gatherers. The bushes tend to be around trees. Now, I don't know if I like had a forester here who cleared out all the trees. I don't know if that would make less herbs grow in that area. So we're not going to risk it. This is pretty fertile land, so I'm not going to put that there. We'll put the research station out here. Oh, no, wait, that's where the woodcutters are. Shit. I'm really happy with any of this. Put it out here. Sure, why not? And I'll put some houses out there too, so that the researchers can move out. Hey, welcome Maxtix. You have access to your own emotes that you made. By the way, if you would like to have some emotes made, make sure to check below in the panels below the screen, and you can see Styx's link. They made all of them except for the first one and, well, my head. And the cat one. Oh, I guess I could link the ones, because you don't have access to all of them. Alright. Alright, Sticks. Sounds good. They made this one. Oops. This one. There we go. I might have to reshuffle those at some point. Oh, man. Okay. Let's go speed 3, get some shit built. How are we on builders? 2 out of 3, that's... We have 1 spare settler, we'll have them do that. Water. That's one thing I got to get in the habit with this game. Oh, shit. No, speaking of. We just hit our drought. I'm going to pause real fast. Drop all of our water carriers, except to 1. So they can get well water. The 1 fisher, and also the herbalist. So herbalists and gatherers, these, well, maybe herbalists still work. Gatherers, I know the berries wilt up. So you want them to do something else as well. So I'm going to have the rest of these guys go build. Alright, there's no scrap that they can gather. Again, not that this really matters because I don't tend to have spare settlers. I'm usually using everyone that I possibly can. We'll have plenty of water. This drought's not going to cause a serious problem. Wow, 20 students. Oh, 5 can work on that at a time. Good, good, good. What else do we have? Let's go ahead and get the market up. Oh, shit. Did I make this... Forgot how big the damn market is. It's like perfectly sized, so it's not going to fit anywhere. I can move some of these roads, I guess. I think I'll put it over here. It's not... Not amazing, but it'll do. And again, we're not making a permanent city that we'll be playing here for 20 plus hours. It's more of a tutorial thing. So it's okay if it's not perfect. It'll just kill me on the inside. It's not a big deal. Ah, God, Seinfeld. Most overrated show of all time. Well, maybe Friends. Maybe Friends is even worse. Home Improvement. I love that show. But those are like Saved by the Bell. Yep, I watched that. Of course, I had a big crush on whoever the cute girl was. I don't remember the actress's name. Oh yeah, like as a kid, it's like, oh my God, like I want to rent a game for the weekend so I have something to play. All right, the thing is over. We're going to stick with 4 water carriers. We have a lot of water. One thing that would be cool is if you could set alarms. Like, I'd love to be able to set individual alarms, and this goes for basically every city builder ever, where I could say, okay, if I drop below 6,000 water, ping me. Because I'm really bad about remembering to check. I'll look and I'm like, oh, okay, we have plenty of food. And then not check for 2 hours. And then I'm like, oh shit, why are we so low on food? Oh, right, because I took everybody off of food because I thought we had plenty. That kind of a thing. So that would be nice. Actually, you focus on this building. Otherwise, they'll focus too much on this. And I don't really care about that. Our happiness is slowly creeping up. at an okay range for wood and scrap. You want to keep a decent amount of wood and scrap at all times, because if you get hit with a sandstorm by Darude, it will fuck your buildings up, and you'll need to repair them, and you need scrap and whatnot for that. Wood and scrap to repair. And you get yourself in a situation where you don't have one or the other or both, and all of your buildings are severely damaged. It sucks. So you definitely want to keep at least some around. Because there will be times, because this has happened to me, where I'm like, I've got plenty of wood, like I can chill on that for a while. And then I come back, I'm like, I'm completely out of wood. Because there was a sandstorm right after I built like 2 or 3 major buildings at a time. Full House. Those are shows I feel like if I tried to watch them now, I would absolutely hate them. Yeah, I would rather play games than watch shows. I don't even watch Netflix. Like, I can't remember. I think the last Netflix I watched was Stranger Things. Like when I was on vacation from both work and streaming. One time, like maybe a year ago, I watched because it was before the pandemic. So it was before the pandemic. I watched Stranger Things. We're doing quite well. We have everything we need for survival, but some of us still think they could be a bit more. The group wants us to stay on the safe side so that we have supplies. Okay. Again, never decline the quest. They want 5,400 food stored, 5 scrap tools stored, 6,000 water stored, and 13 carbon masks. I get 100% of your settlers aged child to very old receive a positive boost. Well, that's definitely worth doing. I'll go ahead and set this guy for scrap tools for a while, even though, I don't know, those are shitty, but whatevs. What's food stored? See, I don't know if we can get that much food stored. There might be a way to do that. There are food stations which distribute food. You can put one over here so that these guys don't have to go as far. One thing that you cannot do that I really, really hope that they change is buildings that have ranges, like the Hunter's Lodge, for example. You cannot change them when you put the building down. And I really wish that you could. Because a lot of times, I place this food station here, and this area is where it will go to get food to bring to the food station. But I can't change it. So I'll put this and I'll forget about it. And then later I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to put food there. But yeah, we need more food storage. Speaking of storage, I'm going to try something. I've heard of Letterkenny, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, hell, I haven't even watched the Yitcher, the Witcher yet. Well, I watched Game of Thrones as it came out, but I was a big fan of the books, so I was predestined to want to watch that. Oh, perfect. We want to put all 5 people in the research. So this research system is the type where they basically generate research points constantly. And here's the tech tree. And each technology requires X number of research points. So if you're not sure what you want to research, that's okay. You can just let them sit there and research the points, or get you some research points. And these are hierarchied by how many points they take. So up here is like only takes 1. Like down here, these take 3, these take 5, etc. So once we get a point, I will change that. Also, we're going to do another experiment. That dog is snoring something fierce. I want to see if these houses naturally get filled with people who work at the research station, which I'm pretty sure it will, because last time I tried this, it worked. So me so awkward? I thought that's part of my charm. I don't think I'm that awkward. Maybe a little awkward. This lip thing is driving me nuts, though. What's this game? Sup, Velix? Oh, it's from the show. But I'm also kind of awkward. Zombie Civ? That would be kind of cool. I would tolerate a Zombie Civ game. But no, this is post-apocalyptic city builder type game. So no scientists moved into here, even though they do have 2 kids. Ah, creepy. What? I don't know if I'm not. Production limit lies below the target volume. So I can only hold so much food. I don't know how to increase our food storage other than... Yeah, because our food's max seems to be 5,000. Yeah, production limit 5,000. Oh, I think I can change that here. Yeah, so let's at least temporarily raise this to 5,500. I haven't messed with this a whole lot, but this limits how much of a thing that you can make, right? This way you're not eating up storage space. Like, I don't really need 5,500 food stored. I could instead have more room for plastic. That way I don't run out of room for plastic, because I will use a lot of plastic later on. Holy shit, cloth is sucking ass right now. Let's build another recycler. You can also build a refiner. Oh, wait, no, I can't. That's a unlock. So let me get that done. So again, you really... This game in particular, you definitely need to be keeping a very close eye on that stuff, which obviously I have not been doing a super job of. Change that to cloth. It already is. Metal we got plenty of. Plastic we got plenty of. I never played the Arbillions. It looked pretty interesting, though. I don't think I played it. If I did, I didn't play it that much. We got a drought coming. That's fun. We're slowly getting there. The water... Oh, shit. The water's going to be a real pain in the ass. Let's get maxed out on water carriers here, because I want to get this quest done. You got 52 people in the establishment. Do you like city builders, don't you, Velix? We Are Billions is way different. It's at least so far in this game, there hasn't been any like attackers. I think that's something that eventually happens, like other groups and whatnot. But so far, it's not really been a thing. Let's build some beautification for these guys real quick. We don't have a ton of resources. We have more wood, though. Wood and 1 cloth. No, we definitely don't want to use cloth.
The Raiders are destroyed as an effective fighting force and disband. None of the Raider survivors are ever heard from again.
Thank you very much, Ritro, for the host. Much appreciated. Hey, Manu, what's up? You gonna be at Final Fantasy this weekend? We'll do some flower beds. How about that? When I was doing the tutorial, I ended up making like a shitload of beautifications, and then checking later, and my houses were like 100 plus. It was pretty awesome. Speaking of, we're just about to cross over into the happy area, so that's good. That's what she said. See, 2 scientists live here. Well, now you're a builder for some reason. I don't know why, but you're a builder now.
I
So-
am your queen. I have given freedom to my people. You're afraid, aren't you? Roar your silly commands, crawl away and hide in your holes. Free people simply take what they want.
Well, Lynn the Queen. I guess we'll pay the tribute. I've actually never seen this mechanic yet. I guess we... I mean, it doesn't really tell you. Oh, okay, I see. You can kind of mix and match. That's kind of cool. So for now, we'll pay your stupid tribute.
Yes, fair and square. Give what you've got, that's the way. Don't be afraid. I won't do a thing to you. You can go on living whatever your lives were.
Thanks. Yeah, I haven't messed with the defense at all. So that's why I went ahead and paid, because I'm like, well, I don't really want her attacking. So some jobs I do know can, like, switch. And I don't remember, they said this in the tutorial. But, like, at some point, like, I think builders might work a normal job. And then once you need them, they switch to builders. And then once you don't need building, they can switch back. I forget how that works. But there is a little bit of malleability in their jobs, I think. All right, so the wood situation's pissing me off. So... here's what we're going to do. I did this last time, too. I'm going to build another Forester's Lodge. I'm going to try something. This might not work. I'm going to have them just plant. This one will plant and cut. This one will just plant. And then we have a shitload of trees. I'll probably have one... I have a problem either to probably have them both do both, or do one nothing but plant, one nothing but cut. We need to set up the cartoony anvils and piano defenses. Oh shit, well, this all time I did not have a doctor working in the medical facility. That's why you gotta be checking this all the time. And I keep forgetting. Oh, food station. So we want to change the field of work. So you do kind of want to get your buildings in smaller areas for this reason specifically, since they will only get stuff into a certain area. I wish you could enlarge the area or even shrink it in some cases, but that's fine, I guess. They can hit the fishery. They can hit this. I don't even know what that is. Oh, that's a warehouse. Actually, that works. So now what these guys will do is get food from all of these areas and bring them to the station. And then people in this area, whether they live here or work or whatever, instead of having to travel to wherever, they'll come here to get food. Now, what I don't know if, like, say the hunting lodge has some food stored. I don't know if people will go by the food lodge to get food there. I think they will. So it becomes a question of, well, you know, how much, I don't know how much they can actually store there. There are some things like that that I don't quite know the details of, so I don't know how useful stuff like that is. Oh, fuck, I failed it. I failed that mission. God damn it. I completely forgot about it. That's fine. Let's drop our food max again. We don't need that much food. Because that's taking out room we could be putting other stuff. For now, we'll leave all that other stuff. We don't have any science points yet. Damn it. It's hard to click on this. So yeah, these are both scientists now. So it must be that builders... Oh shit, we're low on... Oh, fuck. I forgot to switch this back. See, that's why I don't like quests that are like, make scrap tools. I'm like, why on earth would I make scrap tools? Because when I change it to scrap, they're making these shitty scrap tools, and then I inevitably forget. Alright, so it looks like... Oh, I never assigned somebody to that. I'm a little bit better at remembering to do this shit when I'm not streaming it. Slightly better. Because we desperately need cloth. I'll probably switch over to my tutorial town in a little bit so you guys can see some of the more advanced buildings. Which, I mean, we're not that far off, I guess. I mean, just because I've built faster here, I guess. But you can, I'll be able to show stuff like expeditions, things of that nature. I'll probably do that in like 20 or 30 minutes, give or take. So they're still scrapping it up. Actually, you know what? Why didn't I do that? Fuck. There. 5 people at the scrapyard. And we have 3 settlers, so we can... Hold on. It's saving, obviously. Let's bump you up to 4. Him. 4. Nope. You. There we go. Thank you, Ace Banana Hands, for the 10-bit distraction. Because God knows I need to be distracted more. Oh, shit. Alright, so we have a drought. I'll take the fisherman. Oh, God, we definitely don't need 15 water carriers. 1 is fine. Alright, we're going to need more builders, though, because we're getting a Darude storm. In fact, I'm going to have most of our people become builders. And here, after a sandstorm, I like to change the priority, which you can change on the bus, to repairing buildings. This way, they will go around and repair any buildings ahead of building new stuff, which is important after a sandstorm. Work-related accident occurred in one of the tailor shops. Did it involve scissors? Luckily, no one was hurt, but we'll have to replace a major portion of the production equipment. Building is damaged, which is fine because we're sending builders around anyway. They will automatically go and fix buildings. If you can prioritize too, if I want to prioritize repairing this, I just click that. And they'll go there first. We have a bunch of homeless settlers. Let's fix that with, well, more houses. We have 1 research point. Let's see what we can get with that. We can start harvesting electronics. We could do advanced school, which is pretty damn nice. A weather station, which is pretty good. Hemp weaving mill, which I've never even unlocked hemp yet. Smoke weed every day. Just kidding. Do your homework. Yes. So you'll see our resource costs. So you have to get the research point, and they have to actually expend resources to also get that thing. So you select it, say start research, and now they'll start bringing resources to this school here. And then once they have all the resources, then they'll start the actual research. I wish this was done a little bit differently. I hate how the research doesn't start until you get everything. So let's say I have all the wood, all the scrap, all the metal, and like half the cloth. The research won't start. You have to have 100% of everything before it goes. Now, it doesn't take long once the research is started, so it's not a huge problem. It's just kind of a pain. I wish it worked a little different, but not a big deal. All right, the water is coming back, so let's put fishermen back. We got 6 diversity in food. That's good. We got a little bit of radiation, but the hospital not only treats patients with diseases, but they also create medicines using the herbs that the Who's It What's It gets. So that's fine. Let's actually try a building. Well, we'll do that when we switch over to the tutorial. How are we on scrap? Not great. Wood is even worse. Oh, because we just did a bunch of repairs. That's why. And they're probably still doing repairs. One thing... Oh, here we go. Building condition. I was thinking earlier, I was like, man, I wish you could see building condition easily. Oh, looks like everything's repaired. Except for that building with its medical facility. Who cares? There's sick people in there anyway. So we don't need 18 builders anymore. We can drop that to 2 for the time being. I'm going to boost this. So we have 8 foresters on both. Damn, the planting is pretty quick. I intentionally have the circles there just because it amuses me to have some of the trees being built like back in town. But efficient, if you want to be efficient, obviously you should be planting them up there. I just think it's funnier that way. Anyway. Let's get... Oh, well, shit. Well, also wood's getting taken up by our research here. So, while that's happening, I'm going to put it at 2 speed. Where's our fucking tools? Ace Banana Hands with 5 more gifted subs. Should I wait? I'll wait a little bit. Ace Banana Hands going ham today. Going hands today, I guess you could say. Gonna have to call him Ace Ham Hands. And tally with the 100 bits, which will trigger in a little bit after I stop getting all these Fallout levels. Oh shit. Nobody's working here. Fuck. We need 2 water carriers. Thank you, Tally, for the 100 bits. Hype train. That didn't trigger a hype train, really? Or did it? I just don't see it. That's some bullshit. There it goes. Rise up, but not too quickly.
Rise up, but not too quickly.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Now we got it going. Now we got the hype train going. Many of our settlers are forced to move across the wasteland unprotected. Build condoms for... Oh, activated carbon mask produced. Okay, that should not be too much of a problem. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thanks for this hype train going. 61% in. 4 minutes left. If you're not familiar with how hype trains work, basically, if you sub, gift a sub, or give bits during a hype train, you get special hype...
What is a common cause of vertigo? Verticum.
That could mean a lot of things, so we'll leave that alone. But if you do any kind of cheers or anything, you get a special hype train emote when it's done, and each hype train has multiple levels. And like if X amount of bits or subs get gifted or whatever, it goes to hype level 3, blah blah blah. It goes longer, you get different emotes, etc. So that's how that works. So people on Twitch are watching this going, oh my god, this is why I hate Twitch streams. Look, it's fun. You should try it sometime. Oh, sweet. We already did it. And the gift we got for making masks was more masks, which, again, usually is actually a good thing. It seems ironic that you would... The game is like, oh, you're suffering in this one area. You need, like, you don't have enough food? Make more food. That's our quest. But then they give you more food for doing the quest. So it actually works out. But hold on, I forget to thank the people, or grants the people who get
Patty
stuff.
is doing some roofing work for Murphy. He nears the top of the ladder and starts shaking and getting dizzy. He calls down to Murphy and says, I think I will have to go home. I've come all over giddy and feel sick. Murphy asks, have you got vertigo?
And it didn't even read the end. Patty replies, "No, I only live around the corner." That's a stretch. Thank you for the 100 bits. Wait, what are we on? Like level 2 now? Damn it, banana hands. You need to stop because I can't even read off everything. Hold up. Let me go grants the last 5 people. Grants the Evil Mind, Scroff, Bohan Girl 84, which by the way, also check out Bohan Girl. She streams a lot of Resident Evil. Great streamer. Saturn, Actual Dave, as opposed to the many fake Daves that are out there. Keelian, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. I saw you. How's it going? You have a founder's badge too, Keelian. How's it going? Also, grats to Nostro the 14th, Martins, Vlodril, Plan Charlie 84. How many Plan C's are there? And Izzy Stormheart. Thank you all very much. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think it'll only read so far into the text, unfortunately. You have to make the punchier punchlines, I guess. Good, good. Glad to see you here. Thank you for the bits as well. Thanks everybody for the... Wow, I wrote up to Hype Train 4. Holy shit.
I brought the lemons to the tea party.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Better than bringing bananas to a tea party. Nobody wants banana-flavored tea. Really, the only good tea is sweet tea anyway. And that's the truth. Also, how the hell do we not have enough tools? Yeah, I know. I'm working on that. I have 2 people now working on mass-producing tools. One thing that can happen... God damn it. Stop giving me money, you assholes. Thank you for the gifted sub, Juggernaut Pants, over at twitch.tv/Juggernaut Pants with the bad spelling. You gifted a sub to Suede Denim Secret Police. Where do people come up with these names? That sounds like a random Twitch clip name. Suede Denim Secret Police. Thank you, Ace Lemon Hands. Your actual name is yellow to me, so it makes sense that you have lemons. You want an emote? Well, you'll get one here shortly. Well, you'll get it too, Tally. I think you only ever get one. Wait, you can't say that, Banana Hands. You can't turn banana trader. You want all the emotes? I think that should be possible. You should gamble up your emotes. I think what might have happened with the tools thing, by the way, is if there's a bunch of kids who become adults very quickly, or like just suddenly, they all will use tools immediately. But man, they're running low to make those tools. I might have to make another shop. But thanks again, everybody, for the support. It's much appreciated. Ace Banana Hands kicking it off today. We do have all our materials. We are learning the advanced school. See, I'm trying to stay on target while also showing my appreciation. I much appreciate it. I'm glad I drank that after it fell into the trash. Because the day kind of sucked. It was one of those days that it wasn't so bad. You don't really feel right to like bitch super hardcore about it. But it was still annoying. Like, the worst thing had happened, and is classic Vertigo Tea Party. I woke up, went to do my Zoom stand-up meeting for work, and then realized that I missed my doctor's appointment that I had planned like a month ago for my stomach cramp things that I've been getting. So, long story short, I called them. Right, we had the advanced school. I'm going to get rid of this regular school because I don't think you really need it. If I can find the damn thing. Oh, here it is. Oh, you can upgrade it. Oh, thank God. We need more cloth, though. My God. We need like 3 cloth ears. Actually, I think we do need 3 cloth ears. Let's do that. We'll make another one. So I called them, and they're like, well, like the next one available is technically in like 10 minutes. And I'm like, well, I'm not that close. I can't make it in 10 minutes. And she's like, well, the next closest one is the end of April. So I rescheduled for the end of April. So that's fun. So hopefully whatever this is, that's hopefully whatever it is that's causing my stomach cramps isn't killing me, because if so, I'm gonna be in trouble. Then like this cold sore, like like I say, normally when I get cold sores, they go away pretty quick. Like they usually don't really turn into anything. Like I'll get a small bump and then they'll piss off. But this one has been particularly a pain in the ass. We urgently need to do something about it. Okay. We have 2 quests. Water produced 1,200. That should be easy. Coal produced 6. This is a super easy one. Honestly, sometimes it benefits you to have your numbers drop in certain areas because these quests often are easy to get and the rewards are fairly nice. Like this one, we're going to get more metal tools, which is cool because we need metal tools anyway, because I accidentally made a bunch of scrap tools. And this one, it should be an easy one, and we're going to get 20% more happiness, basically, and some extra water. But I'm going to let this run. I've been doing the pee-pee dance, but then you guys, you jerks, kept giving bits and subs. So I kept kind of like doing this and hoping nobody noticed. But I'll be right back. I'm just going to let this run at 1x speed. It should be fine. I'll let you guys... I'll let you watch the rabbits. Hold on. Wait, hold on. You can actually turn the UI off, I think. There you go. Oh, it pauses the game too. Wait, nope. Damn it. There we go. All right, have fun. I'll be right back. Y'all want some dog action? This is the last time. Well, she might be on stream tomorrow. This is Nellie. This is my mom's dog. You alright? Hold on, let's see if you guys can hear. She sounds just like a pig. It's hilarious. Did you hear it? Oink, oink. She cracks me up with her oinks. I'm gonna come back and like the town's on fire. Rubber shoes squeaking. Wait, what did he sneakily do? Alright, good night, Ace. Thank you very much for the subs. If you already left, you monstrous monster. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you for the subs and the hype train. From a cuteness. That is so much. That is cute. By the way, if you guys haven't, make sure you check out The Curious Worlds. Streams all kinds of weird shit. A lot of friendly Christian streaming over there. It's fantastic. These people are happy. They're like 22 positive happiness. Look at this. And they live in shacks. See, it's not about the shitty, crappy house you live in. Or the weird junk pile that you live in front of. It's all about the rows of flowers you have about it. And the family and friends you make along the way. Oh, she makes emotes too, so make sure to check her out. And Sticks. Get Sticks and her to make you emotes. Have we not upgraded this yet? Looks like they're still... Wait, what's the build? Oh, there it is. There's the upgrade pass. Wait, how many? Oh my god, we have 18 settlers doing nothing. Awful. Absolutely terrible. Dear God at the tools. Alright, you know what? We're making another one of these. This game needs a pip tool. Alright, cool. See that big jump? Totally worth it. We need another workshop. This might be a temporary workshop thing, but let's make sure they're making metal tools. Oh, yeah. I still haven't gotten KK in Animal Crossing. So what are you guys thinking about this game so far? Thoughts? Are you normally into city builders? I will say again, first of all, full disclaimer, because I'm technically supposed to do this like every 30 minutes or something, which obviously I've not done. But I did get this game for free. I got a free key from the game developer to try it out, just so you know. But I like the game quite a bit. So far it's been challenging, but it's not been like it's definitely easier than like Frostpunk, for example. It's definitely nowhere near like the Frostpunk level. But it's got enough depth that I can see different priorities when you build and whatnot. Like for example, if I were to go again, if I actually remembered, I would probably build a school really, really early on top of having houses to get more efficient settlers immediately. Stuff like that. And of course, I'm sure there's like one like ultra efficient way to do it. But so far, I thought this was going to be one of those games that's you're constantly just fighting and struggling to survive. And at least on the normal settings, you're not, which makes sense. We're on normal difficulty. Now you can up the difficulty, and there's also the scenarios, which we're going to check before we wrap up. If you're looking for more of a challenge, or and again, you can start with harder difficulty settings if you choose. But yeah, also I'm going to upgrade this cistern. I forgot about this. No, not this. Hold on. Cancel dismantling. I clicked the wrong thing. Upgrade it to a water tower, please. New workshop is up and ready for action. Okay, cool. We got a bunch of tools. See, we're getting a lot of people, which is good. Obviously, more people. You know, you gotta be. This is the thing that will get a lot of people, including myself. Is like I'm looking now. Like, oh, we got 5,000 water, 4,000 food. Not a big deal, so we're fine. But keeping in mind, we're getting more and more people. We're getting more people in, being born in, than we're losing from dying of old age and whatnot. So we definitely want to keep an eye on the water. There are graphs. Honestly, as much as city builders as I play, I'm terrible at using the graphs and stuff. properly to really see like where I'm at and whatnot. But they do have a lot of them in here. Like I can look at like food. We can see consumed by settlers here. Kind of jumps all over the place, which I don't quite get why there was like this huge dip here and then a huge spike. But at least you can kind of get an idea of how much food you're using. That way, if this number starts to go up, it's like, oh shit, I need to start, you know. Oh no, this is produced. Okay, I'm an idiot. So this is, blue is produced. Orange is consumed by settlers. So this is a little bit more steady. And this is probably just down right now because we're in the 35th season. So you can get an idea of like, ooh, okay, this is about how much food I need to keep around 2,100 or so. So you can start planning. You can't get too used to seeing like, oh yeah, we've got, you know, 4,000 food, that's fine. Well, if you double your population, 4,000 food might not be fine because if something happens, like your food gets radiated or, you know, who knows what, you might not have that extra. Water, obviously more important because of the droughts, but what KK doing, KK is when the Animal Crossing really starts. My understanding is once you can start terraforming, that's when stuff is supposed to get legit. I do. Let me note that on my open or OneNote pad. Hey, what's up, medic chick? Look who got a so we got some sub bombs dropping in here earlier today. So thank you guys for helping making up for this day, because like I said, this day kind of sucked. Again, it wasn't a terrible day. I can't sit here and be like, oh my god, let me guys tell you about the day I had, because you'd hear the shit that I complained about and been like, really? Like that was your shitty day? But it was just a bunch of like little things. Like I said, the doctor's appointment's the worst. Did you get this upgraded? Upgrade this shit. What is our problem here? Wood, scrap. Why is this not getting upgraded? We have enough of everything except for the cloth, and the cloth is close. How's it going, Mag Chick? Recycler? I didn't put somebody to work in the recycler. I swear to God, I'm normally not this awful at this game. Look, streaming it makes it harder, alright? Phrasing. Where are my builders? I mean, they can build without, and we have tools. Wait, what the hell? Wait, I wonder, hold on. Let me switch priority. I don't know why they would be repairing that much. Gotta draw off work? Yeah, tell me about it. Tomorrow's my Friday. Damn it. But yeah, I'll add you after this Curious Worlds on the Switch. Any plans for the weekend, Medic? I love that every time I click that. Oh, we have a bunch of homeless people, which I guess is a problem. See, look at this. Look at this. All right. Hold up. How many people work here? 5? I'll put another house. Those of you who've played a lot of city builders, you know how fucking beautiful that is. That the game... I'm guessing these people changed their jobs around so that the scientists work right next to the research station because they put the house there. Holy shit, that's so nice. Like, that almost never happens in a city builder. You'll always get people... Sure, if my lips are extra shiny, I put more of that medicine on because it was driving me nuts. But like, and it's such a pain in the ass to try to manually fix that in most city builders And this game's like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, they're just going to change their jobs. That's awesome. And I love it. But also, can we get some goddamn building, please? I have heard that somebody ran into a building where the builders just stopped doing stuff. And I'm wondering if we're not running into that. Hold on, let me speed it up again. Okay, so this scrapyard is out of scrap in this area. Ooh, house ruin. That's a ton of scrap. Nice. But yeah, if you like city builders that are like Tropico, kind of like Banished, sort of. I'm trying to think what else to compare those to. I would definitely 100% recommend it, especially at the price point that it's at right now on sale. Like, are you kidding? Oh my god, look at how many trees from them doing reforesting. Alright, so let's switch both to cut down and reforest. I'm hoping that will keep like this, basically the same amount of trees. Now we're doing good on wood now, and scrap actually. Let's build some beautification over here. Because again, that actually does matter in this game. Let's go nuts with the dragons. Okay, so advanced school is finished now. Okay, I don't know what happened, but it looks like that is fixed now. So the cool thing about advanced school is, one, it houses more students. We don't need that teacher. I don't know what having more teachers here actually helps. But at any rate, it actually teaches all 4 topics at the same accelerated rate, which is really, really good. And more students. Next, I'm going to go ahead and put 2. Maybe, I don't know how that works. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to save. What do we call this? New Teetopia, something like that? Doesn't matter. Just make it a save game. So let's pop out real quick. And I'll show you the scenario pop options, and then we'll hop into my my tutorial game. So here's the scenarios. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 scenarios, and it looks like they have different, like various difficulties. 'Cause a lot of times the scenarios, I feel like, they make them like super hard. And reading through the description, they don't necessarily all seem that way. This one, and I'm not going to read every single one of them, but I'll read a few of them just to kind of get. So you get the idea of how these work. The Bets is the name of this one. You let yourself get talked into a daring wager with Arthur Sashwin, your old friend and mentor. In the course of a cozy evening at the local pub, you've betted on who can get their hands on the most species of plants in the forms of seeds from unexplored ruins. The next day, the two of you set off to start up a new outpost, each with a troop of settlers and some supplies. The race begins. So, medals and achievements: gather a small number of different seeds, enlarge your collection of seeds, and find the remaining seeds required to win the bet. Bleak times, settlements on the brink of destruction. Your mission will be to give the people hope again and to stand by their side during reconstruction to keep them from going under. So it looks like this is one of those that starts you off. It's like, oh shit, everything's bad, please come and fix it type of a scenario. AKA oh my god, GameStop is dying, please, you're the new CEO, please help us. Long summer, heat is your greatest enemy, so this one is going to be dealing with a lot of droughts. Garden of Eden. This one is one where you want to try to make your settlers as happy as possible, which, from what I've seen, doesn't seem like that would actually be that difficult. Yes, Diamond Paws indeed. A New Hope, together with several like-minded souls. You want to create a new homeland. For you, there's no doubt that a strong population growth is the key. Oh, this one is just to get like a really big settlement, like population-wise. This one is withstanding raiders attacking your base. Desert Flower, this is a desert scenario where there's little water or food. Rainy Season, this is where it rains a lot, and I guess the rain is very radiated. Shared Suffering, I love the name of that one. As an inhabitant of a flourishing colony, you were chosen to start up another settlement in the immediate vicinity as an outpost. Having just arrived at your destination, you have unloaded your supplies and begin setting things up when horrible news reaches you. A terrible disease has broken out in your home colony and already claimed numerous lives. The colony threatens to crumble apart because there are no... I feel like I might fit in a lot today. Threatens to crumble apart because there are no longer enough healthy inhabitants able to provide for a sufficient supply of food and water. You must act quickly and obtain large quantities of food, water and food in order to save the colony along with your remaining friends and relatives. So it looks like you're basically collecting food and water to send it back to your original base, which is an interesting premise. And this one is just survive X number of seasons, which sounds like that one's a fairly standard one. Oh, and you can change the settings even on the scenarios. That's cool. All right, so let's load the tutorial. Oh, cool. Oh, now that's neat. It actually sorts the saves based on the, I guess, the map seed. So this is all of my tutorial saves. This is all. I did another new game called Sweet Cheeks because I don't know. It's just the first thing that I came up with, and this is a new T-Partia. Main tutorial, which is the furthest one, and it has the season too. That's cool. So, and again, and I still don't have everything unlocked in this, but I do have more stuff set up. Gonna light you up, Sweet Cheeks. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that was us talking about that in the WoW thing. All right, so again, this is the area they start you over with the tutorial, but again, it's not that heavy-handed of a tutorial where it's like build this forge here at this exact spot kind of a scenario. It lets you be a little bit more open, which is part of the reason why it took me longer on the scenario, the tutorial. But it is a pretty long tutorial. But hold on, sorry, I'm thirsty. Healthy cherry Coke, because cherry is a fruit. Therefore, cherry Coke is healthy. So here is the solar array. You can see the power setup here. One thing I wish they would do, and this is just for, I guess technically it would make the game easier. I'd be okay if they changed the cost. But like the power poles, sometimes they can be kind of a pain. Because it's like, I think I've got it set up right, and then I go back later and I'm like, why doesn't this building have power? And it's like, oh, well, I missed it just slightly. And I'll show you what it looks like here. So the power pole shows like the range. Let me switch to electricity mode. Here we go. And let me find someplace that actually could use power. See here, I had set up some wires to wire all this up, but I missed like one connector. And I won't really know it until the builders actually do it. So I need to get this in such a spot. And yellow means, let's see. Yeah, yellow means that when it's built, it will connect to power. Gray means, or black rather, just means it'll make the lines. But it won't be powered. But when I do this, it will connect to this. Connect these, and then that should get these guys power. Let me make sure that builds next. But this, yeah, it kind of does look like an amusement park ride. And then you've got batteries, which store extra surplus, because right now I've only got the solar generators, so I'm only getting power during the day. Damn, I guess I'm out of electricity because I have so many buildings using up all the power because I've got no storage. Which is, I guess, fine for the time being. I need more batteries. Or maybe another solar collector, too. Depends. You can also do wind turbines if you research them. They don't generate as much. Power production from a solar collector is 5,000. Wind turbine, 300. But they can also work during the night. So that is kind of a benefit. And like I say, typically power is fairly simple in that it doesn't like open up new options for buildings. Like, you know how in something like, say, Tropico, if you power a sawmill, you can now do other upgrades to the building that take advantage of the electricity. Here, I've found that electricity just tends to make things work better or make people happier with their houses or whatever. And I forget where it says what electricity does for each. I know I've seen it once where it actually showed me like, oh, this building gets extra productivity from power. Not sure. Oh, one other thing I meant to show, and we're not going to go into detail on it, but they have the survival guide, which is basically the online or the in-game manual. It's got a lot of like the different mechanics and terminology and whatnot that you can click on. It'll take you to the specific page. I've only had to refer to it a few times, and for the most part, it's been helpful. But let's do an expedition, because that's one of the cool things I do like about this game. It's not super in-depth, but I still think it's kind of neat. So you have an expedition station, and you hire scouts that you want to work there all the time, because you send them out to scout locations, as you might imagine. They also create expedition rations. I don't know how they make them. I don't know if they have to go get food and then turn them into rations, or if it just, they produce it. I don't know. But let's go scout somewhere new. Now open the expedition window. And the question marks are areas that we have not scouted at all. So if I click on one, it just says interesting location. Now, you can a lot of times tell what it is just by looking at it, right? So like this obviously looks to be some kind of a hospital. But the text won't really tell you, but you can say, okay, it's a hospital, probably. And it'll tell you how long it will take them. I don't know if it's the estimated travel time to reach this location round trip. So in other words, it'll take 1.1 seasons to go up there and back. Now these other ones, which you can't really see because their icons are so close together, these are places that I've already sent my scouts to. And I'll go ahead and just do a new scout there just so you see it. And this one's not too far away. So let's go to the train. I'll have them go to the train station. Oh wait, no, we've already done the train station. Where's the closest one? That one's boring though. We'll send them to the hospital. So we'll send the scouts, close out of that, and then once the scouts get there, we'll get an icon up there. So we won't bother with that just yet. See, my happiness is up. I've got the first check mark there. Higher rate of reproduction. Giggity. Nice. Happy people bang more often. So I feel like angry people, sad people, everybody bangs more often, don't they? Though I guess if it's more often, what's the baseline? More often than what? I don't know. All right. So we're doing pretty good on scrap and wood. Water is okay. We have a pretty decent population though, so we really need to watch that. So in fact, while our scouts are going out, we're going to work on our water a bit. Also, you'll notice here, I'm trying not to hover over it too much, but it's at the bottom here, the different colored rain clouds. We do have the weather station up, and that indicates, or the color of the cloud indicates the type of radiation. So this one is no rain, because all I can say is my life's really plain. But then yellow is medium radiation, green is weak contamination, and then red is high contamination. If we go to our weather station, I talked about this earlier. This is where you can set up how much protection you want from irradiated rain. So rainwater collectors, we can tell it at what levels we want it to cover them. So we can say never cover them only when the radiation's high, only when the radiation's medium or higher, or only when it's low. So I guess, yeah, that would be, yeah, that makes sense. And then we can do the same thing with fields. Now fields, I always cover. So if we actually go look at my fields, you can see, it's kind of hard to tell because it's like a clear tarp over the top, but you can see they actually cover the fields with the tarp, which again, I don't know why, but that amuses me greatly. I think they do that with the orchards too. No, the orchards are not covered. But you see, here's another field I have full of cabbages that is covered. And the rain collectors currently not covered. And again, the reason I don't, and I'll change that just so you can see what it looks like, because it's low radiation right now. So now it's covered up so that it's not getting more of that radiated rain in it. The reason I don't care about that right now is because I have 2 of these water towers, which both are filtering water. So I'm okay with radiated water coming in because we need more water. And then we can filter it here. Typeface? Oh god, Tally would know that. She is a font nerd. The worst of the nerds. Let's get another water tower up, shall we? I think we shall. This is pretty close. I tend to want to have all my water fairly close to each other, because when you have things like the water stations, like the guys who go and get water and bring it to a more central location so that people don't have to walk a mile to go get water, it's nice so that you can just tell them to go in the one area. A font of fonts. I used to like Curious Worlds. Used to. Long time ago. Remember when they were cool? Probably a long time ago. Probably a long time ago. One other thing that I did not show you before is you can make these irrigation plants. These are pretty cool because they can keep your crops watered even if there's a drought, or if you're doing like I am and protecting them from any kind of radiated rain. However, if you're going to do that, you need to make sure you're checking the water sources because, again, in our case, we're allowing irradiated rain to be going into our water collectors, right? So we don't want radiated rain to be put into this, then put into our crops. Defeats the entire purpose, right? So, yeah. But yes, so I like that kind of, because you could do it the other way too, right? So if you said, well, I want to get these rain collectors more use so I can use them for this. So then you could say, okay, well, I want to cover these up if there's anything higher than like medium or anything higher than low radiation, but then I will allow fields to use that slightly radiated water. Because again, you can create those, what is it called? Decontamination posts, which will decontaminate food and whatnot. Which I will say that could be a potential issue with the game, is it seems a little bit too easy to deal with the radiation, at least so far, because just filtering the water through a tower with coal will remove all radiation from it. So then you don't have to worry about radiation in that water at all. And it can use that water to water your crops, to give to people in the village, whatever. And then even if it does get radiated, like radiated food, because, they didn't cover, like these guys, like these, you slaughter these pigs and you get radiated beef from it. It's like, well, you can just use the decontamination station to irradiate the food once it comes out, right? And then even further, if people do eat it and get radiated, well, the medicines can handle that. Like the medications, for the most part, seem to be able to deal with people's radiations, as long as it's not at like ridiculously high levels. So I think that might be an argument to be made, and a valid one too, that the radiation itself seems to be fairly, again, so far seems to be fairly easy to deal with. No, we're not doing that anymore. We're not shouting Curious Worlds out anymore. Curious Worlds is a banned term now. Add that to the black term list. Actually, I think I only have... What do I have in the blocked terms? The blacklists. I think it's just something like Team Triss or something. That's where your butt is. Your butt is in puns. Look at that. 9 different food types. Craziness. We have 4 research points. Upgraded Tailor Shop is also very good. It lets you put twice as many people to work in a tailor shop, and it makes them more efficient, which is incredibly useful. I will say the tech tree is fairly thin. There's not a ton, not as much as you would expect in the tech tree. And I think part of that reason, though, is because a lot of the buildings they just give you right away. These, by the way, like these kind of looking things with the marks, these are decrees. I'll show you that in a second. But that might disappoint some folks that it doesn't seem to be a lot to research. And I can kind of get that. That kind of makes sense. That there's not a ton of stuff to research. But if the option was this or getting more buildings without having to research, I would probably pick this. Where's the one? There's something I want. What does this electric water pump do? An electric water pump pumps water out of the ground without the use of manpower. It requires a connection to a functioning power grid. Oh, there's motivation. That's what I was wanting. Wind turbine. Upgraded warehouse offers a great deal of capacity and stores a variety of resources, except for water. Reduces costs from hemp. I've still never found hemp in this game, so. Scrap catcher. Scrap catcher catches small amounts of scrap that whirl around. This occurs particularly effectively during sandstorms. A scrap hero is needed to cart away the caught scrap and bring it somewhere. That's interesting. I haven't done any mining yet. Let's get iodine. You can make like iodine tablets. Damn it! Every time we talk about you, Curious World, you AFK. I was shit talking you left and right, like hardcore. And you're just over there like, hey, I'm in the kitchen having fucking, I don't know, protein powdered broccoli or whatever it is you probably do. Alright, so the scout team has arrived. It was a hospital. It says, hey chief, there's a ruin of a hospital out here. That is, you can give any credence to the eroding letters and the green cross above the entrance. One part of the building has already collapsed and probably been long since looted. But if I were you, I'd still send an expedition. I'm sure there'll still be something left to salvage. Well, you're not me. I'm the chief, but I will send people out. So, you can send random people out, but you don't want to do that. Depending on what the salvage entails, there will be certain skills that you need to get everything there. And then we'll tell you what they are. I'm a mixed feelings about that. On one hand, it just tells you, like, send these people and you'll get all the loot. It don't, and you won't get it all. So there's no guesswork to it. There's no logic to it. But it makes sense, right? Like, for example, you want somebody with the medic badge to go to the hospital. This makes sense. And I feel like that's something that we should be able to figure out, like, more on our own. Like, I'm going to a hospital, I should send a medic. Maybe the medic will help. But And I think these skills always get used, right? So it's not that the medic might be used, it definitely will, as far as I'm concerned. So that's the same with all of them: technician, scrap collector, etc. So I'm kind of not crazy about that. It's not a terrible thing, but it'd be cool if you could turn it off. Now, granted, I don't know if I would, because I'm kind of a puss, and I would be like, yeah, I want to get everything. But as long as it made sense. Also, what's up, Cy Ventus? I know broccoli's gross, even with, well, especially with protein powder on it. What's up, Cy? Thank you for the follow. It's much appreciated. How are you doing? Are you here to check out this game, which I presume? That, or you heard about my amazing reputation? One of those two, because everybody's always talking about Vertigo Tea Party over at twitch.tv/Vertigo Tea Party. That might have been it. I just happen to be playing this. Isn't that right, Cy? Is that what it is? You heard how great I was, and you're like, I got to check this out for myself. Well, prepare for disappointment. So this is where the badges come into play. They were way back, many hours ago, where I said that if you work at a job, if they work at a job long enough, they'll get a badge. This is where the badges come in. So we want somebody with a settler badge. You want somebody with tailoring, and it does sort them accordingly. Oh shit! Do we not have anybody with a medic badge? Oh, we do. There's way down here. Okay, cool. Where was it? Lana. Wait, no, that's a tailoring. No, that's a settler. Okay, some of them are very small. Shit, I don't think we do have a medic badge. Yeah, we don't have anybody with medic, which is a little weird. But we just won't get like everything, which is okay. I'll maybe live with that. So you also decide how many people to send. Good night, Manu. Thank you for coming out. Wait, did you say you were going to be there Saturday? Manu, I forget. Hey, what's up, Evo? Wait, Evo, you say goodbye to Manu, but not hi to me? What the? Good answer, Sai. Very good answer. You're going to fit in well here. Thank you very much. Also, again, if anybody has any questions about this game, feel free to ask. I'm not an expert at it. I'm probably up to 8 to 10-ish hours. The short version is, I like the game. If you like city builders, like Tropico, and like Trish said, Tropico and Banish are probably the two things I can most think to compare them to. And you like the whole post-apocalyptic aesthetic, then I definitely suggest this, especially right now, because it's like, what did we say, like $15 worth of something? Yes, but you work till 2? Okay, I gotcha. Now you're okay. No worries. No worry, Evil Genius. I was just giving you a hard time. By the way, Evil Genius, I don't know if you know, but Evil Genius 2 is coming out at the end of this month, which I will be streaming at least some of. Look, old people get hyped the old-fashioned way at bingo parties. That's how they heard about me. They were playing bingo, and they talked about Vertigo Tea Party. So anyway, just to get this expedition started, you can send how many people you want. Like, I've sent an expedition of 1 person. But the less people you send, the less carry capacity you have. So if it's a big building, like a hospital, you probably want to send as many as you can. And we're going to send everybody. We don't have a medic, but we'll just send other people instead. He's even working as herbalist now. I'm going to try to send settlers, though, because they're replaceable. I try to get different careers too, right? Because I don't want to send everybody who's working in one building and then it's like, oh shit. Because these guys do leave, so they're not doing, the job when they leave. You tell what kind of tools you want them to go with. I want them to go with full radiation suits, which they looks like they're good on. You can also determine how many how much rations you're going to go with them. Action points 10, that's a lot. And you'll see what action points are once we get the expedition out there. But that's a pretty damn good bit. Just to be safe, though, we'll make it 14. That's 84 rations, but we have 138 in stock. So no big deal. So go ahead and start that expedition. And they will be heading out there now. Yeah. Everybody here is a jerk, Evo. So if you're a butthole, you're going to fit in nice here. She tells, oh, that handsome, very smart, talented old man. I mean, young man. Sorry, young man. Vertigo Tea Party. If I was 50 years younger, I'd show him the definition of a flapper. I don't know. All right, so let's look at other stuff while they're off doing their thing. God damn, we have 40 children in this space. This is a scenario where... Oh, this is a great time to show you this. So there's this forum where you can pick up quests and issue decrees. So here's the decrees that I have. By default, you have birth control, banish children, banish the elderly, food rationing, and water rationing. Obviously, these two, if you're running low on food. Birth control is if you're kind of in a scenario that we're in, where I'm a little bit concerned we're going to have too many people. So we can ban banging for 3 seasons. Which isn't really that long. And now it does piss your people off a little bit. That they can't have sex. But it might be a good idea. Motivation. Settlers are encouraged to move faster than before. 25%. This increases their food and water consumption by 10. We also have search for survivors. Your settlers are paying attention to radio messages from other survivors who are willing to join up with your settlement under certain conditions. The effect of a lasting decree is ongoing. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's do motivation. You can do 2. We won't do birth control. A flapper. Some of you guys know what a flapper is. We're trying to be more effective in the near future, but watch out that you don't slave drive us too hard. Otherwise, we won't be able to get all that job done. Look, you have plenty of food and water. Shut up. Work harder, faster, and stronger, and fitter. I don't know what the last one was. So they're getting the resources together. Any wood, scrap, and metal. Adult metal, not baby metal. I wish I could figure out how to... Oh, wait, the production limit. That's how stupid. Where is my... My bus is actually upgraded to 3. One issue I will say with this game, and again, this is a fairly small issue because of a solution that I'll show you in a second, is when I'm trying to find a specific building, they're not quite distinct enough a lot of times to be able to find it quickly. Some of them are. Like the tailor shop looks fairly distinct with the green roofs. But a lot of buildings are kind of generic. Not generic, I don't want to say generic, because they have a cool look to them. But because of like the angle and whatnot, it can be a little difficult to distinguish what they look like. Which is why in a lot of city builders, different building types are often like exaggerated, so it's easy to tell what that building is. Like the big buildings, usually not a problem. The schools are easy to tell and whatnot. But other stuff, you know, can be a problem. And one reason you can get around that easily, though, because I feel like they knew that was a part of kind of an issue, is I can go, like, let's say I'm looking for recyclers. I can go to the build menu. Well, hold on, it's saving. The weak do have to go. I kind of want to banish old people, but old people still work. So I don't know. Wow, we have 40 kids. That's crazy. But yeah, we're looking for recyclers. When I go to the build menu, there's a number with arrows above it. I can click through this, and it will take me to each recycler. Additionally, if I'm clicking on a recycler, I can navigate through them this way. A lot of city builders have this, though I've noticed there's some that I've played recently don't. I think Anno doesn't do that, which is odd. And Anno 1800. And as the longtime viewers know, Anno 1800 is one of my favorite, if not my favorite city builder of all time. But it's missing that little thing, which is really nice. It's the little things that matter the most. Might lose some followers. What, because of Anno? Or because I mentioned my longtime followers, unlike you guys. Was that, which one was it? Or was it both? What are we missing? Needs metal. Metal. Oh shit. Speaking of, this is a refinery. Refineries produce everything. So cloth, metal, plastic, and the electronics. You can have, oh, these count as refiners. Okay. But you can set, you can pause. So like, let's say I've got too much, I don't, but if I had too much metal, I could pause this here. We have plenty of electronics, so that's fine at 20. Because yeah, they can just go down the list. I think. Because it just made cloth. So this can have 16 workers. We have 26 free settlers right now. Heck yeah. Just do it. Max it out. Pump that shit out. We're gonna go through all of our scrap though now. Oh, banish the elder. God damn it. Look, I'm not the oldest person in here. Tally's probably the oldest. She's way older than me. Even though to be fair, I'm pretty old. Like, look at these houses. Look, these guys are happy as pigs and shit in here. 118? These guys should be non-stop knocking the bottoms out of each other. Oh, he's on an expedition. How happy are you? Look at this. This person's like wallowing in pig shit. Oh, speaking of, that's one building I never made. Let's do that. I never made a pub. But yeah, I like this game a lot. Like, it's really good looking game. It's, like I said, it's not as challenging as I thought, at least by the normal settings. And I feel like, you know, with the other settings, it's just going to depend on how often, like, you get radiated rain, dust storms, which definitely can make a big difference. But it's very approachable. I don't know why, but I get the impression that the game was going to be not quite on, what do you call it? What's that one game? Frostpunk's level? Not that Frostpunk was like insanely difficult, but it was definitely tougher than your average city builder. But yeah, you can customize that with the generator. So, but yeah, I have quite enjoyed this game so far. All right, so let's build this. I think the pub. Going to put their priority there. Not that they're building anything else. Oh my God, 31 builders. I don't need 31 builders. Now let's check our tasks. See, this is where it starts getting like you can actually do more stuff because we have so many people. We can actually, you know, do stuff. You guys gather wood. You guys need some scrap. This is like an abandoned little town down there, which is cool. I think if people have issues with this, I think one of the big things, like I say, is going to be managing, like logistics management again. Like, because things have to be transported from one place to the other. So if I cut down trees over here, and over here I've got my coal burner, I have to get the wood from there to there, and which is not unusual in these games. But in this game, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. At least not yet. Like again, I might have to mess with it more. It just feels like again, coming from like Anno, where it's both easier and kind of harder to do in Anno, when you had to set up supply chains and blah blah blah. It feels more controlled in Anno though, right? And this, it feels like, well, you know, I don't really feel like I have as much as control. Like again, yes, I can make a storage house and say only store, you know, wood and fish in here. Not wooden fish, but wood and fish, ampersand fish. In this storage bin. But I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe. Like if somebody here needs that wood, they're going to probably look at the closest place they can get it, which is, in this case is going to be the marketplace. But I can't. I guess I can't set minimums. I can set maximums, but I can't like set priorities, right? So I can't say I want you to be able to hold 10 different things here, but I want wood to be the highest priority. I don't know. I'm not really explaining it well at all. But it just becomes an issue of getting resources for one. Like this, the research station being way the hell over here, you can see how far they're having to go, right? Which is, by the way, another great feature of this game. Yeah, some games are a kick in the family jewels. I never did beat Frostpunk. I kind of just stopped playing it. I think we only did one stream on it, right? 1 or 2 streams. I think it was a chrono game. And I enjoyed it. But I never beat it. I kind of wanted to. Anyway, one great feature of this game. When you highlight a building, you can see the paths of where the employees are. When it's gray, I think they're doing a non-work related task. Let me click this guy. Pause it. Yes, he's going to eat and drink. And because it's night, I think most people are going to be doing non-work related tasks. But this kind of thing is so important when a lot of the gameplay relies around efficient use of your workers, because your workers have to go to work to be productive. They have to eat and drink, and it means they have to go to get food and drink. They have to go home sometimes to make babies and to rest. That kind of thing. So when travel time is important, you need to see what your people are doing. So this might be a great example of how I could do this better, right? Like they're going way the shit up here to get food and drink. That's not good. What I should do in that case, in fact, I'll do it right now, and we'll do a test live. We'll do it live. By the way, how you guys doing? If you haven't followed yet, make sure you do. By the way, Evil Genius, did you Evo Genius, did you respond to me about the Evil Genius 2 game coming out later this month? It's awesome. Oh, hold on. We have a small distraction. So let's...
Wild. Such a huge building to help sick people. How many could be treated here at the same time? When I think back and remember the little medical ward in the Endzone with no more than 5 beds.
I also love that the portraits of the people reflect the protective gear that they're wearing. So if they don't have anything, they'll be wearing their normal clothes. If it's a scarf, they'll be wearing a scarf. If they have just the mask, they'll have the mask on. But if they have full rad suits, they'll be wearing full rad suits. It's pretty cool. Though it kind of sucks at the end game, everybody has rad suits, so they all look the same. But, okay. Evil Genius, if you're, well, one, you have to like it. You're contractually obligated to like it because of your name. But I won't get too much of a side tangent. But it's basically you play an evil mastermind, and you're creating an evil base with your henchmen, and you're training them up, and you're doing world domination stuff, and you're playing with world politics, and you're building your army to take over the world. Excuse me, that kind of thing. It's awesome. Anyway, so we're here. Damn it, sorry, hold on. So we're here. It shows the badges that we've met the requirements for. We're missing one. So let's look at the entrance. All it took was one strong kick to open the door of the entrance. We're standing in the lobby now. Looks pretty desolate here. The scout was probably right with his assumption that looting already occurred here after the catastrophe. At any rate, we can get to the upper floors from here via the stairwell, or farther inside the hospital via the main hallway. So here you've got multiple areas that you can check. We have the main hallway, the first floor, and the second floor. Now each area has different number of these. Sometimes there's 1, sometimes there's 2, so that can change. Here's our total action points. Doing actions uses up action points. It's very complicated. But And it tells you here what it's going to do. So let's check the main hallway first. This hallway leads further into the hospital. The odds might be very good that it hasn't all been looted yet. So let's continue. They can successfully completed the task. All set. We've headed further into the hospital. Though it seems kind of creepy here, footsteps produced a mighty echo along the hallway. We're at a junction. 2 more hallways lead away from here. There are signs on the wall: surgery, nuclear medicine, and administration. Which way should we go? So it looks like now we have more places to go, which I haven't seen this happen before. So we have surgery, nuclear medicine, and administration. Let's go to nuclear medicine first. Let's see. I've read about that. A nuclear medical ward diagnosis and therapy will perform with the help of radioactivity. Hard to believe that radioactivity can be something positive too, isn't it? Oh well, at any rate, as for our technician, she thinks there has to be high quality electrical equipment here. Let's go to continue. Nice. Never seen such complex gadgetry before. Taking it apart wasn't easy without damaging all the electronics, but with the help of our technician lady, hint hint, we got it down. So we got 44 electronics and 22 plastic. And that's checked off now because we finished that. So now let's look at administration. My guess is that we won't find anything other than cabinets full of files, but we'll take a closer look around. Of course, we could also use all this paper for our campfire. Let's continue. Oh well, we've hauled together a little bit of stuff, but as expected, nothing other than files, files, and more files. I'll take one with me. At least it'll make good tinder to ignite the campfire at the settlement. That one's done. Let's check surgery. These operating rooms must have been well equipped in the past. Even operations on open hearts were able to be performed here. With our limited means, all we can do is dream of that nowadays. An infected wound can readily turn into a lethal problem. Continue. So we got 22 medicine, and 22 iodine. I haven't even got the research yet for iodine tablets. Okay, we've combed through all the rooms and still found some antiseptics for wounds, bandages, and a few medications that hopefully still work. But the survivors apparently helped themselves to what was here after the catastrophe. Alright, so we got those 3 rooms, which is all of that done. Wait, can we go back? Oh yeah, we can go back to this. So now let's go to the first floor. According to the signs, 2 medical wards are located on this floor. Unfortunately, there's not much left of one of them because that's part of the building collapsed. All that's left is the other ward are basically beds and a few old computers. Most of what was here was apparently already been looted. But our scrap collector is certain. She says we can still reutilize all of it. Alright. Cool. We got 22 scrap, 11 metal, 11 plastic, and 11 electronics. So that's done. It's going to be a major haul to get all this back to the settlement, but at least it was worth it. Alright, second floor. Half of this floor is collapsed, Chief. All there is on the other side is a medical ward that's already been pretty much cleaned out. Hey, in the storeroom here, there's a whole shelf full of bed curtains made of plastic. Our tailor's already rubbing his hands with glee because it can be turned into first-rate protective clothing. Continue. Let's see, 22 cloth, which we need, 5 scrap, 5 metal, 5 plastic. We've picked up the curtains and took apart a few of the beds. What's more, we've hauled together other stuff that could be reused somehow, which means it's truly been cleaned up here now. Alright, so I think that's going to be everything. Yep, it says 100, progress 100%. We still had 8 action points left. So now we say loot and return. Now this is where you have to decide what you're going to take back and how much you can take back. Because again, how much you can take is dependent on how many people you brought. So I want to take definitely the max amount of cloth. And this is what we currently have. And you can see the percentage of capacity. Let's see. Iodine tablets. Medicine. Electronics, actually, we have a ton of, I think. Metal. We actually might just take all this. Oh, almost. 7 electronics left. Now, I don't know... Let's do this. I'm just going to drop off some expedition rations. Because as far as I can tell, the only thing that expedition rations do is give us more action points here. I think we could actually technically leave all the expedition rations, and they're not going to like starve to death on the way back. However, of course, the other good thing about expedition rations is when we go back, that's less rations we have to make for the next expedition, right? So we got everything. We're leaving 4 rations behind. Not a big deal. So let's loot and return. Time to head home. Yes, it is. And so they have to come back now, and you will get another message when they come back. So I will say with the expeditions, again, so far they've been pretty simplistic. There's not really been anything that's popped up like they get waylaid on the way there. Again, maybe that happens. I don't know. The way they word it, I think things can happen while they are there. So like if they're like, ooh, this hallway looks like it's going to, crumble at any minute, but you tell them go through it anyway, and maybe you don't have the right person with the right badge, then maybe somebody gets hurt or something like that. I don't know. That hasn't happened yet, but that's something to explore. But I like the idea of the expeditions. I do like that. And what's cool is just because you don't get everything from the expedition doesn't mean you can't go back later. So if I look here, oops, not that. Where's the there's a button for it too. Open expedition window. So even though the expedition's out, I can still send scouts out. So you can just keep sending scouts to check stuff. And there's one area, what was it? There's one area that we already completely cleared. Okay, so the green check. So if it's an icon, that means you know what it is, but you haven't like looted it yet. Green, I'm not sure what that means. Oh, green just means you sent an expedition before, but you didn't get everything. You either were lacking somebody with the right skills, or you just didn't have enough room, or whatever. Once it's a green check mark, that means you've gotten everything, and you can mark this to be scrap now. So you can send your scrappers out to just tear it all down and bring it. Which, you kind of like, well, why didn't they do that? Why can't they do that in the first place? I guess you could argue that, well, if they're just going through and bashing everything, they might miss like the medicine and all the other stuff. So anyway, that's roughly how the expedition works, which is a cool feature. I like it. Actually, I made a kitchen before. Where is it? I didn't get to really see it. So a kitchen is something you have to research, and what does it say? Does it tell us? Here it goes. Kitchen employs cooks. Cooks produce rich food from food to be able to build a kitchen, blah, blah, blah. So I think this just makes them happier. Hearty meals. Hearty meals can be produced from conventional food in kitchen. Settlers need less of a variety of sources of a food for a healthy diet when they additionally eat a hearty meal. So I guess that makes it so you don't need the variety as much, it sounds like. But honestly, I will say every now and then I'm seeing stuff like that. Like, okay, a kitchen means you don't have to have such a variety of foods coming in. However, by the time you can make a kitchen, it feels like that's not really important anymore. Like pretty early on, you can get a good variety of foods for people. So the fact that I had to make a research station, and then on top of that, it's like a 3 research token research thing, and then spend the resources on it, and then build it, and then have somebody work in the kitchen. I don't know how useful it is. Like maybe when your town gets bigger and bigger, it could start to be harder and harder to keep up with all the different dietary needs. So at that point, you could start focusing on mass food that's easy to mass produce, like fish, and things like that. I don't know any other examples. And then just send it all to the cook, and then the cook just does their thing. Oh, there's the pub. So let's, we have 29 settlers, good lord. I'll have 2 people work there. We can either make hard liquor, which requires, I don't know what that is. Is that berries? Sorry, I don't even know what that is. Joint, which takes marijuana, of course. And then beer takes water and wheat. You always make hard... Do I always make hard liquor? I think that's berries. I think that's supposed to be berries. And I think we have a berry maker. Or berry gatherer, rather. It looks like it was. It disappeared right as I did it. But it does look like that's where they produce it. So let's actually... We have plenty of settlers. Let's get 4 gatherers going. That way they can use the berries to make the hard liquor. And hard liquor makes people work more efficiently, as you all know. Alright, so we'll let this run. I gotta pee again. Sorry, I've been drinking a lot. Not hard liquor. Cherry Coke. I'll be right back. Don't forget to follow if you haven't. Vertigo Tea Party, twitch.tv. Also, a great time to mention again my disclaimer. I did get a free copy of the game from developers in order to show it off to you guys tonight. What's the red diamond in the center bottom? Oh, this shows the bottom icon shows what the alert is about, what the bad thing happening be, and then the top number is like how many people it affects. So this means that I don't have enough houses. And there's 5 people who are homeless. I don't want more people banging. So I'm going to make a settlement. Or a shelter, rather. A shelter houses people, but they cannot reproduce because there's no privacy. Because even in a post-apocalyptic world where everybody's fighting for survival, if you can't get privacy, then they'll do the hanky-panky. I like putting all these people right next to the graveyard. I'm sure they love that. I've also unlocked stone roads, which people walk faster on. So the expedition got back. The resources that they got are here. We got corn seeds at 1. So I said it before, I was going to do a little experiment. Hold on, sorry. I want to make sure these guys are getting a scrap. Because I do not want to run out of scrap. Because we're getting kind of low. I might need to destroy and remove this one, honestly. I'll just make them go. Damn. That's a ton. Look at that. 2,000. I've never seen that much. But this is a gas station ruin. That's why it's got a green question mark. By the way, if anybody else has questions, feel free to ask. That's part of the reason that I have these streams, these let's try type streams. The entire purpose is to show off games that are just come out, particularly indie games, so that I can show them off and you guys can decide if you want to pick it up or not. And part of that, again, is you guys being able to ask questions. Now, again, I'm not an expert of the game. I've got about 8 to 10 hours in it. But like if you want me to check a setting somewhere for like, oh, can you, I don't know, what happens if you do this, or what buildings are available under the food tree or whatever. Like, feel free to ask. Like, that's what we're here for. There are no stupid questions, just stupid people who ask stupid questions. But seriously, if you have a question, feel free to ask. Just like Evo Genius did. Also, I'm curious. Those of you who are here, we got a big crowd tonight. We got 30 folks here. I'm curious, if you want to answer, obviously you don't have to. You're a grown-ass adult. Do whatever you want. But I'm curious how you guys found the channel. Were you just looking for somebody streaming this game? Were you wanting to see what it's about? I'm curious. Where did y'all come from? Where did you go? Another brilliant, again, anybody who's watched long knows I am all about subtle things, small things that make big differences. Quality of life I live for. And of course, I'm not going to have a great example of it right now. Actually, here's one. So I'm in road building mode right now to make paved roads. These squares, ignore the little green, like candy cane looking lines. That is entry and exit points for the building. But these flat squares, the flat yellow squares, that indicates a paved road. I'm sorry, it indicates a dirt road. That way, and the reason that's important is because, and this 4 square is a paved road. That way I can quickly see which roads need paved roads, right? So all of this, I've already got paved roads, which is the upgraded dirt roads, obviously. But this isn't. I don't really need to, but just to prove a point, I can draw it out there. And the yellow circle means that I have a road plan there, but not built. So little stuff like that, I love. I absolutely love small details like that. Always finding hidden gems. Oh, yeah. Okay, Wizzo, makes sense. I definitely think it's worth the sale price. Like, to me, without question, absolutely worth the sale price. I would say unquestionably. Even the full price, which is like, what would we say, like 24 bucks? I like this game a lot so far. Like, I could see myself playing this even once I'm done streaming it. Like I said, and to be fair, it does scratch 2 of my itches. I like the post-apocalypse thing, and I like city builders. So obviously, I'm going to be drawn to a game more like this. So I guess I'll say that if you just like the city builder part and the post-apocalyptic part, you're kind of like, I could give or take. I'm trying to think, is it different enough from a standard city builder to matter? I would say probably. The big differences are really the radiation. You have to deal with radiation, which normally in normal city builders you obviously don't need to deal with. Everything else you still is kind of the same. So you still have to deal with people's health. So you still need, medical stuff. You still got to deal with their happiness. So you want to either put visual, like positive stuff around their houses, and you want to have like kitchens and pubs, things like that. Hey, Evo Genius, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Glad to have you here, and I definitely want to see you here when we do Evil Genius on the 30th, I think, as it comes out, or Evil Genius 2 when it comes out. So I guess if you were to abstract it out and just take all the post-apocalyptic part out of it, I guess one could argue that it's not that much difference than a normal city builder, like say something like Banished. The big parts would be having to deal with radiation, which so far haven't been that big of a deal. You can do things like hunting animals, and you can tame them to kind of grow them your own farm, which, it's just kind of one step above what other games would do in that case. Like, you would just build a cattle farm and the cows would just be there. So it's not that big of a deal. The expeditions, I think, are pretty distinct in their own right. Dealing with raiders, which we haven't had to do. I'm going to guess there's probably no raiders at all in the tutorial, which is one reason I haven't had to deal with it. But you're still, you know, your standard, like, oh, you need food and water. Excuse me, you need your basic resources, which in this case are wood and scrap. Damn, sorry. Things like that. What's up, Gage? How's it going? So again, I guess having to have the radioactive protection gear is another element that there's not really an equivalent of. I guess in something like Banished, the equivalent would be making sure your people have warm clothes. So there's a lot of parallels I guess one could make between this and other games like it. But the post-apocalyptic feel and some of the other elements all combine, to me, to make it worth the asking price. Now, if this was like a $60 game, I would say it would be maybe harder to justify. But at like 20 to 25 bucks, I like this. Like, again, especially if you like post-apocalypse and city builders, this is a no-brainer. As far as I'm concerned, no-brainer if you like both genres. Wow. Not drunk. How was your St. Patrick's? You said you were going out with your family, right? But yeah, again, any questions, definitely feel free to ask. 43 kids, damn. But see, how many are in the school, though? That's the wrong school. See, that's bugging me a bit. Well, I guess some of the kids might be too young. Maybe that's the problem. Old and infertile. That's gonna be me soon. The child in a full radiation suit. People complain now that their precious little Timmy has to wear a face mask. Imagine precious little Timmy in full yellow banana hazmat suits. So it doesn't say their age. It just says child. They can be educated in a school as long as they are children to make them grow up as long as they are children. I'm going to try putting more teachers in there. I'm going to destroy this class because this one's worthless. I don't even know why I kept this. No, I have 2 teachers. Let me try. I'll try putting more teachers in there if that helps. Because in these types of games where you need people have working jobs or producing like food and tools and resources, you want them to be as efficient at their job as possible. That means getting them any kind of education they need to make them work as fast as they can. That means minimizing the amount of time that they spend not working, which means going to get resources, going to get food and water, going to get home. All of that stuff is important. Which, I mean, that's the part of the game that, for me at least, that's a big part of what I enjoy about it. Oh, well, I did go over my head. Hungover all day at work. God damn. I've never been hungover in my life because I've never been drunk in my life. But I can't imagine being hungover at work is any fun. Oh, we were going to do this experiment earlier. So I want these guys who work at the research center, because there's 5 of them, to go at the least amount of range as possible. So I'm going to put a food station and a water point here, where they can pick up food and water respectively. Oh, I see it. I was having a hard time seeing that. Jesus, 21 builders? Oh, I can also... I always forget this one. I can also do one for gather our resources. Wood we're doing okay on. I need scrap. I've got a ton of scrap from around our house. Just go loot the hell out of this place. Did nothing anyway. I mean, that works out. Because I mean, not quite the same, but I've worked with a migraine, and that shit sucked. I hated it. Let's also build some houses over here. We've actually unlocked the sturdy house. Is this a forester? Yeah. I mean, this is not the best place for a forester, I realize. All right. Jesus, we could fill these up. Food station. We completely lost contact. If there's someone really out there, then we'll stay alert no matter what. Oh, I had some mission that I wasn't looking at. My bad. Apparently, this is another element I haven't really messed with yet. I mean, where is our van? Oh, here it is. This is what the level 3 upgraded van looks like, by the way. And sorry, dog is snoring like crazy and it's cracking me up. So once this gets powered, it can actually get radio signals from other settlers. I haven't really messed with that yet. So I'm not quite sure how that works. I also don't understand how the decontamination kits work either. I guess the radio signal is probably like an automatic thing. Are these batteries full? No, they're not. Looks like we need another solar collector. Actually gonna build one of those. Wow, it doesn't have a hit on beauty, which is interesting. Combat? I don't know. I have been threatened by raiders, but I gave in to their demands because I honestly didn't even know that raiders were in the game. So I had like literally no defenses whatsoever. So I knew that would go horribly wrong. So I don't know how that works at all, Dr. Shrink, unfortunately. You can get it for $12 off of, you mean Green Man Gaming, Wizzo? If so, like, that's even more ridiculously a good deal. Alright, are these here? Yes. Water point, okay. Alright, so we do have a lot of people stopping by for food, which, I mean, makes sense. I'm going to tell them not to get water from rainwater collectors. We also need to set the field of work to be all 3 of those. You've not done any post-apocalyptic games? Sorry, it saved when I was doing that, so I didn't save it. Food station. I want you to get food from the cook, mostly. Or from the kitchen, rather. What kind of food do you have? I can do all types of food, uncooked or processed food. I probably just want processed, but for now we'll leave that as it is. A fire occurred at one of our charcoal kilns while burning wood. The building was severely damaged and some of the workforce was injured. Uh-oh. Well, luckily, we have a hospital somewhere. It's a large building. So I feel like we're at the part of the game where we're kind of steamrolling at this point. Now, obviously, that also can get you into trouble when you feel that way. But we have tons of resources. I wish I actually need to fix that. Hold on 1 second. I want to have... allow more cloth, more metal, definitely more wooden scrap. Because you can blow through those real quick. And I want them to keep working, because once your scrap is maxed, your scrap collectors stop working. Same with lumberjacks and shit. So you want them working constantly, if at all possible. As long as you have the space for it. I forgot what I was even saying. Damn it. Oh, I was going to say, I feel like we're kind of to the point where we have tons of settlers, free settlers, to do all the jobs we need them to do. We've got tons of resources coming in. People are happy. And at this point, we're just kind of playing with, like, being more efficient. Can't collect food. How much? Let's take a look at the kitchen. They have plenty of hearty meals. So I think they just didn't bring enough back quickly enough. Looks like they're good now. See, I might even just change this to processed food. That way they're only getting hearty meals over here so that they have to eat less. But let's click on... Uh-oh, sandstorm. Uh-oh, somebody's in poor health. Where are you at? You need to go... to the hospital. Where the hell is the hospital? I know it's a big building. Are you actually making liquor? Yes, you are making liquor. Nice. This is apocalypse that you could survive. This is apocalypse that's not too bad to be born into, right? You got plenty of different food and irradiated water. You got liquor. You got sweet, breathing scrap dragons. Where the hell is the hospital? Yeah, see, for defense, I've got Watchtower, Ammunition Factory, Siren Tower, and Barricade. Which, again, this is the tutorial map that I've kind of continued playing on. That gave you the option to keep playing once it was done. So, maybe it's a bit easier, I don't know. Here's it, medical facility. Where are you at? There you are. Oh, you're right next to the freaking cooks, Jesus. This way you can lay in bed sick while you smell the delicious gruel being made next door. Let's do some more, scouting and whatnot. I haven't been doing that. I want to find more seeds. I want to find hemp seeds, because I still haven't found any. Probably not going to find any at the train station. I kind of want to figure out what's at the burger joint, though. Let's find a greenhouse. Because I know I've seen greenhouses. Ooh. That does look interesting. Let's send them on this. I don't know. It's not a greenhouse, but we'll send them. Send the scouts. But yeah, I quite like this. I normally don't do scenarios in games like this. Uh-oh. Is that a dead guy? Yep. Carla. Dead. Died of old age. Oh. Fuck them for this. Hold up. Wait, hold on. This is the herder badge. Herd the deers. Herd the deers. Herder. Herder. A little bit too soon, game. A little bit too soon. The creepy ass graveyard. Only one mortician working there. You got 10 morticians. That's insane. Oh wow, there's a lot of bodies. Holy shit. Let's get some more morticians. Let's clean those bodies up. People seem to tend to get really upset when Aunt Tilly lays dead in the street for a week. Damn, look how many bodies. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Okay, so the range is, well, actually, it's... Dear God. Look at all these corpses. Remember when I said maybe we don't need that many morticians? We need 10. We need 10 morticians. But yeah, sorry, Dr. Shrink, I don't know the answer to that one. Oh, I haven't done one of these quests either. Hold up. New medicine. Our doctors are experimenting with a new type of medicine. I'm supposed to ask you on their behalf. Thank you, Wizzo, very much for the subscription. Much appreciated. Glad that I could enlighten you a little bit on this game. A great game, though. Sorry, are you going to pick it up? I'm curious if you are going to pick it up. Because I love when people pick up games because I showed them off. And it's very satisfying, especially when it's an indie game, right? Because it's usually smaller dev teams and everything. So it's nice to unite people with games that they will like. Let's see what this quest is real quick. Our doctors are experimenting with a new type of medicine. I'm supposed to ask you on their behalf if we can provide them with more material. It doesn't really tell you what the quest is before you accept it, which is kind of a bummer, but we need 308 medicine produced. Holy shit, that shouldn't be too big of a deal, but damn, that's a lot. Oh, Endzone. I think I came across the entrance to another Endzone. The elders mentioned there were other Endzones nearby, but apparently we lost contact with them long ago when communication systems broke down after the incident. The main gate still seems to be sealed shut, so if you want to send in expeditions, make sure they bring the right tools and folks who know all about the technical stuff. Oh. I'm guessing Endzone is just like a vault? Heck yeah. I definitely want to see what this is. They all should have metal tools. That's no problem. I always send with metal tools. San Hannah. Again, basically once everything is set, I try to send regular settlers. And I try to send everybody so we have plenty of room. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what we're going to find. Like what kind of... Like, are we going to find more settlers there? Are we going to find like some pre-nuke stuff? How many? We have 119 expedition rations. I mean, 12, having 12 action points seem to be plenty. All right. For the cost you can't lose. I agree. I think the cost is really good, especially right now. Yeah, I think you're right, probably, Dr. Shrink. I'm guessing there's no raiders in the tutorial map. So keep that in mind too. Another thing is, with this being the tutorial map, because they want it to be easier, because it's the tutorial map, whenever you do a step in the tutorial, you get a good amount of resources. Like they're like, oh, your people need houses. Build 8 houses. So you build 8 houses, and they give you like a bunch of food and scraps and stuff. Which when you're playing the normal game, you don't get that. But the reason I'm playing this map is because once the tutorial was over, I kind of just kept playing it because, frankly, I was enjoying it so much. So, and this was more advanced. And I don't know if you guys were here earlier, but we started with a brand new map so I could show you kind of how the game starts off. But then I wanted to show you like, okay, this is what it looks like when when you've got more stuff set up, like your weather station and all that stuff. But anyway, so I want to watch these guys who are working here at the research station. We have 5 knowledge built up. So this guy, hold up. See, this is the part of these types of games that I really like to dig into. Like, yeah, I've got my stuff set up, but let's make it more efficient. Like, so for example, we got this guy. Where the hell is this dude going? Why is he going so far away? Let's click on him. Ryan. He visits a building. So you're going to the market. So he's happy with everything. I don't know why he's necessarily visiting that building. Now I do know that when people visit the market, they get a boost of confidence. Maybe that's why he's going. I mean, he's already pretty damn happy, right? So he's not going there for food or water specifically. He's just kind of going there. Okay, that's fair enough, I guess. Let's check with this other person, Adam. He's visiting his home. So he's going, let's see, look how far this dude's going. All the way from there to there. Now I have paved roads, so it's not that bad, but it's still a pretty far jaunt. So we want more houses over here. And possibly even a marketplace, because there is a lot of people over here. And let's see, I did put some houses over here, right? Shit, come on. Jesus, how many babies? Oh, there's 2 families. I'm gonna say, like, look how many babies are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kids between 2 couples. God damn, y'all need to relax. But we have a gatherer, explorer, gatherer, logician. No researchers though. That's kind of weird. Let's do this. We've got a few houses over here. We'll also get the paved roads. So whatever they do it faster. And we'll go from there. Oh, you can just upgrade roads. Shit, I haven't been doing that. I haven't made a trading post yet either. Traders arrive at the trading post at regular intervals. Let's try to build a trading post. Oh god, it's huge. Things that she said. Put you over here. We probably need more power over there as well. We have the power thing up here. No shit, there's nothing connected to it. Brilliant. Good job. I thought that was connected. I'm a genius. And none of these actually use electricity. The upgraded settlements do, though. Which we'll do that in a second. Kids are a result of no cable. I mean, pretty much. I mean, think about it. You live back then, and it's like, well, I can either, like, play kick the can down the road, I could learn to whittle, or we could fuck. And I think the answer was, at least in that household, was pretty goddamn obvious. Which route they went. I'll probably have another solar collector down here too, by the way. Yeah, I wish the power cords went a bit further. It's not a big deal, but would just be nice. Oops. Oh. You can put the power lines in the roads, though, which is interesting. I don't know if that messes up their pathing or not. I haven't looked. What are these buildings? Oh, charcoal kilns. Good night, Velix. Thank you for coming by. See you tomorrow for more Hades. Maybe. Yeah, more kids are the result of boredom. All right. But yeah, if anybody has questions, any other questions like Dr. Shrink, I'd be glad to ask for your questions and then completely fail you by not knowing the answer. If you're here to have your questions...
This looks almost exactly like the Endzone we left behind to start anew. Can you still remember the tingling of sunlight on your face when we first opened that airlock and stepped outside? For a moment there, everything seemed so bright and promising. Anyway, a thought just crossed my mind. Maybe there are other survivors down there, people like us. Let's hurry up and get that main gate open so we can find out.
So yeah, end zones are definitely vaults. But they didn't want to call it vaults because, well, obviously. All right, hell yeah. I'm actually genuinely curious to see what this is. Well, I'd say we have two options. We could try to open the airlock just enough so that we can squeeze through, or we could try fiddling around with the panel box that controls the airlock. Let's give the main gate a shot. We probably won't be able to open it all the way. So that's the main gate option or the panel box. Probably our best option, I agree. And we have a technician, so let's try that. Ha! We need more than these technician guys, Teeth. After fiddling around with the box for a while, there was a bang. Apparently, we short-circuited the thing. The main door opened up just enough so we might have to squeeze through. Ah, shit. Well, we had to climb down the elevator shaft. Looks like the elevator is broken, though that's probably not the only thing that's not working down there. Lights are flickering, dirt everywhere, and stale air. What a letdown. Can't imagine anyone still lives here. Apart from that, it looks similar to our end zone with a different floor layout. The hydroponic station should be on this level. Second level ought to be a living area and medical ward. Third sub-level, machinery and storage. Looks like all the other floors caved in. Damn it. So, hydroponics. Judging by the stench, it must be in bad shape. Let's take a look. Our gatherer tells us we shouldn't give up hope. The stench doesn't mean it's a lost cause. Yeah, let's try hydroponics first. Oh my god. Oh, there were 6 settlers here. Oh, and we got a knowledge. Oh my god, it smells awful in here. The water in the tanks is slimy and filled with algae, and the few plants that are left are rotting away. No wonder, since only a few of the grow lights are still working, and the water pumps seem dead. On closer inspection, one of our experts noticed that these algae might be edible, and there are some mushrooms growing on a pile of compost. Oh no, that's not 6 settlers. That's some explorers received the following achievement gatherer badge. Damn it. There are some mushrooms growing on a pile of compost. Almost like someone was still tending to this place. Living on shrooms and green jelly. Can you imagine? They were so high they didn't know that the green jelly they were eating was super nasty. Not sure if we really want to find out what awaits us in the second sublevel, but let's see. Oh, you do. I think there are footprints on the stairs going down, Chief. Though it's hard to tell in this dim light. It might be from when people were still living here. The door down to the 3rd sublevel seemed locked. We could also check out the medical ward or head down the corridor of the living area. Let's go with the living quarters first. We found some settlers, but unfortunately they only speak in mumbles, like with Charlie Brown. So we got 5 settlers, 12 mushrooms, and some expedition rations. You won't believe this, Chief. We found survivors. Their diet was based on mushrooms and algae, but their supplies are running low. Listen for yourself. I got the leader on the radio. Female voice. Hello. Can you hear me? My name is Charlotte. What a relief your people found us. Everything went south when our system started shutting down a couple months ago. The ventilation, electricity, our hydroponics, culture system. We got ready to leave the end zone, but the main gate wouldn't budge, and we didn't have any able-bodied technicians left. Sobbing. It didn't take long before people were starving and gave up hope altogether. You guys are true saviors, the real thing. I am the real thing. All right, living quarters has been searched. Let's go check the medical ward. Hopefully there are some medical supplies left. Our doc even identified some old compounds and liquids that we thought were garbage. Nice. I just had the strangest deja vu. I felt that I've been in this exact same place before. Probably because it's so similar to our end zone. Guess they already used up most of their supplies, but we scraped together some remnants and cloth. Cool, so 8 medicine, 8 cloth, and 8 iodine. Nice. Oh, we researched iodine mining, but we never did use it. 3rd sub-level. Let's check what's left on this floor. There should be some heavy machinery around. Good thing we have these handy tools. Bold. Oh my god. Retching sound. A blast of disgustingly foul layer hit us as we broke the door down. As we went down further, it became harder and harder to breathe. We held our breath and went on, only to find decaying corpses in the machine room. They stored their dead down there. What a tragedy. So we got 6 people with Explorer badge, but some of the explorers of the expedition received a negative effect on their confidence of 50%. Now, I guess dead bodies will do that. Alright, so we got everything explored, I think. Okay, cool. Let's get our loot. Nice. Easy. Different loot is different, takes up different weights and inventory capacity too, just FYI. So like scrap metal will take up more than like medicine. So we got everything. So loot and return. Cool. So wait, why is that still green though? Oh, maybe because they haven't come back yet. But you can actually scrap this for 500. There's another interesting location. All right, Gage, thank you for coming by. Even if it were just a little bit. Appreciate, glad to have you. I know your schedule makes it a pain. You should just blast my... That would be a good way to get these people straight. Have their TVs blast twitch.tv/Vertigo Tea Party for all the inmates. I think that would be a great way to reform them. You should consider it. Throw it by the warden. Alright, so we can still scout. I want to scout out. I want to get some seeds, damn it. Oh, a church. Factory of some kind. That looks like another end zone. We had found several oh, there's another greenhouse. Just send them out. Also, if you do like the look of this game, another game that I would also suggest, if you haven't played it already, is called Frostpunk. Frostpunk, all one word. It's a harder city builder though, so be warned. But it's pretty damn good. All right, so damn it, I didn't turn that on. We have 11,000 water, which is pretty good. Population is, including the kids, is around 240. I think so. If my math is right. All right. So man, we still don't have. Good. There's 4 of the researchers all live in that one building. All right, cool. All researchers live here now. They have food. They have plenty of hearty meals. I'm going to actually change this to processed food only, so they have the best food. So they don't need to eat as much. They have plenty of water here at the water point. It's not radiated, as it shouldn't be. So the next thing I want to do, to make this area even more self-contained... Holy shit. Wait, what are you guys doing? You're doing your... Oh, they might be going to work. So yeah, I think he's going to work. There's one other person. They were at the Cooks? Oh no, they're at the pub. Which makes sense. Speaking of, I don't think I can grow wheat. Where's one of my fields? No, I don't have it yet. I need to get wheat so I can make beer as well. Yeah, the more I play this, the more I'm into it. Because I was kind of like, okay, well, we've gotten most of the buildings. I think we've seen almost all there is to see, but definitely not. Oh, so we have the iodine mining now. Mining tunnel construction. As a result of this technology, our miners are able to force deeper tunnels into the surrounding mountains. That will make it possible for us to be able to place our mines closer to each other without their working again. Well, we haven't got a single mine yet, so let's not worry. Not jump ahead of ourselves. How are we on tools? Tools and radiation stuff we are very, very good on. So yeah, here's the defense stuff that you can start getting. Improved radio mast. Using the improved radio mast at our trading post, we can contact traders in a targeted manner. So notice to choose the next trader who lands at our settlement. We haven't even done that yet, so we'll wait on that. We can do coal mining, fish feed. So technology enables our fishermen to lure in more fish. As a result, fishing huts can be parked close to each other without... Okay, that's not a big deal. Stew. Stew can be produced from conventional food in a kitchen. Settlers who eat stew improve their health. I mean, we don't really have any health issues. Cake improves confidence. It costs food and water. Let's get the upgraded shelter first. Expanded shelter that can house a large number of settlers but is not suitable for starting a family. This building can be connected to a power grid to boost the confidence. Yes, yes, yes. I want to get people happy. Come on, get happy. Actually, a marketplace by a resource station, probably a good idea. Just because the marketplace tends to have like wood and stuff, and that's what these research stations need. But I will put that over here because that's one less things these guys have to go a million miles to go get. Damn it. Can't quite get where I want. That's fine. That's fine. And again, I realize that there's a forester's lodge, but they have plenty of trees to go through. Look at that. Planting trees in the parking lot. It's like, dude, come on, chill out. I can't see you planting trees everywhere. It's like, look, that's my damn job. I have to do it. All right, did we get this body situation? Dear God. What's the deal? Oh shit. We need more graves. More graves. We'll get you taken care of. Let's get paved roads. How are we on electricity? Still don't have an energy surplus. I do not like that at all. I don't know if there's a way... I want to see my power. You guessing? I guess I can't see electricity because I don't know how much electricity we're really using. Obviously, it's more than what we're producing. The day might have just started. It's starting to build up. We'll watch it. I think I want to have a lot of extra power. Because I like to keep buildings powered up because it makes them more efficient. And efficient buildings make me very, very happy. Good Lord. 43 settlers. Alright. You know what? At this point... Because like I said, this is kind of where it cascades, right? Like I have so many extra people, I can throw them on everything. So that means we're producing more stuff, which means we're getting more people with badges. We're getting more just ridiculous amount of food, more stuff made, which meets all of our needs, which makes people happier, which makes them more efficient, which makes me able to build stuff more, etc. Oh, the trader has the right to the trading post. Oh, right, I forgot I made one. Oh, holy shit, this is cool. Check that shit out. Let me pause. Also, this quest hasn't been getting done for some reason. Remind me to check that in a second. Sorry, I'm very scatterbrained. I apologize. Display what the trader has to offer.
The old bones, hey? Hey, don't stare like that. Or do you like what you see? But old T-Berry even got much better things in store. I know how to make customers happy. Take your time, look around. I'm sure we'll do business with each other.
Gross. This is just marijuana. I don't think it's the seeds. I don't think we're even using the mushrooms for anything right now. I mean, wood, we can make a ton of... We're making a ton of wood. I don't want to give her all of it, though. Actually, damn. Only 112 for that? Okay, just give me all of it. Give me all that pot. There you go. Wait, what? I mean, what? I don't really quite know what that did. Sure.
Old T-Berry knew all along we speak the same language. That would truly be a good trade. T-Berry would even throw in a kiss. For free. No. Oh well, doesn't matter.
You smell like mothballs in Cuba. Interesting. We do want to get this power for some reason. I wonder if you get different... Oh yeah, you can get different traders too. Like I said, I haven't messed with this element at all. So yeah, this is neat. I'm digging this. I don't think that quite reached, did it? I don't think it did. Fine. I thought that said flying boobs, and I was like, hey, sign me up. Oh, scrapyard. Okay, we need to move this because it's not getting any scrap. There you go. Gather all resources. You need to get moved as well. And then go further and further out. That's going to be the interesting thing too, right? To see if it becomes worthwhile to have like a second base, right? Like a second settlement out a little bit further, because you're going to start running out of easy to get stuff, or easy to get resources. Remnants of an old greenhouse. People used to grow fruit and vegetables. There are quite a few of them around. Looks like some of our ancestors cared about Mother Nature after all. You can send some explorers to take a closer look. Yes, let's do that. I'm actually not going to send that many this time. You are a medic. I'm not going to send you. You're a builder. We have plenty of builders. I'm only going to send... 3 people. That should be plenty, most likely. You can also see, too, when you send less people, it only takes less food to get more action points as well. Which kind of makes sense. And even though it didn't say we need to take this, send this, but... Alright, Evil Genius, thank you for coming out. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for the follow. Hopefully, it was both entertaining and enlightening as regard to this game. But yeah, like I said, the more I play this, the more I'm actually into it. So yeah, 3 people, that should be good enough. Oh, not cancel. Alright. So are we researching yet? You need just a little bit more scrap. That's fine. I want this to be built next. We have tons of charcoal. Yeah, the next thing that I would want to really mess with, which I don't know if we're going to get a chance to tonight, I want to start messing with building warehouses to store goods. Like close by to certain areas. Ooh. Did you just send off a bunch of people to heaven? I think you did. Alright, so you need your field of work changed. Because apparently we have serious dead people issues. Holy shit. I had no idea. How many? I have 46. Yeah, go ahead. Go full-on mortician. You gotta get this body situation. We're getting happier and happier, though. Newborn settlers will live longer. Nice. Edicts. I want to do motivation again. That's fine. Why are we not producing medicine that much? We're going to miss this goal. I meant to check this earlier. Oh, I wonder if it's because we have... Fuck, is it because we have too much already and it's not making more? Yep, it is. Shit. So now we should start making it, but it's probably going to be too late. See, that kind of mission can be a little annoying because now I have to remember to go back and change this in. Or change that out. Well, shit, maybe we will do it. We're pumping it out. It's going to be close.
We're here, Chief. There's not much to look at. Shattered glass here and there, rubble, and an old metal frame. Was that Scout pulling our leg? Sending us here all because of this junk heap? Then let's get to work.
I like when it's voiced. You know what? It'd be cool if, like I'd like to get something with indie game devs, because I know voice acting, it gets pretty damn expensive to get it done. But it'd be cool if, like, for stuff like this, I would totally be down with doing some voices for characters. Now, obviously, I have no voice acting skills or talent, but for something like a random NPC that's like, you know, hey boss, we're here at the greenhouse. We looked around and we're not finding squat. I think those scouts were full of shit. We'll do our job, but god damn it, we better not risk our lives for hunks of metal and broken glass. You know what I mean? Like, I'd have no problem doing that for, like, and saying, like, you know what, give us early access to the game, maybe a few game keys to give away or something. I would be totally down with that. I think that's like a pretty good idea. Now, I think that the only problem I could see with that is pissing off the voice actor union, because they're like, oh, you're not paying us, you're ripping off voice actors, blah blah blah. But for like little stuff like this, just having that little bit of dialogue, at least for me, I don't know if you guys agree or not, I don't know, if you agree or disagree, let me know. But just having that little bit of extra dialogue of like, oh, we're here and the scouts are full of shit, blah blah blah, that like is more immersive for me. Stop arguing and take a look at that. Let's see, all sort of smashed up pots, plants, and buckets. This thing seems to have a ventilation system too, which is now rusty and falling apart. So, how should I put it? Scrap. We'll try to take along some of this stuff, but don't want to see that it's all for nothing. At least we have a genuine craftsman with us. All right, let's take a look at the accessories. All right, not anything remarkable, but still managed to get some scrap and metal out of this place. Damn, a lot of 51 scrap, 51 metal. That's not bad. Ventilation system. It deals with some sort of dilapidated ventilation system. Looks like some parts of it could still be put to good use. At least we have a genuine craftsman with us. No way! While taking the ventilation system apart, we noticed that thing had a false bottom. And guess what was inside, Chief? Vacuum sealed and just waiting for us to find. A plastic container full of hemp that someone must have stashed here. Let's consider this a gift from the past and get ready for laid-back evening in the pub. Hate to say it, but good thing that scout let us here. We'll see, it was all worth it in the end. Loot everything. We're going to have to drop off some rations, which is fine by me. Honestly, we probably have more metal than we need, but... Yeah, we're fine. As long as we get all the hemp. Speaking of, out of curiosity... Damn, yeah, we didn't get seeds from the trader. Well, that's a bummer. Seeds seem to be pretty rare, like a pretty tough thing to find. Which I guess makes sense. This don't really look like... Oh yeah, that one I explored earlier. This says 3 survivors help. Yeah, scout this place. Like I say, I feel like they want you to send the expeditions early because the scrap and the metal and stuff is nice, but it's not super useful at this stage of the game. Like, yeah, more is great, but we're getting so much of it already anyway, it's not really a huge deal. How are we looking? Oh, nice, we did get that. Our doctor's experiment appears to be promising, although, in their opinion, they can still put materials to good use to make sure everything runs smoothly. When we prowl through the forest and keep an eye out for more healing herbs, we might possibly find something that can help us. Oh, so there's a second edition. We get a knowledge, black, whose was that? And medicine. Herbs produced. We have scavengers doing that, right? Let's change this back, by the way. We don't need 800 medicine. Actually, you might as well make it like 500 because it doesn't take much room. Herbs produced. That would be you. Oh, they're not because they reached their production limit. Well, keep going. I wish it wasn't produced. I wish it was just how many you had. And even if it used up those herbs, that would be fine. It's kind of weird. House ruin. There's an old apartment house standing around out here. Looks pretty much like the other houses too, but a message was written on white paint with roof. Or white paint on the roof. 3 survivors, help! The paint is already old and faded, but it might be worth taking a look at the house. The expedition just got back, so yeah, let's go Get them. We need a settler. You'll do. Mortician. Take a mortician. We'll take 2 more. Yeah, with random settlers, it's fine to just take them. I feel like 10 is like the absolute most we've ever really used, and especially for just a house, it's not going to use that many action points. In fact, I'll drop it to 8. Oh, we can also go ahead and scout. I keep forgetting to do that. Just because you send the expedition doesn't mean you can't send the scouts back out. So I'm going to do that. Ooh, yeah. It looks like a military. Find some sweet-ass guns. I don't think you can do that in this game. Alright. How are we on research over here? Looks like we finished researching whatever that thing was. Oh, I still haven't done... Let's see. Next, iodine mining. Upgraded shelters. Alright, let's go upgrade some shelters, and then we'll look at the mining. Okay, it's so nice to be able to just go through and do that. Alright. Those are upgrading. There will be more of a drain on our power, but that's okay. We can always just make more solar collectors. Alright. Now the mines. I don't have any idea how that works. A mine extracts the resources iodine, coal, or sulfur. The mining of some resources must be researched beforehand. The mine must be built on a mountain side. Like this? Uh-oh. Darude, no! I've told you a million times, son. I think that's just a giant rock, not necessarily a mountain. I'm not sure. You'll probably check the manual here in a second, if I'm not... Because I'm checking the right-hand side, right? Like, that's the part that's going to dig into the mountain, right? So that's where you would think we're going into this. I'll check that in a second. Let's check... Oh, it's saying no power grid. I wonder if that's why. Or no, it always says that. Okay, I don't think it has to have power. Does it? I don't think it does. Let's check the manual real quick. Here's Raiders. Oh, God. There. The miner employs miners. Placing many mines next to each other reduces productivity. So yeah, it shows it going into the rock. So it looks like I have the right idea. Maybe it does have to have power? Oh wait, hold on. Maybe if I just do this. Oh, okay. So it just stays red, I guess? That's kind of weird. But okay. Let's get it electricity. Damn you, saving. You can change the autosave timer, by the way. Alright. Get roads. See how that works. I mean, I don't know what the difference between the iodine tablets is. Iodine tablets can be consumed by settlers to free their bodies from radiation. So it's not really that useful for us, because we don't really have that much iodine problems.
We're there.
Oh, shit, we had this.
The message can't be seen at all from down here. Why would they have written it on the roof back then? Maybe they actually thought they'd be rescued.
Helicopters?
Whatever, we'll take a look around inside.
We have the main entrance, and actually that's the only option, okay? Ready to roll. We can get the front door or back door a try. We got tools with us. Up until now, we've gotten in everywhere with them. The door is locked, but there's no problem. The cobra will just have to open it in a jiffy. Looks fairly sturdy for a wooden door, but with our axes, we'll open it on the first try. I don't know why some of these, because I've noticed this before. Like this one has a full diamond. This one has like a quarter diamond. I don't know if that means it's harder. See, this has a full continue. And this is kind of... Let's try it. I'm curious what happens when we try this. So we took care of that. The door's open. Easy as pie with an axe. We ought to be able to get into every floor from the stairwell. The dust is an inch thick on the stairs here. No one else has been seen for ages. Or been here for ages. First floor makes the most sense. All the apartments on this floor seem to have been cleared out. The inhabitants probably packed up their belongings and abandoned their apartment to find a place to survive. We'll take a look around. Maybe we'll still find something useful. We have a genuine Marco Polo with us. Oh well, better than nothing. A few pieces of old cloth, old clothing and old cloth. Empty cans of food, some scrap. One second, there's still something in here. A box full of books. An expert discovered them under a pile of junk. Looks like teaching materials, like the old out-of-print exercise books we had the Endzone. We can put them to good use for our school. Nice, we got a knowledge out of that. Second floor. It's all good as cleared out here, Chief, but we did discover a small safe in one apartment. We might be able to get it open with tools. Phew, that was no piece of cake, but thanks to the right amount of force along with a hammer and chisel, we were able to chisel out the lock. Wait a second. The only thing in here is a damn note. Listen to this, Chief. Public access or public address private key and some sequence of numbers and letters. What the blaze is that supposed to be? Huh. Nice. Well, not useful for us now. Third floor. It looks like the inhabitants set up a little cache of supplies up here to survive. There's canned food, mattresses, blankets, medicine. The food's probably not at all edible anymore, but we'll give the supplies the once over. We were just in the process of compiling the last useful things when we came upon something odd, Chief. One of the bedrooms is scribbled from top to bottom with phrases like "There's no hope in the north" or "Rescue's on its way." There's an impression shaped like a human body on a mattress on the floor. Not a pretty sight. The remains have probably decayed into dust, but at least that explains what happened to one of the survivors. The others find refuge in the north? What is this, beans? It is beans. What the? Cloth, medicine, iodine, and 4 settlers got all sad. All right, let's loot everything we can, which is everything, and let's go. I wonder what those beans are for. I mean, I'm assuming you could plant them, but what will grow? Beanstalks, perhaps? We need to change the radius. That should work. So now let's check these guys. I don't know why they were going over there. I'm seeing them lined up out here. All in their hazmat suits. You don't have to wear them all the time, boys. I mean, I understand being safe, being careful. It's like we have a colony of walking banana men. You're lacking processed food. Are you though? You got hearty meals. Should be all you need. We probably could use a pub down here. Speaking of, we did get some pot. So we can make some of that. Until we run out. Obviously. I don't know how much we have right now. How do I see that? There was somewhere to see like all of the stuff that you have completely. I'm not sure where it is. Also, how are we only at 30 of 40 for herbs produced? Alright, so that's being worked on. The iodine mine. Ooh. Upgraded shelter, looking good. 24 happiness on that. I could make that even better. You know what? Let's go nuts. You got lots of scrap. Why not? You're gonna have the most confidence in the shittiest little hovels ever. Why can't I be? Oh, because there's flowers there, derp. Look how regal this shit is. There's gonna be some badass slums that you guys live in. Here, sure, 20 builders. Why not? We got 63 settlers. Did you guys get this corpse situation? Okay. There's definitely far less corpses lying in the middle of the settlement, which is good. There's one dead guy over here y'all gonna want to deal with. Oh, wow. So I know that eventually the graves do become usable again, because otherwise you would just have to keep building graves. But I wonder if having more people working empties them faster. We could probably get rid of one of these cemeteries now, by the way. That dog. You're still here? Oh, wait a minute. Do I have to... Oh, they have to transport the goods over there. Okay. Are they still not... How are you still not done that? Well, let's change the pub back, because we definitely don't have the pot to do that. What's taking them so long? Who takes this over here? Oh, whoever works at the trading post. So okay. Well, we have plenty of freaking people. But I don't want... I hate these consider logicians. Because that means I need to go to these. And drop these down. They really don't need more than 2 at these. Nor at these food stations. I mean, again, it doesn't matter because we have so many people, so I'm not going to fart with it. There. Oh, shit. She wanted beer. I thought... Oh, fuck. I don't know if I have any... I had to have beer because it wouldn't have let me trade it with her, right? Surely not. Where's the van? Or town center? It's not a bus anymore, it's a town center. Now, see, that's just the resources in this. There's got to be a way to see all my resources. Oh, wait, here, I think that's it. Hold on. Nope. Well, here we go. Yeah, this is more detailed than what I was looking at. I don't know. Oh, we get in miners now. We have no beer. So why did it let us... See, I want to edit it. I mean, I guess we'll just cancel it. Yeah, we'll just cancel it because I can't edit it. Maybe I had beer at that exact moment. But I have to be careful of that. I was thinking the hard liquor, not the beer. I still don't know why this is taking so long with the herb gathering shit. Oh, because there's no goddamn herbs around here. That's why. Here, go up there. We have so many herbs, it doesn't really matter. I feel like there's definitely some resources you just get like a ton of. Like the herbs, like the healing herbs. Like you just end up with a ton of those. All right, research. What's diligence? All settlers increase the durability of their tools and clothing, but move slower. No, thank you. Pipe system. Well shafts are built more accurately using this technology. Result, wells and electric well pumps can be placed closer to each other without them working against each other. Knowledge transfer. All uneducated adults are educated. This decree consumes 2 knowledge accumulated at the research station. Ooh, that actually could be pretty handy. I mean, not that useful at this point, but let's try this improved radio mast. I want to see what the other traders are. Again, if you guys have any questions, definitely feel free to ask. I did get a free copy of this game, full disclosure, from the developers to show it off. Regardless of that, it doesn't change my feelings on the game. And my feelings on the game is that it is great. And that if you like city builders, especially if you like city builders and you like post-apocalyptic stuff, without question, give this game a look, especially at the price. If full price is like $25, but if you pick it up right now, depending where you get it, Now they checked Green Man Gaming. Somebody was saying, I think Green Man even had it even cheaper, which is crazy. Also, if you would, if you're interested, if you like what you see, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, make sure to follow if you haven't. Normally I stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I wanted to stream today special because this game was coming out of early access and I wanted to show it off because it's two of my things, city building and post-apocalypse. Endzone. Yes, wow. I'll go ahead and post a link too. You can buy it on Green Man Gaming right now for $16. How much is it on Steam? Oh, it's the same price. It's pretty much the same price. Okay, I thought it was a little cheaper. It's the same price on both. Even if you buy it on Green Man Gaming, you get a Steam key. So for some reason, like if you have a point system or a reward system for Green Man or a coupon, you could save money on it, I guess. But wait, whatever happened to... Oh, it was a military base. I don't think I ever got that notification. It's there, Chief. The only thing that could deal with... Wait, what? I'm there, Chief. The only thing this could deal with is an abandoned military base. Fences all around, barracks, watchtowers, and rusty tanks. It might have even been a halfway decent base for us. At any rate, there ought to be a fair share to salvage. Don't forget to equip the expedition with tools and experts. Looks like we're going to need a lot for this one. Metal tools, obviously. Always you're going to have the metal tools. What else do we need? Scrap collector. No problem. We will definitely be sending a full group here. And again, I want to send mostly just settlers, so we're not pulling people off of their jobs. I don't want them to have as much carry weight as possible. Military base. Well, let's go a little extra with 14 action points. Again, I've never even the vault. I'm sorry, the end zone, not the vault. Even that took us like 12. Actually, we had 12. We had left over. So, yeah, hell yeah. I want to see what we find at that military base. I'm excited to see what we get. Hopefully, something sexy. The scouts. That doesn't even look like that interesting, which in itself makes it kind of interesting. That's just going to be a bunch of scrap, I bet. Actually, let's go ahead and send them to this. There's something about that looks, well, interesting to me. But yeah, if you guys have questions about it, again, not an expert, but I have played a decent amount of time. Let's get our power rocking out. Where are we at on this research? We are waiting on electronics. We have 45 and some wood, which is fine. We're doing good on all of our resources. We got 9,000 water. We're 4,000 food. We have 8 rich food, which we were at 9, so that's a little bit of a hit. But we're at the next to highest contentedness. Oh, how are they still not built? I have plenty of scrap. I don't know what's taking them so long. So we're getting that iodine. It's not getting powered. Why not? Oh, because those aren't connecting. See what I mean? Like sometimes that kind of stuff happens where I'm like, it looks connected, but it's not. So just a little bit longer on the power poles would be nice. Not a huge deal, but it just makes setting up your power is kind of a pain in the butt a little bit. You end up just putting like power poles all over the place. We're definitely going to need more power though, if we want to keep power up day and night, and I do. All right. Finally, they're building these up. 56? Jeez. I think that's a little bit too abusable, honestly. Being able to just spam these things or any of the beautyment things is a little bit too much. I think it should be like after one, you can keep building them, but you get diminishing returns. Like let's say this one adds 8 happiness, but then the second one in the same radius adds 6, and then the next one adds 3, and the next one adds 1, and then the next ones are 0. Something like that would make it a little bit more in line, a little bit more realistic, I guess. But these people should be pretty happy, other than they live in a shithole. Yeah, this guy's like fucking hell yeah, and then they're old, and you know old people are hard to please. Okay. Motivation. Paying attention to radio messages. I mean, we're doing really good on population. I don't really see that as being necessary. I will say, like, some mechanics do seem fairly simplified. Again, like the beautification stuff, it's like just spam the same thing over and over, and like they're absolutely thrilled. Like 104 happiness for these is pretty nuts. 118 down here at some of these houses. I mean, these are upgraded houses, to be fair, but it's a little bit too easy to do that, I think. Possibly. Like I said, it just depends what you want, right? Like, not every game has to be like, you know, meticulous planning and all that stuff. I'm still having fun with it, and you know, hey, speaking of, I'll try to mix it up a little bit. How about that? I'll try to make it more interesting. Get some hedges back here. Oh shit, nope. Can't place that. There we go. Let's do 2 rows of flower beds. I got a plan here. I'm not just putting them randomly, though it probably looks that way. Saving. And we'll put it'd be cool if you could mod it and put your own like flags in here. And then this in the middle. See? I mean, we won't be really able to see it because the houses are in the way. We got the bushes in the front, little flowers behind it, which is kind of being hid by the bushes, which in hindsight, maybe that wasn't the greatest design. Then you get the banners and then the dragon thing. All right, so the research is done. What did I research? I don't remember. Because it was... Oh, the radio mast. Tell me something about yourself I don't know. I mean, well, that could be almost anything. Because you don't know me that well. But... Also, what's the 0500? Also, how did you make your text green? What kind of magic bullshit is that? Wait, was that a channel point redemption? Wait, what? I don't think I have that. But no, I don't. Unless... Oh, okay, you were confusing the shit out of me. Curious. Oh, okay. I'm a little slow. Hold up. So are you deducting those 500 points? Let me pick an upgrade. Let's pick an upgrade, and then we'll try to think of something interesting that most people probably don't know, which is, and I'm sure it'll be super, super interesting. It probably won't be. Let's get knowledge transfer. Something interesting most people don't know. Or you don't know, which again could technically literally be anything. Me, oh, so you make it like an emote or a, what did they call those back in the IRC days? Are you that old, Curious? Are you an oldie like Tally, and I guess to a lesser extent me? That you actually used like IRC, like Merc, and if you're really cool, you use Verk though. Oh, it's a different guy.
Yeehaw! What a hell of a ride! Me?
Catch a
I'm
ride!
Rusty Rolf, the one and only, far and wide. What's that? Never heard of me? Well, Rusty Rolf, trader with a passion. But I'm yakking too much again. Come on, I'll show you my goods.
Whoa, hey! Didn't you get kicked out of the last settlement because you were showing people your goods? I guess we could use some hard liquor. I think we have plenty though. Sorry, brah. We don't need any of your garbage. Actually, no, not that. Can always use more scrap. Like 2 people working the coal mines right now. So this is something we actually have. Okay. I was really confused. All right. That makes sense, I guess. This also gives me a reason to make a coal mine. Use this with 34 coal. I'd rather not. I mean, as much amusing as that would be, make our coal miners shit their pants a little bit. Man, he charges a lot for scrap, doesn't he? Holy shit. But sure, why not?
Amazing! I knew what a great person you were as soon as I laid eyes on you. Yep, I said to myself, Rolf, that's gonna be a heck of a customer. No, forget that. You're the best customer. Believe Trusty Rusty. I already see my golden future await me. I mean, our future. Heck yeah!
I wonder if trading with them multiple times, like if that builds a faction with them or anything. I probably not, but something interesting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My ass smells like a hookah bar. Trust me. Try it out. If you'd like. We can arrange this. Why do you keep saying you don't have enough processed food? Well, I guess you have 512 processed meals. What are you talking about, game? Oh, I guess it's this guy's out? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. As long as it's supplying plenty, I'm not worried about it. Thank you. That was a good quote. Gosh. I'm really not that interesting. I got drug around by a horse once. I guess that's vaguely interesting. I was probably 12, 13, something like that. That is true. You didn't say it had to be interesting, to be fair. But my dad lives in Wyoming, and we were putting up a camp in the mountains because he used to do this thing where these rich people would come out. He'd go and set up camp. He'd go down and grab them back, or grab them, and then we go up. They'd camp for like a week. And keep in mind, this is like real camping, not this bullshit of drive your car, your camper, plug in the power, and like watch your iPad and get on the internet, and then go down to the restroom. This was like ride for several hours on horseback to get to the campsite. No power, no electricity, no bathroom other than the loving arms of Mother Nature kind of shit. So anyway, so when you put the horses up, right, like you don't take feed for the horses, right? Because that's just more shit you have to carry, because you got to carry tents, you got to carry food, you got to carry, fishing stuff, all that shit. So, and horse feed tends to be very heavy. So what you do is you put like a little thing around their hoof, their ankle, I guess, staple it into the ground, and they just eat the grass that grows in that circle. Well, my dad wanted me to go move one of the horses. Now, keeping in mind, like, I'm just visiting. I don't live out there. I don't do the horse thing, right? I'm not familiar with how this shit works. So I'm like, okay, I'll just pull the horse up and walk it to the next spot and put it back down and do my thing. Well, I pick up the part that's stuck in the ground and the other part's on the horse's leg, and I'm like trying to... Yeah, I'm not a horse thing doer. No, do I look like Catherine the Great to you? So I'm like trying to lead the horse to this next area, and the horse is like, hey, this idiot doesn't have me like tied down in any way. Like, see you, fucking you idiot loser. So it starts to run, and I've still got the rope in my hands, and I don't want it to get away. So it starts running, and I'm holding onto the rope and getting dragged. And at one point, like, I did like a 360, not in the air, but like roll, you know what I mean? And that like made me let go, and the horse like it just takes off running into the fucking mountains, the forest. So I'm like, and keep it in mind, I'm like 12 or 13. This is traumatic. So like I go up to my dad and say, yo, I think I was like crying, and I was like, oh God, I tried to move the horse and the horse ran off. And my dad is like, what the fuck were you doing? Like, blah, blah, blah. So he's like, well, I gotta go catch it now. So my dad's got a temper, by the way. It's probably his side of the family is probably where I get my temper from. So he runs off, and I just feel like total shit, because I'm like, the horse ran off into the fucking mountains, right? Like, how the fuck are we gonna try to capture this thing? Well, luckily, horses tend to be extremely social animals. They usually really, really, really don't like to be alone. So, luckily, it didn't run that far, because it didn't want to run away from the rest of the horses. So he was able to get it. And my dad is quick to anger. He's mellowed out some in his old age. But he was also like quick to be like, ah shit, like I maybe went off a little bit too much. So he gets the horse back, and like he just starts like laughing about it and like, what the hell were you thinking? Like, because he, like I said, he composed himself. He probably thought, this kid has grown up in Georgia his whole life. He's 12 fucking years old. He doesn't know how any of this shit works. Like, you completely flew off the handle. So like he was just kind of laughing about it and being like, oh no, like, because Because what I was supposed to do was I was supposed to have gotten the bridle, put the bridle on the horse, and then use that to get, leverage, because it's on the face's horse, so you can, or the horse's face, the horse's face, so you can, more easily, hold him down, and if he tries to get rowdy, you've got a little bit of extra leverage. But with the thing on the foot, like, you don't have any leverage there, like, so especially, 12-year-old Vertigo Tea Party. So he just, like, took off running because it was like, oh, I've got this pebble attached to my foot. So he was like, yeah, no, you're not supposed to do it that way. I'm like, how the hell was I supposed to know? Like, I've never done this shit. I didn't say it that way because I actually didn't swear much until I was out of high school. It started until I started working in the workforce. But anyway, oh, it's a bar. I've arrived at the coordinates, Chief. The building looks fairly unremarkable from outside. Seems there was once a bar in the ground floor. Someone wrote a call for help on the outer wall. Oh, I just never noticed that. But I can't see anyone. Could be pretty old by now. It's best if you see an expiration. Okay, let's do that. Oh, there's already a expedition out, I think. Oh, yeah, they are. They're going to military base. Where'd I grow up? Northwest Georgia. So, like, 40-ish, 50 miles, something like that, outside of Atlanta. So, definitely not in the city. But also not around horses. Yeah, Dad's a horse. And again, I don't really get the impression like he was, mean. Well, he was kind of mean. Him and my grandfather used to tell me shit when I was real young. Be like, oh, there's no Christmas this year. We shot Rudolph. That hamburger you had today, that was Rudolph meat, actually. Or there was no Easter because we shot the Easter bunny. Typical dad and granddad stuff. Excuse me, I was born in 78. Thank you very much. That was the 80s and 90s. Actually, the horse thing would have happened in the early 90s, probably. Actually, no, that might have been 80s, I think. Probably late 80s, early 90s. One of those two. Not that old. Smart ass. Knowledge transfer, we can do that now. Let's do cake. Let them eat radioactive Pip-Boy cake. Oh, the power situation. I said I was going to try to get that under control. Let's see if my power shit worked over here. Yeah, I don't remember the 70s. I was only alive for 1.5 years of it. Thank you very much. I am old, but not quite that old. Damn it. See, I wish, and it would also help with the power ran between houses. But again, not a huge deal. It's just one of those things. I'm sure once I do it more, I'll just get used to it. How happy are these people now? Not bad. 40s to 50s. I will say it's kind of, I feel like sometimes this system is arbitrary. Like, why is this one 46, but these two are 56? I mean, the only difference is this one's close to an orchard, but you wouldn't think that would really piss them off. It's the power lines? I don't know. J-Dazzle? What the fuck is a J-Dazzle? You doxing me? How'd you know my real last name? Have you still not got the cold of this dude? Oh, power situation. I kind of just want to put rows of power collectors out here. In fact, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Bam, bitch. come and come pay respects to the dead, and then come tan yourself out by these solar panels. Bzzzt. So many morticians. Which, at least the bodies, the people who die should be scooped up around the time they hit the ground. Like, somebody dies and, like, their body's falling to the ground, and mortician's like, oh, got him. Don't worry. We're on the case, sir. Not on my watch. Finally, they closed that damn trade deal. Holy shit. I love the blimp. That's awesome. I want my own blimp. Sweet. Where's the bus? So how can I target specific traders? I would think it would be here. Because we unlocked that one thing with the radio. Oh, you know what? Maybe we have to actually build it? That would make kind of sense. It's not an option. I do not know. Let me go back and look at that again. Well, how about you? You tell me something interesting about you. That's so great. Using this approved radio mast at our trading post. You can contact trader. So it is trading post. Oh, I wonder if it's a prompt. Like when it'll come up at some point and be like, oh, there's... Oh, here we go. Susan Melfi. More like Susan Milfy. Traders dock at trading post with the blah, blah, blah. In the process, each trader trades only in certain valuable merchandise. For instance, animal seeds or knowledge. Seeds, please. Looking ganja grandma there. Lizzie Rasmus. Alright, she's into the drugs. Damn it. And of course, none of them do seeds. You sons of bitches. If I want a hookah or fucking patchouli or what's that stuff called? Patchouli? Fuck, I don't know. The things that potheads smell like. This dude's basic as balls. This trade, okay, so they do have reputations. So I wonder if they open up as you trade more with them. Let's trade with that guy. He seems kind of interesting. I like his hat. Patchouli, yeah. You also grew up in Georgia? Oh yeah, where at? What's your address and stuff? What's your personal oh, for fuck's sake. Personal identifiable information. Look, it's 12:30. Get off my back. And I have not slept great this weekend, so can shut the hell up. I had dogs freaking out. Research in the area of resources. Upgraded workshop. Okay. See, stuff like that is good to get the quests, like if you're gonna do research anyway, or if you're kind of like we're like, I don't even know what to get. It's like, hey, sure, I'll do that. and get an extra reward for it. More happiness? Sure, why not? I do speak the super goodest English. You could speak the good English or you get your ass the fuck dude out, duty pants. Come on, we have oh, we're actually low on electronics. Dear God, imagine that. Don't need to produce more. What the hell? We've had so many electronics this whole game. I was like, couldn't even believe it. That's what I'm saying. You got to keep watching these bars because you will drop when you're not looking. Oh, I bet we need them for a research thing. They should be able to pump these out, though. Eastern border? Okay. I only know where I live. And even that's basic. Just barely. I mean, I've lived in a few places in Georgia, but usually generally the northwest-ish. Never like in Atlanta, because, oof, God. Oh, see, now we're running low on water. Well, running low, we got 8,600. There. We got settlers out the ass. Yeah, I know within like 10 miles of my house. That's all I know. It's good enough for me. Let's see if we just spam water collectors. What's our population at? 250 plus like 310-ish? 318? Like I said, the big part is getting the people. Once you get the people, you can put them in the jobs to produce what you need. So the food, the water,
we've
everything.
arrived at the base. When you take a look around here, what comes to mind is one of the sayings from that old thick tome. How did it go? The preacher from the Endzone always read it out loud to the children. Right. Turn swords into plowshares. With that in mind, where should we start, Chief?
West side. Let's start with the east side, because that's the cool side. East side. My guess is that there's no good pickings here, Chief. Besides the remnants from a few tents, a landing platform and a watchtower, an old hangar is about the most interesting of what's left. Maybe someone with some experience and scouting can spot even more. Damn. The watchtower. I can't imagine that we'll find anything up there, but the view from up top is worth it for sure. This is clearly a case for our veteran, Chief. Obviously, there's always a single item on a guy in a watchtower whose body's half hung over the side with his pants down, and somebody with a message that says "try finger butthole." It's an amazing view from up here, Chief. You can even spot our expedition station in the distance. And what's more, we found something here. Someone hid a small box between two floorboards, probably one of the soldiers who were stationed here. Our veteran naturally recognized it right away. And guess what's inside that tiny box? Phrasing? A few joints wrapped up nice and tidy in airtight foil. Would they still be any good? Apparently they were good because you guys are super happy now. Yeah, I can't imagine what made you guys so happy. It could be the joints? I don't know. Also, does anybody call them joints anymore? I'm not really into the drug thing. I like get high on life and video games and success and being handsome. Those are basically my heroin, my narcotics, my nose candy, my good times, my Dr. Feelgood. But I feel like I don't really hear it called joints anymore. But then again, I don't hang around with people who do drugs a lot, so Curious World does, though. Because she knows exactly immediately when she's like, oh, yeah, call them joints all the time. That's why I'm so sad. I do get that a lot. Not the sad part, but people tell me to smile all the time. I look at my pictures and they're like, do you ever smile? I'm like, if I have to. Maybe for like interviews and stuff. Or this is a helipad. This must be a landing platform for those helicopters. I saw them once in a video from the era way back when. Hard to imagine simply climbing aboard a thing like that and then soaring across the skies. On the other hand, sadly, there are no good picking here, Chief. All that's left over here are a few crates we could but we can pry them open. Of course, that shouldn't pose any problem using our crowbar. Hint, hint, yes. And yes, they do berate you if you don't come with the right tools or the right people. And they do make sure to bolt it. Rude, you just said that I look sad. You just said that I look sad all the time. Is that not rude? Is that not rude to say, wow, you look like a depression manifest? Which is pretty much what you said. No problem. Primarily, it seems to be some kind of springs, bolts, and stuff like that. Maybe they used to be used to repair those helicopters. We got some metal tools and metal. Hanger. Damn near kilter. The door was able to be pried open with no further ado, Chief. There are shelves full of metal parts and half-dismantled helicopter in here. It's a safe bet it won't fly anymore, but what we could do is to strip it down even further. Yeah, hell yeah. Good thing we packed tools to take with us. You could take tools to strip it down. I like where this is going. It was more complicated than imagined, but in return, we were even able to remove a few electronic components without damaging them. That would have gone nowhere without suitable tools. Wink, wink, bold text. Hopefully, they still work. So scrap, metal, electronics, and some badges. We don't need no stinkers badges. Actually, I do want the badges. Tents. These tents are all long since rotten and rusted with nothing left to salvage anymore. Except for burping up cherry coke. Except for two of them. There are a few crates and cabinets still standing in those other two tents. The cabinets with small bottles and pillboxes inside. The tents were probably once used as a sick bay. Our doc thinks some of the stuff might be useful. Nah, I don't care. Yes, get it. Doc realized right away that some of the medication can't ever really expire. This ought to improve our supplies of medicine and bandages a bit, Chief. It's really not easy to get your hands on that stuff. We have tons of this shit stockpiled at home. What are you talking about? I could go swim in ibuprofen right now. And without it, even a small injury can quickly turn into a problem. Alright, so that's all of those. Oh, so each side has its own percentage. Oh shit, we might have missed something on that one. Oh, that's fine. Take a look around. There are two barracks here that we can search. Who knows, maybe there are still loads of equipment left behind inside them. Other than that, a few vehicle wrecks and containers are still standing around. With the tools we packed, it shouldn't be any problem to strip down the wrecks and open the containers. Good night, Juggernaut Pants. Thank you for the gifted sub and everything else. Start streaming again, you goddamn monster. Particularly that one game that I like with the shooty guns. Barracks. The door stood wide open, Chief. Inside it, looks as if everyone took off heads over heels. I've been here before. I don't want to do it no more. Just want to be what I want to be. I'm not a trendy asshole. Do what I want. Do what I feel like. Somebody gets that. I might have butchered the lyrics, and I definitely butchered the tone. The cots are lying every which way. The lockers are open, and clothing and other stuff are scattered all over the floor. After the catastrophe, it's likely that everything plunged into absolute chaos here in no time at all. But maybe we'll still find a few useful things. Luckily, we have someone along who knows a thing or two about recycling scrap. At least then we'll know what's worth taking. It's all wrapped up, Chief. Thanks to our expert, we probably rounded up everything that's still recyclable somehow. Besides finding some cloth remnants that are still in good shape, we took the old cots apart too. We could put that metal to good use. A book was hidden in one of the beds. Listen to the title. Deserting Made Easy, with illustrations and tips from experts. So we got cloth, scrap, metal, and explorer badges. Oh, wait, what? Oh, there we go. Container. According to the symbol on the container, there might be protective gear inside. Maybe meant for the soldiers after the catastrophe happened? The container is sealed, but with our tools, we'll be able to open it for sure. There you go, the container's open. See, it's always pays off to set off an expedition well prepared. They really like to hit home that you would not have done this without the tools. There are crates inside, but apparently all of them already open and empty. No, wait a second. Here's a crate that's still sealed, and there's masks and radiation suits inside. Perfect. Cool. Rex. No, not to be confused with the Mass Effect guy. No good pickings here, Chief, but we'll take a look at those rust buckets. At least we can take along some usable parts. With the right tools, stripping down turns into child's play. This is going to places I don't like. That's wild. Even an old tank is standing around here. Hard to imagine that these things were built for the sole purpose of shooting down other human beings. We really have other things to worry about, don't we, Chief? In any case, we took everything out of the vehicles that were still usable and wasn't completely rusted out. Alright, so now we probably want to carry all of this. And we still only used, like what, 14? So we used like max 7 action points. Obviously, take all the joints. That's the most important thing. Bullets. I'll take some bullets. Boulets. Electronics, we actually need those. We just ran out. Scrap. Iodine tablets, I think we have a bunch. Metal tools don't use that much. It's going to be the metal. Holy shit, like half of it was metal. I mean, again, we have plenty of radiation suits, but fuck it. I'll take them anyway. Cloth. We'll take some of the... I mean, the iodine type tablets don't take up much room. Carbon mask, definitely not. The rest, I want the scrap. And keep in mind, again, I'm pretty damn sure you can actually come back to this and grab the rest. Pretty sure. If you would like to do so. I do like that, at least so far, most of the time, it's fairly obvious when you should take more people. Like a big military base, tons of stuff to loot. Random house or random small apartment, you don't need to take a million people with you. And I also like that not everything is the same. Like looting 100 tablets of medicine versus looting 100 scrap metal isn't the same weight. So I think that's pretty cool. Cool in the game. So speaking of, we're getting metal. I do think that when you're at that screen, when you're at that loot screen, sorry, this fucking cold sore is driving me nuts. I think when you're at that loot screen, this should show so I can see how much stuff that I have, so I can kind of decide. Because otherwise, before you do the expedition, you should, do a quick eyeball, which, you generally should have a fairly good idea of what you're lacking anyway. A good base runner does. But, we don't always know what the shit's going on, and a lot of times we're just stumbling around trying to do shit. Speaking of medicine, we don't have that many iodine tablets, which again, not really necessary. We're at 0 radiation right now. Where's the medic? Oh, we can choose. Yeah, make the tablets. I will say that I know I shouldn't touch it. I shouldn't touch it. That's what she said. But Trust me, you know how it is. You get that, you want to pick at it. But anyway, oh, see here you can pick cake herb. I do wish, and I get that part of the reason they do this is so that you make different buildings, and a lot of times you don't want to make both. So like with the tool building, for example, you don't usually want to make scrap tools and metal tools. You just want to make the better one. And I think the same goes here, though I'm not 100% sure. Hold on, I want to check something. I think iodine tablets and medicine are for different things. Right? So medicine will help cure disease, because you can get disease outbreaks, which again, being the tutorial map, I'm guessing that's turned off. Even though I didn't really get that a whole lot. Nice, good. And iodine tablets is to get rid of radiation. So in a case where there's not a clear upgrade, like the tools example, I wish you could just make both. It's not it's not a huge deal that I can only make one or the other, especially because we have tons of medicine already, so we don't need to really worry about it. But again, that's where, like, if I can't do that, it would be nice to be able to have alarms, so I could set an alarm and say, okay, if I start to run low on medicine, bling me up, so that I can start making it again. Or I need to make a second medical facility, have one make medicine, have one make iodine tablets. Yes, Dr. Shrink. So, iodine tablets, in this game at least, cures radiation. And I'm going ahead and making them now. But I don't really need them, because we don't really have radiation problems, which, again, probably part of that is because this is a tutorial level, and I'm guessing some of the settings are a bit lower. But there is radioactive rain, but I definitely would be interested to play this again on like a normal stage and see how much different it is, because we don't have to deal with raiders here, which definitely has helped. But even when I made my other test run, I never got any raiders, which I didn't play it quite as long. I only played it like 2 hours maybe. But anyway, yeah, I'd be curious how much different it is.
Ola Sorensen at your service. We sell food items and water of the finest quality and quantity. Especially nowadays, you can use all these delicacies to turn your settlement into a little spot worth living in.
Wow, highly irradiated squash. Highly irradiated water. Sounds like a great deal. Let's buy these. Let's buy some of these. That way we have an excuse to use some of our iodine tablets. There we have tons of hearty meals. We only have 30 decontamination kits? Really? That's interesting. How many of these damn the squash are you carrying? 1,400? But sure. Load me up.
This case here truly deals with a genuine gourmet. If I'd been aware of that before, we would have already come here more often. Ola Sorensen would be willing to go for this deal.
Yeah, I'm curious what the trader rep does. And yeah, that's one thing too to keep in mind. I should have mentioned this before too. With this being tutorial level, even though, again, from my experience, there wasn't a whole lot of things that different from playing just a brand new survival game, there are some things, like the raiders are not apparently a thing in this map. Things like that. So something to keep in mind for the future. Wow, 68 children. Where is the school, by the way? So yeah, even with 4 teachers, only 20 students. Oh, speaking of, we can also do this knowledge transfer edict. All uneducated adults are educated. This degree consumes 2 knowledge accumulated at the research station. I am totally okay with that. Because we are... And I guess that gives you a reason, sort of, to keep generating knowledge, and you can just keep spending that on that to get your uneducated adults. But, I mean, typically once you've got the school up and running, that shouldn't happen a lot. But... Reinforced backpack. With the reinforced backpack, explorers are able to take along more resources on the expedition or transport them back. Not that important. Let's go with the coal mining. Why not? We're up to 14,000 on water now. So we're doing pretty good on water. Most of those are full. But yeah, off cam, depending on if I can find time, I might actually play this more. I still need to beat Disco Elysium. Which, if you haven't heard, they finally announced the release date for the Disco Elysium Final Cut. It's going to be March the 30th. Which, unfortunately, is the same day as Evil Genius 2. Which has precedence for me. And I'm still not sure if I'm going to stream Disco Elysium Director's Cut. How many of you guys have heard of that game? And or are interested in it? I'm just curious to find out. But, the big thing I like that I have heard about that version of the game is that it's supposed to be fully voice acted. Well, and it's free. So if you own the game, you get it for free, which is pretty nuts. Because the amount of voice acting they would have had to do for that game would have been crazy. How are we on power now, by the way? We still don't have... Oh, wait. You know what? Are these connected? I bet they're not. No. Shit, well that didn't help. I'm curious to see how much this is going to help with our power. Yeah, because we're running out of power at night because we have a lot of buildings using a lot of power. We just got so much food, holy shit. Not a Scooby-Doo. What? Not a Scooby-Doo. I must know of what thine speaks. Upgrade warehouse. Reinforced backpack, sure. And we're not getting any luck with seeds. And one reason I was doing trades with that guy is to build reputation with him. Because I'm thinking maybe as you build rep, that opens up new items. Wow, 16,000 water. Hey, thank you for the follow, Jim Zorpt. Much appreciated. Welcome, Jim Zorpt. Much appreciated. How you doing tonight, this morning, this afternoon, whatever time it is for you? Oh, we got another trader. Oh, it's you again.
Ole Sorensen lands once again in this gorgeous oasis of culinary, well-educated folks. Today, we have a whole range of treasured edible treats on offer, specially assorted just for you.
Irradiated cake. Is this a yellow cake joke? I feel like it's probably not, but... Wow, these actually aren't worth that much. That's surprising. At least the trader gives you... Oh, let's look at this. Okay, here we go. Here's the reputation thing. All kinds of resources on offer. Special trading goods like knowledge or seeds more frequent on offer. And generous in terms of trade-off in return to close deal. Okay, so I'm guessing, like, you probably don't have to fill this all the way. With the high reputation, he's probably like, that's close enough. I trust you. But I want to be fair. All of this for seeds, by the way. A seed for lupine, which I'm guessing is a thing of some kind. Oh, god damn it. I don't know what that does, but it fucks me up every time. I keep thinking that's the final thing. And it's this.
This really still is my...
Oh, thank you. Sorry I cut you off though, but... Appreciate you guys coming out and hanging out. Usually I've ended the stream by now. But with this many folks coming out, I figured I might as well keep playing. Also, it's an excuse. Because I do like this game. And I do like playing it. Ooh, look at that. 10. Yeah, now I'm like in my head. Because I'm like, maybe the tutorial does make it way easier. Though I do feel like on our last one we made for this stream, we were doing pretty good. I feel like we were close. We were getting close to getting to that hump. Or crossing over that hump where you now have enough settlers to do everything you want. Like once you get enough settlers that you can just start putting them in the important jobs to produce more food, more like metal, more plastic, and you've got like a couple left over, I think that's the hump. Because now you can start mass producing food, mass producing water, mass producing those are the two main things. Because then you've got enough people to just throw into whatever jobs you need to throw them into, right? So if you have enough food and water so people aren't dying, well, now you can just throw all the extra people into making tools. So now all those people, now you have tools for everybody, which makes everybody more efficient. So now these jobs not only have max capacity of people doing them, instead of like you're doing the bare minimum. I got one cook in here, I've got 5. Now, they can mass produce whatever it is they need. So the radiation clothing. So now you don't have to worry about that. And because you've got all their needs met, now people are happier, which again increases their productivity, which in turn helps you meet their needs faster, which makes them happier, blah, blah. So that's what I'm saying. Once you kind of cross that hump of I've got enough settlers to max out all of the absolutely critical things, food, water, to a lesser extent, like radiation and tools, I feel like you're in a really good spot. And it's not so much like fighting for like every inch, so to speak. So what the hell? Okay, so who knows what a lupine is? It's apparently something I plant in a field. We will do that here. I do not know. I will admit I have no idea what the hell that is. The field's right there. Can I put one here? Yes. Again, not necessarily ideal, but we're not going to be playing this that much longer. How can I... Oh, I can't... Okay. See, why can't I change the thing, the type I mean, I know it's not built yet, but damn it, and I got it out of whack too, of course. Oh no, I get it right. You irrigate your fields. Do I or can you? You can. I haven't been doing it as much. I did over here. I kind of forgot about it. I do have the irrigation here. I have another one. Yeah, here's one. I have here is one as well. So I guess I don't really need... If I was worried about that, I wouldn't really need to do that as much. I could do it over here, but they had to bring their water a long way. Unless... Let's do this. I'm glad you mentioned that. Also, what's up, Dr. Meme Seeks? Dr. Meme Seeks. He's the one that called Dr. Meme Seeks. He's the one that make you feel alright. Alright, so let's do that. We're going to put... I should have actually left the space in between. Now that I think about it. Oh, yeah, that would be perfect. Actually, you know what? Hold up. Hole up. I'm going to pause it so I can do this. Put irrigation plant in the middle. I could even do it this way and get another thing, but this is good enough for now. And then I think I put it one over too much. There we go. I'm a genius. Yes, Jetpack. I've quite liked it so far. Especially for the price. Especially for the sale price, because it's like 16 bucks on Steam and GOG. Or not GOG. Green Man Gaming. Again, full disclosure, I did get a copy free from the devs. Doesn't affect my opinion, but just so that's out there so you guys know that there's no weird shit going on. But no, I quite like it. How many hours in am I at this point? I think one of the only issues that a lot of folks might have, people who are veterans of this type of genre of games, I feel like unless you, like, once you get the hang of the basics and the kind of flow of building up your civilization or building up your settlement, I think it's gonna be a little bit too easy. Because some things aren't that difficult to deal with, like radiation isn't that big of a deal to deal with. Stuff like sandstorms, droughts, early on can be a pain to deal with. But again, once you kind of pass kind of a hump, you can do it pretty easily. But so that might be the big issue. But again, when you make a new survival map, you can, and I'll show that here in a second, actually, since you guys popped in here. In fact, I'll save the game and I'll check it now. What is this called? Oh, I made it first, I think. I'll come back to that in a second, and I'll show you the options for making a new game. I don't think this is that much like Banished. Oh, you just mean like the easiness level. Yeah, if you've played a lot of these games, yes, I think that outside of the first time or two, when you're kind of learning the flow, you'll be able to do good. Now, one thing I do want people to keep in mind that are watching this map that I'm playing on right now is the tutorial map. Because the way they do the tutorial, it's not as like super hand-holdy. Like, it doesn't say like, okay, you want to build a forge exactly on this spot right here. The game's just like, well, build a forge somewhere. And it's not as locked down as a normal tutorial would be, where you've only got access to very specific buildings. Sorry, I also have a cold sore and it's driving me insane. Sorry, folks. You know how it is. So the reason I hopped back into this game was to show the stream kind of more advanced stuff, because it would take me a little bit longer to get to some of this other stuff like the research, electricity, all that crap. So that's why I wanted to switch back to this tutorial map, because this is where I was the furthest along before I had played. Now, I don't think there's a lot different from a normal difficulty map. The one big thing that I've noticed is I don't have to deal with raiders on the tutorial. And when I did one of my playtests earlier in the stream, I did get threatened by raiders. And I just agreed to give them stuff to leave me alone, because I didn't even realize raiders were a thing in the game. So there's that. I have also noticed that this has less droughts and less sandstorms. I get some of those in the tutorial, but not very much. When I did the normal difficulty, I got them more often. Again, not like a ton, but enough that I actually did need to plan around. Like, oh shit, a drought's coming. I need to store water, and I need to make sure I have enough resources so that if there's a sandstorm as well, I've got enough wood and scrap so that my builders can all go back and repair all the buildings before they break. So there are some little things like that that definitely make this map easier. But I feel like on the last map I was playing during the stream, and I already said this, so I won't beat this into the ground. But long story short, I think I was just about kind of to that hump where things were going to start getting easier because I was having enough settlers. Early on, one of your big problems is having enough settlers to assign the jobs that you need assigned to. And you have to do more micromanaging with them. I guess, again, you might not have to, but if you're in the middle of a drought, you don't need fishermen because the lakes are dry, right? So there's no point. Yes, we're going to look at that right now. I don't know if you can see the map settings for the map you're in right now. That's actually an interesting question. But let's go into the new game. Let's go into survival mode. Surviving the Aftermath? Is that a game or a mode in this? Because I haven't done that yet. If so. So the game modes, they have some pre-configured ones. There's normal, play a well-balanced but equally challenging game. And this was definitely easier than Frostpunk so far. Like, Frostpunk was probably one of the harder city builders I've played. Like, it wasn't, like, crazy difficult, but it was definitely more challenging than typical for a city builder, you know what I mean? But anyway, so normal, balanced, advanced difficulty. This setting makes the game more difficult in comparison. If you already accumulated some experience, this mode presents you with a new challenge. Maximum challenge for Endzone veterans who are looking for the max challenge. Very difficult, but the journey's a reward. No trees. Start a normal, well-balanced game. Your greatest enemy is the scarcest of wood because there's no trees on the map. Build mode. All hazards are sharply reduced. Hardly any radiation or other negatives. So basically, this is just like the playpen. Like, you just want to build a city without dealing with other stuff. Relax and discover. You can learn. You can lean back here because hardly any danger poses a threat to you. Easy game. Okay. All right, but if you want to manually change that, let's say, like, you know what? Maximum challenge sounds difficult, but maybe is a bit too much. So you can go in there, change the setting. I can change the random, or I can change the rains. Always rains. Oh, that would be interesting. Having it rain all the time. It can't rain all the time. Rainwater contamination director. This is interesting. I haven't seen a city builder do this. You found Frostpunk very easy. I don't remember having a ton of difficulty, but I don't remember like breezing through it. I felt like I had to think about it, which I didn't beat it because I only did it for one stream. I enjoyed it. I just never went back to it. You don't need hundreds between 6 and PM, 6 and PM and 6 AM since they only hunt at night for the drought comparison. See, maybe it's been too long since I played. Well, it's definitely been too long since I played Frostpunk because I don't even remember that. But yes, that sounds very similar to what I do at the beginning of the game. Again, I don't know if you really have to, but I do. And if I'm not building stuff, I drop the number of builders down and I have them do more important jobs. If I'm running low on wood or running low on food, I micromanage that a bit more. And again, perfect example, the droughts. When the droughts are happening, I drop people out of fishermen. My water gatherers, I drop down to 1. And I put everybody else as either builders, because that's a really good time to build. To either build, or if there's a sandstorm after the drought, you'll want to have them doing repairs. So yeah, you will need to do a little bit of that. However, once you get further along, like I am now, I've got so many people that I don't really have to micromanage that anymore. I don't know if that's, if you consider that a good or bad thing, that's up to you. I don't mind some micromanaging of the people's jobs. At least in the beginning of the game, I don't have a problem with it. But if I was having to do it like the entire time, I would probably get annoyed with it. So something to think about. You finished Frostpunk on the first run. Nice. I need to go back to that. Banished harder. The thing I didn't like about Banished, I didn't like having to micromanage the houses. So you have like an old person living in the house and wasting up a spot, and you needed to like delete the house and then remake it. I did like Banished overall though. I did think it was a good game. And Surviving Mars, honestly, I don't remember much about, which doesn't mean much. Like, don't take that as I didn't like it. My memory is absolute dog shit garbage. So, yeah. I think I remembered liking Surviving Mars, though. It was on sale not too long ago. By the way, those of you guys in here, don't forget, Evil Genius 2 is out on March the 30th. So if you guys are into this type of games, you probably already knew that. But Evil Genius 2, definitely check it out. You basically play an evil mastermind making an evil base. Anyway, so sorry, I get distracted easily too. So this is pretty cool. Rainwater Contamination Director. When activated, the Rainwater Contamination Director controls the random of occurrence of contaminated rain and tries to prevent unfair situations from arising. In other words, what this does is, let's say, if you have the director off, it's entirely possible you have maximum radiation rain like 5 days in a row. Just, you get bad luck and you get a week full of highly contaminated rain. With the director, if you choose to turn it on, you don't have to. If you choose to turn it on, it will probably look at that and go, okay, well, you had high radiation rain 2 days in a row. Okay, the next day we'll make that not happen, right? It's a more controlled RNG. That's really cool that that's an option. Again, you don't have to use it, but it's cool because if you're already playing on a high difficulty, this would keep from getting screwed by, RNG. But yeah, Frostpunk was cool. Like I said, I don't remember that much about it. I remember being a little bit tougher. I remember the furnace thing, like raising the heat, like used more resources, but kept people warmer. But also added like durability. I don't know. Anyway. Yes, me too, Jetpack. I will be streaming that, not to pimp the channel, which you guys should make sure to follow. But, yes, I will be playing that on stream when it comes out. I love the first game. But anyway, yes, that's cool that it's there. Maximum rain contamination. You can set how much the maximum contamination is on the rain. You can have random droughts, no droughts, or constant drought if you really just hate yourself. Drought director, same thing with the droughts, but with the directors. Sandstorms, random, never, always. I don't know how you would even play every, because you can't see the map. At every drought, a sandstorm occur. Oh, okay. So it's basically every time there's a drought, there's always a sandstorm. Because right now, the way it works is if there's a drought, you might get a sandstorm, you might not. You can set the sandstorm's destruction level. That I think could probably be a little bit higher. I think by default, it feels a little weak. It can be a problem though. Because if you get a sandstorm right after you've built a bunch of stuff and your wood and metal bits are low, you could be in a bad way, especially if there's another drought, another sandstorm, and you can't get your shit fixed fast enough. You're going to start breaking some buildings. Diseases on and off. Side missions on or off. Number of wildlife herds, none. Oof. Few, normal, or many. Many could just be funny. I just want to see a bunch of like rabbits running all over the place. Raiders on and off. I'm pretty sure this tutorial has raiders off. Number of settlers that you start with, high, medium, or low. Honestly, I'm okay. Like I like my city builders to be fairly challenging. Like I don't want like an excruciatingly tough city builder. Like for that kind of things, I like Dark Souls and Neo and all that kind of stuff. But city builders, I want a little challenge, but not a little crazy. Honestly, I figure like high number of settlers is a good choice. Yes, it makes the game easier, but early game with medium settlers is just a little bit too much micromanaging of the jobs, and it just kind of delays you going forward because you're trying to wait for them to have kids so that they can get into the job so that you can actually fill out all the positions instead of going, okay, I made some tools. Okay, shut that down. Now start making this. Okay, we done that. So shut that down. Start making this. There's less of that micromanaging stuff. So I'm okay with setting that as high. Consumables consumptions, high, medium, or low. I think that would be a good thing to keep it high because it's a little bit too easy mid to late game to keep your tools at a high level, especially once you get a school built, to teach the kids to not break their shit as fast. So I think keeping that as high is probably a good idea. Equipment wear and tear, fast, medium, or slow. Tools, this is tools you start with, I think. Yeah. Ooh, starting with no tools would be pretty brutal. I think starting with no tools would be, but brutal in kind of like the slow sense. But I mean, that could get you killed too. That's a pretty rough one. Number of resources to start, none. Oof, God. Few, normal, or many. Protective clothing that you start with, scarves, masks, or suits. Distance to water, short, medium, far. Research status, nothing researched, everything researched, or legacy. I'm not sure what legacy does. Research utensils. When you play using all the research utensils, you can freely explore the research trees without having to find research utensils on expeditions. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. So apparently, you might make it so that to unlock certain things, you have to go on expeditions to find like a book or an example of that technology. That's kind of a cool idea. Ooh, all. Oh, God. I wish there was an in-between there, between none and all. Unlock all seeds, either off and on. Normal. I definitely don't want to unlock all seeds. I like finding them. I think that's cool. You can also change your map settings. And maps are random. And you can change it up. I can change the map size between large, medium, and small. Number of mountains, high, medium, low. Number of lakes, low, medium, and high. Number of forests, none. Low, medium, and high. Number of ruins, low, medium, and high. I would like high just because I like doing the expeditions, if for no other reason. Free area around the starting point, large, medium, or small. And if you find a seed that you really like and you want to keep, that's the seed number. You can either share that with other people, or if you like want to try it again later, you can load up with the same seed number. That's pretty cool. Okay, I can just type into this, right? So I can do. I can't do it at 420. So that's cool. Yeah, I like when they do that. I've honestly never really used that feature, but I think it's a really cool feature to have. And then you have your settlement name. But those are your user-defined settings. But yeah, I think this is good so far. Like I said, if you are a veteran, especially if you thought Frostpunk was easy, yeah, you're probably going to want to, once you, and the tutorial is pretty long. It took me like 4 hours to go through the tutorial. Now, granted, I wasn't blowing through it as fast as I could. I was kind of experimenting and trying different things. But once you do the tutorial and maybe start a new map on normal and figure out how to deal with raiders, because the tutorial doesn't really show you about raiders, you probably will want to end up going the route of doing at least like the one step up difficulty. Does this have anything unique to it? Like the game? Yeah. I would say I wouldn't say there's any like single unique thing. There's everything in the game, as far as I could tell, has some other like equivalent in another game somewhere. For example, the expeditions are kind of like the expeditions in Anno 1800. They're less RNG than the Anno expeditions. If you've played those, you know exactly what you're getting into. It's almost a little bit too much, because they tell you exactly the type of people. In fact, I don't know if you guys have seen the expedition. Let me show you an expedition. This is a pretty cool part of the game. Again, this is fairly simplistic. Keep that in mind. But I still think it's a cool aspect. Yeah, it's more of a unique combination of different mechanics plus the post-apocalyptic genre. I wouldn't say that there is one thing about this game where it's like that's by itself is really unique. I wouldn't think of nothing I could think of off the top of my head. So here's how this works. So I've already scouted this out. I had to send a scout party to scout this out. It's a bar, and we're going to scout their first stuff. All right. And so they're saying I should take at least one person with a settler badge. I should equip everybody with scrap tools, and somebody with a pub keeper badge, which I guess makes sense. And badges are just, if you work at a job long enough, you get a badge. So if somebody works as a pub keeper for long enough, they get a pub keeper badge. And the badge is basically saying that person is experienced with that job. So, and one other thing I want to mention before I forget it, because I feel like a lot of city builders don't do this. There's a lot of small things this game does. And one of the small things it does is, y'all sound like y'all have played a lot of city builders. You know how frustrating it is in something like Tropico, where you have, like, on the east side of your map, you've got a power plant. And then, like, the power plant employees all live on the west side of the island. So they have to drive through traffic and all that other shit just to get to work to do their job. Which I guess in Tropico it doesn't really matter, because if I remember right, in Tropico, as long as they're employed, they don't actually have to show up to the job to do the job. So if that's right, it's been too long since I played Tropico actually. If that's right, that's a bad example. But you know the type of city builder games where the person has to be actually at their job. Their model has to be in the building to do the job, right? Because it makes sense. You know how frustrating it is when games often, the AI will be like, well, I work way over here, but I'm going to live in this house way the hell over here, and I'm going to spend 3/4 of my day getting to work for like 5 minutes, and then spend all that time going home. This game actually is pretty goddamn smart about that. If I build a building, like a research lab, and then it gets filled up with scientists, and then I build houses right next to the research lab, I don't know how they do it. I don't know if the people switch jobs, but if you check back at those houses later, those houses will typically be filled with the researchers. I don't know if they have them swap houses or if they just move people into that house and then have them take that job. It doesn't really matter. But it's so nice to not have to micromanage it. You don't have to, like, oh, I've got to destroy that apartment building and hope that they go and move closer to work or any of this other stupid horse shit. That's so awesome. Yes, Jetpack. I remember that. We're like, what was it? Like every day they would pick a job. So like they could theoretically work at different jobs every day. But they needed the internet to power that AI, that amazing AI. They needed the internet, which except they didn't. But that's a whole another thing. Anyway, so this is kind of what I meant where, again, if you're looking, I will say this. If you're like a veteran city builder and you're wanting a game that's really going to challenge you, unless you do the higher difficulty stuff, normal and probably even the step up from normal probably isn't going to do it. If that's a big thing for you, you need to feel like challenged. I like this game, again, unless you really start cranking up the difficulty, starting with very few settlers, making lots of sandstorms that do tons of damage, it might be a bit too easy for you. And this is one of the reasons why. With the expedition, it's a very simplified system. So it tells me exactly what I need to get everything. So I need at least one person with a explorer badge. I need everybody to have scrap tools, at least scrap tools, and a pubkeeper badge. There's no guesswork. If you've played Anno 1800, great game, by the way, my favorite city builder. If you've done expeditions, you know how that's more of an RNG thing. It's like, well, you should take somebody with high, diplomacy skill, and you should have some of this other stuff covered, but it might not be necessary, and there's probably going to be other skill checks that we didn't even tell you about, which I kind of like that because it's more realistic. You don't know exactly what you're getting into when you go out for this stuff. But again, I don't think this game is made to be every aspect is going to be like, super challenging. I think there could have been a little bit more RNG in this, especially because in this game, if I don't get everything, like let's say I didn't have somebody with the Explorer badge, I could still send this expedition and it could still get some of the stuff and then come back and then send another expedition to get the rest. So let's say later on I did get somebody with Explorer badge, I could send another expedition to get the stuff. So I think that I would have liked a little bit more RNG in this, like maybe hints, but like the pub, like, okay, it's a pub. I should probably send somebody who has a pub keeper badge. That just makes sense. If I'm going to a hospital, I send somebody with a medic badge. Stuff like that should be common sense. Again, it's not a big deal, and it's not something that, like, stupid game, dumb it down for the casuals. But it's something that would have made it a little bit more dynamic instead of going, okay, I need this, all right, send them. I need this, okay, send this. And, boom, you're done. Where's my pubkeeper badge? Some of these badges hard for my old man eyes to see, sorry. And with this being just a pub, I don't expect to get a lot of loot from this, so I'm only going to send 3 people. 9 action points should be plenty. I do like, again, I said this before too, I like that this tends to make sense. I'm going to a pub. I don't need a full group of 6 people and, enough rations for, 20 action points. There's not going to be a lot of stuff in there probably. So I can, minimize how many people I send out. So we'll start the expedition. They'll go do their thing. I'll turn up the speed so we can go check them in a minute. Yes, I have played Nebuchadnezzar. I did it for one stream. I guess I'm saying I've been saying again a lot. But Nebuchadnezzar is good. You should check it out. Actually, I have a video on it. Didn't do anything different. To be fair, I haven't played a lot of the older games in a long time. Like, I used to love Pharaoh, which, by the way, there is a remake of Pharaoh coming out. Like an actual remake of Pharaoh, not like spiritual successor, like remake of it. Also, I can't spell Nebuchadnezzar. Not to pimp my own channel, but I'm gonna. I'm just gonna link it in the chat. Nope, shut up, me. This is the stream I did. If you want to check it, it is like 4.5 hours. So if you want to skip through it, the short version it's pretty simplistic. I feel like it's a little bit like a lot of the mechanics are very simplified. It didn't feel like an overly deep city builder. It felt like, I guess on the scale of 1 to 10 of complexity, it felt more like a 3 or a 4. And maybe that picks up. What's different is the logistics. As you progress, the scenarios becomes very significant and a good puzzle. You set routes for workers and stuff, and planning the city gets challenging as you progress and have to get bigger cities in limited space. Okay, see, I can see that. Because one thing I was trying, there was one big aspect I remember of that game that I thought would make it a little bit too easy. Was
Ole Sorensen lands once again in this gorgeous oasis
chickens.
of culinary, well-educated folks. Today, we have a whole range of treasured edible treats on offer, specially assorted just for you.
I bet. But it was something to do with resource logistics. I'm sorry, I told you my memory's terrible. But it was something to do with, I thought it was too easy to get your resources from one section to another or something. Something to do with that. I thought, because like you could make all of your production buildings on one side of the map, or like all your gathering stuff on one side and all your production on the other, and it was easy to get stuff back and forth. I forget what it was. I did like the game overall, but I did think it was a little bit easy. And you very well could be right. It could be I was still playing the early maps and maybe they got harder later on, which is totally fair. Because I've actually wanted to go back and play that one again. I've still got it installed specifically because I wanted to go back and play it some more. How do I only have 27 decontamination kits? Not that it really matters. Give me them chickens.
This really still is my favorite place to come to.
I like you. Oh shit. I haven't figured out yet if it's actually worthwhile to get more people. Wait, what do I change your? I guess he'll just go wherever to go get the water. I probably could put a water stand over there. Yeah, keep an eye on it. If it goes on sale, definitely check it out. It was fun for what it was, but it wasn't really like if you really want more mechanics to sink your teeth into. Absolutely, it's probably gonna like. I can find fun in the more in-depth ones like Anno 1800, which is one of my favorites. I'll mention again if you haven't played it.
For us to see if there's any substance to what
You
the
definitely
scout
should.
said. At any rate, it won't be any problem getting in. The sidewall of the building has caved in.
But I can also appreciate the simpler ones for what they are, as long as they're priced adequately. Like if Nebuchadnezzar was like $50 or something, it'd be like, okay, guys, like y'all need to relax. How much is that game? $20. That seems okay for that game. Again, from what I played, it seemed okay. Maybe 15 would be a little bit better for that. Because they, at the time of release, they didn't have scenarios or anything, which is unfortunate. But they either are going to add them or they already did. The campaign? I didn't think the campaign was that bad. I didn't have a problem with the campaign. I don't remember having any major issues with it, but I love that game. I have not played 1404. I've only played Anno. What was the one where you could go underwater? 2200? The first futuristic one, not the second one. I forget. The numbers I get mixed up. I'm not good with numbers. All right, so this is a simple expedition. So this is not a very complicated one. So we're here. We need to look around. This shows you the skills that we need and the skills. So if we were missing a skill, it would be gray. But since we have them all, they're green. So let's look around. It gives some description text. I'm not going to read it all because my throat's starting to hurt a little bit. So you have 3 rooms to check. We're going to check the stairs first just because. 2070. Yes, thank you. 2070. That's the first Anno that I ever played. And I really liked it. And I was going to get 2250, but I heard people were not crazy about it. And yeah, logistics seems like that's what Anno's about. Again, I had only played the first one. I only played 2070 first. And it felt like that was a huge part of it. So when I read reviews saying that they removed that, I was like, I feel like this is like Logistics Simulator, the game. But man, Anno 1800, honestly, that's the most stressful city builder I've ever played. Like, there's just so much going on, and I have a hard time focusing on stuff. So, like, the game's like, oh, this is coming, this is happening. Oh shit, you're lower on this. Like, oh, this quest is coming. Oh, this expedition's ready. Like, I'm like, oh my god, like, please, game, Relax. I can't handle it. Like, I've got like 3 or 4 islands, and then there's the different, like, old or the new world area you can go to and set up trade stuff there, which granted, obviously it's not as complex. But yeah, like that stuff was stressful. I do wish it was one map. Like one extra map I guess is okay, but it's still, for me personally, it's just so much for me to try to keep track of, because here's what happens when I play that. Well, I'll talk about that in a second. Let me do the expedition first. See, there are tracks in the dusty stairs. Maybe the call for help isn't so old. Looks like something was dragged up the stairs. We're on the first floor now. The tracks here lead along the hallway, but there's still another floor, too. It literally reeks of liquor somewhere here. It's a bar! Hey, Jetpack, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. If anybody else wants to follow, no pressure. But you can. I usually stream 4 days a week. I usually don't normally stream Thursday, but I really wanted to play this. Let's see. The stairs lead up to the second floor. The dust lying on the steps is inches thick, so it's sure thing that nobody's been up here for ages. All right, we're going to check the second floor. Settlers. The only Settlers I played was a long time ago, and I think it was 4? I don't know why I remember this. I have no idea why. The one thing I remember about the Settlers game I played, and this might have been a common thing, was when you expanded your borders, they like actually picked up the little pivots that were in the ground that were just supposed to visually represent your borders, and they would physically move them. That's the only thing I remember. I don't know why. I remember liking it though. I did enjoy it, but for some reason that stuck into my mind. We're at the top. The steps creak and squeak like crazy, and not much light gets in here either. 2 rooms that we can search head off from the hallway, and there's a ladder that heads up to the attic too. Oh wow, this place is bigger than I thought. Apparently, sorry, if my lips is gross. Fucking cold sore. Apparently, truly, no one has been here since a catastrophe anymore. Everything looks untouched. Almost feels like the journey across time. Our veteran is urging us to ransack everything in sight. Almost everything here is already disintegrating into dust. We still found a few pieces of jewelry and gold coins hidden in the bed mattress. Naturally, our veteran spotted them right away. We took apart a few old pieces of electronic equipment. Cool, we got electronics, we got metal, and we got some scrap. We actually might get more from this than we can carry back. Check the attic. There definitely won't be some kind of horrific beast that we're about to unleash into the world in the attic. Books, books, and more books in every single box. Apparently they were really well-read bar owners. Oh well, we'll come through the well-preserved copies and take along what sounds intriguing. Okay, cool. They got a boost to confidence of 100%. Okay, go back. We'll move back down, I guess. Let's check. Ooh, let's check the tracks. Oh shit, we found a settler. Wheat seeds! Oh shit, yes! We got wheat seed. Nice. That's one of the big things so you can make beer. That's the thing you need to make beer. A little water in his face and he was wide awake. Apparently his companions left him behind here because a leg injury left him unable to keep up with them. Good buddies, right? We're taking him with us to our settlement before he drinks himself to death. He was so grateful to even share his most valuable possession, a new seed. Nice. I feel like if you start with all seeds, to me that takes away part of the enjoyment, because I like finding new seeds. Like, even though I'm making so much food at this point, it's not going to matter. The wheat's a little different because it's beer, but I don't know. I just like getting more seeds to grow more different crops. Seven is a board game. Oh, for Settlers? I almost bought the newer ones, but I kept hearing bad things, so I never did. Wait, hold on. Ground floor. Okay, I got a little confused. Check the counter. A baseball bat was lying under the counter. What was that good for? Yeah, what do you think the baseball bat at the bar under the counter was for? And a book was lying here too. Mixology, the art of serving alcohol. We can definitely still learn a thing or two from that. In addition to the bottles of the shelves, we found a few more underneath the floorboards. So we got scrap, some beer, some hard liquor, and we got the pubkeeper badge. The storeroom. The floor here is littered with shards and the shelves are empty. Apparently someone's already looted the room. However, in one corner, we did find a crate with intact bottles still full. Excuse me. Unlike the others, there's no label. Someone wrote, "All the best from the doctor," by hand. What's that supposed to mean? At any rate, our pubkeeper didn't feel it was beneath him to take a slug straight out of the bottle. Seems like it's first-class moonshine. Ooh. 50 more hard liquor. And I think... that's everything. Oh no, there's another room. Literally called another room. Yeah, sometimes you just like a game nobody else likes. Or you hate a game that everybody loves. Like me and Sekiro. I'm trying to think of a game that I love that everybody else hates. I know there's a couple. There's definitely games that I really like that other people hate. There was that one game, the one that was supposed to be kind of like Attack on Titan. That one was fun. It was way overpriced and not amazing, but I thought it got overly shat on. I wish I could remember the name. It had some generic ass name too. Oh yeah, the history collection on Steam, it's like only one of those games. The Anno games, right? Expedition successfully completed your task. There you go. One couch reduced to easy to handle pieces. So we got electronics and 50 wood. Make sure we checked all this. Yeah, we did. All right. So now we've gotten everything. We can loot and return. So we now see all the loot that we uncovered. So depending on how many rations you brought, which we actually got down to 3 actions. So how many rations you bring determines how many actions you can take. And I guess the idea is doing these actions takes time, which, you know, you're going to be there longer, so they need to eat. Doesn't quite work in logical sense, but just ignore it. It works well enough, I think. But they also take up, you know, capacity. But we have a lot of capacity. Or we had used up most of our rations, so it's not taking up a lot. So let's try, how much shit can we take back? Almost. We can get almost everything back. And we'll leave 4 rations in case somebody else stumbles on. Everything else we're taking. All right. So now the expedition will come back. Hey, Achiever, our local drunkard told us that previously worked as a pub keeper in another settlement. Although the settlement ultimately had to be abandoned because the surroundings were contaminated with radiation, they planted and farmed wheat, brewed an ale, and ran a pub. The settlers liked it and apparently strengthened the sense of solidarity. What do you think, Chief? Won't be able to handle a beer after work every now and then. I'm going to guess... okay, yeah, they want us to do wheat. Because I'm guessing because we just now got that thing. Yeah, I would do some search. See, that's why I like Steam having reviews and shit. Like, people poo-poo. Let's actually plant the wheat first. Because we want to do that for the quest. But I'll plant that other stuff too. In fact, we'll plant it up here. Again, appreciate you guys coming out. Move it a little bit. Move it up a little bit. I still don't know what Alpine does. If anybody else knows what Alpine is, I'm curious. Maybe once we actually grow it, it'll make sense. But yeah, man, I love Anno, but it overwhelms my ADD-addled brain. Because like I said, there's just so much shit going on. Like once you get going, it's like they're giving you quests. You know, you've got this new thing up at this island, so you need to set up the trade route. You've got something going on in the new world. The expedition is banging on your door wanting you to do stuff. It's nuts. No, there's a crop called, or a seed called Alpine. Or is it? Yeah, it's called Alpine, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Lupine. Sorry, Lupine. Not Alpine. Lupine. We can have chickens now. And chickens will give you both meat and eggs, which is cool. Yeah, I definitely would like to try this again on like a more difficult setting. For sure. Let's put it out here. Doesn't matter. Because we wrap it up anyway, because my throat's starting to kill me. Let's have more farmers, because we have 45 freaking free settlers. I don't think you typically want to have a lot of farmers, because once the seed's planted, they don't really have much to do. And I guess you harvest faster? But other than that, I don't really see a huge reason to have that many. Cool. Expedition is back. Dropped all their stuff off here, which will be eventually transported. We are having a drought. We have 13,000 water. And even with... Oh, wow. We're up to like 300 and something people now. That shouldn't be a problem. Oh, and there's the sandstorm by Darude. I am going to change... You guys build this yet? Yes. Change the priority. Now, this kind of stuff I don't mind as quote-unquote micromanagement, where it's like, oh shit, there's a sandstorm and stuff is broken. You know, change priority, if I can find the damn thing, to repairing buildings. And then, you know, give us some time and then wait till it's done and then come back. Hell yeah, chickens. And bring me my chickens. Yeah, that's a cool effect. And the game looks good too. I like the way it looks graphically. I also like the way it looks when they put the covers over it, because I've got it set so that the weather station, if it's going to rain, radiated rain, I have them cover up the fields.
Ole Sorensen lands once again in this gorgeous oasis of culinary, well-educated folks.
Oh, that's just...
Today, we have a whole range of treasured edible treats on offer.
No thanks, I'm good. I do not have Settler 7. I never did buy it. Like a few times I was tempted, but I never did get it. I never did pick it up. Does this have water in it? It does. There's some management stuff that I like. Like, for example, these irrigation plants will irrigate an area around them. And if you allow them to get water from everything, if you allow your rain catchers to get radiated rain, which I do, then you will pour radiated water into here and that will make radiated crops. So to avoid that, I do not let them get from rainwater collectors. Actually, whoops, I think I turned it on for demonstration purposes and never switched it back. Yeah, I don't actually need to ever cover rainwater collectors because I've got it set up so that theoretically The only thing getting water from rainwater collectors should be the water towers. And the water towers, I have filtration turned on, so that I'll use my coal to filter the radiation out of the water, because that's how that works, definitely, for sure. So therefore, if they're only getting water out of either wells, which is always uncontaminated, or from water towers, then I know that it's safe because it's already been filtered, so I don't have to worry about it. And I've got it set so my crops get covered anytime it rains at all, if it's radiated, so they're not going to get radiated crops. Or but I like you. There's another strategy you could do where you do allow them to get rainwater from, or water from the rain collectors, but change your weather station to always cover your rain collectors when it does radiated water. However, again, I do wonder the value of that, because it does seem to be, again, especially at this point of the game, like mid to late game, it seems pretty easy to deal with those problems, just because I can either give them iodine tablets. If they do get radiated, they just take some iodine tablets and they're fine. Or I can use the decontamination stations to decontaminate the food. So I will say, at least with the normal difficulty, radiation seems a little bit too easy to deal with. Oh shit, I forgot to set this. Yeah, I am hoping that's right, Jetpack. I'm hoping that later on it's not quite so easy to get rid of. Though I don't know how to be fair, I don't know how the difficulty would affect that, because it's more of a, it's built into how the mechanics work, right? So if you, because the only way the crops will get radiated that I know of is if, one, they get rained on with the radiated water, or two, you use an irrigation plant that is feeding it irrigated water. So with that being the case, if you avoid those two situations while also keeping your crops watered, which is, that's the key, is then you're not going to randomly get radiated, right? Which is good. I don't want random radiation hitting stuff. I want to be able to plan for it, typically. Some random is okay, but if it's completely random that you do everything right and it's still stuff is eating it with radiation all the time, that would be frustrating. But let me make another pub too, real quick, before I forget. 1 second. I'm gonna build the pub down here. I'm gonna have these guys having their own parties and shit. So yeah, I don't know how that would be more difficult, really. I mean, you could have more radiated rain and stronger radiated rain, but again, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess because as far as I know, there's not an overall difficulty. Sandstorms, I don't think sandstorms create irradiation. It might. Oh, I must have failed that quest. Shit, I wasn't paying attention. I don't think the difficulty, there's not a difficulty that says, okay, well, now at this difficulty, it takes longer to deradiate water, right? You might get more of it, which I guess in effect could make it take longer to irradiate, or it just makes it use more coal. Because you can see here it says amount of water filtered per coal. I don't think that kind of thing changes. I don't think there's a difficulty that goes up and it's oh, okay, well, now it's one coal only filters 500 water. This water tower filters 2 times the amount of water per unit of coal per electricity. So yeah, this again, it's even better with electricity. Wait, is which thing a real thing? Sorry, it's driving me nuts. I'm trying to stop, but it's there and it's in my head. So yeah, I don't know how that would become more of an issue. And again, it could be something that I'm missing. And like I said, even on when I played on normal difficulty, it wasn't a huge problem. Now, sandstorms might cause radiation if you don't have like good radiation clothes, perhaps. So like if you just have scarves or nothing, maybe you'd have to deal with people getting radiated worse. That's a possibility. How do they mess up re-releasing a game they already did because it's Ubisoft? Oh, I hate shit requiring Uplay. I hate games that require third-party launchers on Steam. Looking at you, Ubisoft, EA. God, we have so much. Actually, yeah, we're down to like 4,600 food. Not that that's necessary, but I'm going to mark it as next most important. But yeah, this little experiment. Wow, holy shit. What? Good lord. Where are you going? Wait. How do you live up there? Oh, something changed. Oh, God, look at all those babies. So we did... Oh, because of course that's going to change over time because people are going to die and get replaced. Oh, see. So it looks like... Oh, that's a farmer. I thought that was a mortician. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, man, and the mortician is way up here. So it looks like it's not quite perfect. Which, I mean, how do you balance that, right? Like... I'm talking about like having people live in the houses that are close to their work is what I'm trying to say. That guy lives way the tits up here. We're going to build another house so that he can move into that because it's unacceptable. He can live right next to the bar. I'm sure he'll love it. Oh, speaking of, we got like 7 research points. Because I completely forgot about these. The seller 7 on GOG. And if I ever win like the multi-lottery, there's so many games I want to go back and play. Because I love me some city builders. I don't actually, funny enough, like today I've had more viewers than normal. Typically, it's the opposite. Normally, when I play city builders, like my viewer base, like they hate it. What does this keep? Oh, because I keep forgetting you choose it, and then you click choose seed. My bad. But yeah, my viewer base normally doesn't like. They hate watching me play city builders. I don't know what it is.
Ole Sørensen lands once again in this gorgeous oasis of culinary, well-educated folks. Today, we have a...
I know I have it set for him specifically, but he's the only one that's giving us seeds. Let's try somebody else. Oh, I guess we can't do it while he's here. It'd be awkward. That's probably part of it, Thorn. In fact, it's probably the big part of it. Is people were just interested in it and wanting to see what it's like. Which that's one reason I played it, right? I figured folks might be interested in it. I know I was interested in it, and it was an excuse to play a city builder on the stream because I love city builders. That's why I'm really looking forward to Evil Genius 2. Even though I guess technically Evil Genius 2 is more of a management game, but it's close enough. Yeah, the logistics in this game is something I'm curious to explore more at some point, because you have the markets, because you do have to get materials, right? It's not like something like Anno. Oh, I gotta get some water. My throat is killing me. Hold that thought. Oh, really, Jetpack? Yeah, I find that true sometimes with city builders, and that's fine. Like, if you want to stream and you're new and you don't know what the hell's going on, like, that's cool. But that's not helpful for people who are wanting to really know, am I going to like this game or not? Especially if you are more experienced. City builder play. Oh my god, we have like 72 kids, but only 30 in the class. So I'm thinking my strategy of putting the school away from all the adults so they don't have to listen to all the screaming children might not be great. It might not be a great one. Let me make another school. Like, I mean, it's still pretty close to all the other places, though. I'm going to put another one here. This is a pretty high density area. But yeah, I get that's not always great when you're wanting to learn about the game, but I wouldn't go that far, Thorn. Like, it's still, you gotta pick the right ones. It's just like anybody, right? Like, I've seen plenty of dudes and chicks streamers that I can't stand, but I'm an old man, and a lot of streamers are very like, whoa, guys, oh my god, we got a sub. Can we hit 10 subs today? Oh wow, great! Oh, you're the greatest, guys. Welcome to the Tea Party gang. Whoa! Like, you know, I hate that shit. I'm too old for that. And it hurt me physically to do that. So, and a lot of people are into that and like the huge like explodey shit. Oh yeah. But yeah, it's not my bag. But anyway, kind of to finish what I was talking about on the logistics and the transportation of goods side of things. So this game isn't like Anno in that, like, oh, I put some chickens or some beets by Dre into the storehouse over here. Well, now immediately this place over here has access to it. You actually have to transport goods from one place to another somehow, which is fine. I think that's an important part of a lot of games like this. The thing that I haven't really dug into a lot is how to more efficiently do that with this game. I have tried to do the thing where, so for example, I've got like, you know, let's say I have a lumbering operation out here getting wood. And I've tried like to put a warehouse next to it that pretty much only takes wood. And I've seen cases where they won't take the wood to the warehouse. They'll carry it like all the way over here. But it doesn't always happen. And I don't know if I just configured something wrong or what. In fact, we'll try it real quick. Let's do that as an experiment. That's not a great place for it. They need to be somewhere where there's already woods. Here, this is close enough. Prioritize it. Get some roads out there just for grins. Honestly, I have heard it compared to Banished a good bit. It's been so long since I've played Banished, it's hard. Like I've also compared it to Banished, but on a very general level. I liked Banished for the most part, but I just remember not liking it as much as a lot of people did. Like, a lot of people just lost their minds and absolutely loved Banish. And I thought it was a good game, but there was just enough that I wasn't like nuts about it. The green area for placement is the entrance. Yeah. I'm not really worried about that right now. This is more, I want to test something with the warehouses. In fact, let me get that up. Oh shit, I did put it on the, I thought I did it the other way. I'm going to blame my slight green color blindness on that. Even though that's not actually what it was, I'm still going to blame it on that. High priority. We have plenty of builder. Good lord, we can have 118 builders if we wanted. I'm also going to build a warehouse. There's a lot of little touches this game does, and I'm really big on small touches phrasing that just makes your experience smoother and less frustrating. Like this, like the lineup tools, so that it's easier to line stuff up. Again, seems like a pretty trivial thing, but it's less time that I spend like trying to eyeball it and then go in. It's like, I screwed it up, and then having to do it again. All that stuff I'm down with. Birth of genre? Really? I mean, I don't remember it being that different. Again, maybe it's been too long, but I don't really remember it being that different from other city builders. While we're waiting on that, how's our power situation? Oh wow, we still aren't filling up? Oh, this one's not connected. Oh god. Survival city builders? I can see that. I never thought about that. That's a good point. No, this one is... God damn it, it's not. This is probably the most frustrating thing in the game, is the electricity. Like, getting it all hooked up. Again, I feel like that could be fixed by making the cords just a little longer on the power lines. So I feel like I'm spamming them, and it might not be quite that realistic, but I'm kind of okay with that. And even that's not that big of a deal. It's just like it's frustrating and annoying to think you've got it set up and then kind of forget about it and then go back and you're like, ah shit, like I haven't been getting the benefit this whole time because I didn't hook it up right. Oh shit. Yeah, see, that one's not on the grid. Holy shit, they filled up the energy real quick. Let's see if it actually survives the night. And the builders are not wanting to go out there. They're like, oh, fuck this. I need to play Tropico again. Oh, it will not. Wow, it still won't survive the night. So I need more batteries. But that's fun. I'm more interested in this. Okay. So. Who cares? Just max it. Okay. So we're going to change this. We're not going to allow anything but wood. I mean, you can have other stuff, I guess. It's not a big deal. Well, this is a minor thing that annoys me. I can't uncheck this and then check wood. You know what I mean? I have to open this, which checks this all, and then uncheck everything else. That's super minor. It's just kind of annoying. All right, just for experimentation's sake, we're going to make this only takes wood. I actually don't like combat in my city builders. Like, I don't hate it, but typically I would prefer it didn't have it. Like in Anno, I tend to avoid combat. unless I get so tired of the pirates, I just start mass producing ships and I kill them, which takes a shitload of ships because God Almighty, do they go ballistic on their defenses, which I guess makes sense. They're pirates. Everybody hates them and wants to kill them. You don't have to have roads to warehouses in this. The roads just make people move faster. So it's useful to have them. Oh shit, rip. Francesca, no! Why did this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Dear God. Wait, do we have a graveyard to go pick them up? Okay, they will. They'll... Yeah, so they walk a little bit faster. Don't look at the body. It's fine. Now, so I prefer to have my... because I like to build the buildings. I like getting my production lines set up. I like to see the city grow. All that. I don't like to be like, fuck, I've got to make some military units now to go deal with this shit. Like, it doesn't kill the game for me, like in Anno. I just kind of deal with it. I usually just have a few. I usually just work on my diplomacy enough to make them not attack me. Even with the pirates, I tend to try to sweet talk the pirates to get their things up so they don't attack me. But because I'm more into like the city building expanding part. So my city builders, I don't typically like that. Why does there... I thought they somehow put herbs in there before I shut it down, but okay. Build a house out here for these guys, just to be nice. Rotate it? Mm-mm. The front is in the... Well, front, I think. That's where the... Hold on. I can look at another one. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't really see how that makes sense. Well, I guess it's a garage door. There's genres I definitely don't like. Sports, not into sports games. I don't like roguelikes. Which, speaking of, Hades, tomorrow, we're going to see if I can stop hating that game. Well, I don't hate it. I just find it very boring. See? See, it does try to. It does try to put people who work in an area in the houses. I love that so much. Because in games like this, so often they don't even try. So you end up with dude who lives in bumblefuck nowhere coming to work every day over here. I hate that. Drives me ape shit. Hades, I'll tell you why I hate. Hate is too strong a word. I don't hate Hades. Hold on, let me increase the amount of wood I can have so that I can actually do this goddamn experiment. That I don't even know what I'm trying to prove with it, but there, plenty. Oh, sandstorm, Darude, no, please, come on, have mercy. That was a pretty gentle, breezy one. Ooh, yeah, some of these houses are starting to take a little bit of damage. Might as well make it full of teachers. I think the children in class is limited by the school size. So I don't actually know what having more teachers does. How original stories? I haven't got that far in the story yet. Honestly, I was getting so frustrated with it. Okay, so so they are storing wood there. Like, who is he? Who are you? Oh, you're just a random settler. Alright, so he's got the wood. This is one thing I like about playing a new city builder, is kind of stopping and going, okay, like once you kind of get your basics figured out, when you really start to dig into it, it's like, okay, I'm going to slow the game down. I'm going to watch them do their thing, and I want to see how they do what they do. So he puts... One weird thing is you don't see how much... Oh, yes, you do. Okay, there's the storage. Never mind. You also see the history here, too. You can't really see it. It's my fucking head. But you can see the turnover in this season, last season, 2 seasons ago. That's kind of cool. There are also charts. Yeah, I don't like roguelikes, typically. There are charts. I will say, as many city builders as I've played, I am the world's worst at not looking at my charts. And it would make my life so much easier if I just sat down and looked at like what our production rates are, what the consumption is, all of that. But I'm the worst about not doing it. So the game has them. Yeah, age distribution, living space distribution, education distribution, fertility, causes of death. Ooh. Hey, look. Well, in the tutorial, everybody's dying due to age. So all that's there. Oh, cool. I didn't see this. I have not tried Dyson Sphere, but it keeps getting recommended to me by Steam. And I saw that it had tons of good reviews. All about charts? Oh god, that might not be for me. I'm terrible with charts. Alright, so this guy, I'm pausing it. I don't know why he's not lit up. Oh, I guess because that gray one's there. So he's gonna go and drop that wood off. He's idle for some reason. I can pass an edict to make him less loitery. So he's going to visit a building. Oh, good God. Oh, to the pub. I don't want no pubs. Man, this might be one of those cases where having a pub hurts, right? Because if they have to go to the pub to get the drinks, which I think they do, they are going to go all the way across the map to do it, unless you have a bunch of pubs all over the place. If you don't have the pub at all, yeah, they take a little bit of a confidence hit, but our confidence is so high anyway that it's not really that big of a deal, and probably not worth the lost time of them going all the way over there. It's Factorio. I haven't played Factorio, though. I do think I would like it. I've played similar games to Factorio. Oh, Slay the Spire? No. That's a card game, too, right? Oh, no. What was... I'm trying to remember the games that I've played that were like Factorio. There's one in particular that I really liked, but it's completely escaping me right now. Yeah, I've watched some Slay the Spire, and I mean, it looks like it's an okay game, but not me. Satisfactory? Was that the one in first person, and that was on Epic Store for a while? I don't think so. I haven't played that one for sure. Yeah, I haven't played that one, but there's another one that was very similar. And like I said, I've played some other like offshoots. Like there's one where you're like making guns. It's like a gun manufacturing thing. Oh, what's the car one? It's one with cars. Also, I gotta pee. I'll leave this on slow, but I'll be right back. The one with cars. Production line. Yes, that's it. Let me get some water real quick. My throat's killing me. Is there seriously only like one or two other people streaming this game? That's a real shame. One literally called automation. Well, might as well not beat around the bush, I guess. Okay. So you can do this, right? Because this is the kind of thing that's important. And I know you guys who've played these type of things. I'm not really saying this to y'all because y'all, I'm preaching to the choir, I'm sure on that. And I don't even consider myself a great city builder player. I think I'm like above average. I don't think I'm great. I have too much trouble focusing because I'll be like, oh shit, like I'm gonna start building this and I need to change the priority in a second, or I need to change the crop or whatever. Once that's done, and then I'll come over here. Oh shit, yeah, that's right. I forgot about my power situation. Yeah, I need to get my power going over here. And I was like, oh wait, shit, I'm low on wood. Shit, okay, I need to go get some wood. And okay, I'll drop some stuff with the wood. Oh shit, I'm running low on water. Like it's just nonstop. And then like 20 minutes later, I'm like, oh shit, my power situation. I forgot. You know, it's that's nonstop with me, and I hate it. But it's the way my brain works, which is not well. So I can't do that very well. I also have a hard time planning stuff out in my head. Only 8 streamers? Man, that's a shame. This is a cool game. I like it. I don't know what you guys think. Again, I know you guys are more of the more expert level, I would say. And like, is this game going to challenge you, especially on the normal or above normal? Probably not. But I think maybe on the higher difficulties, it'll feel pretty tough. And like I said, I enjoy it. I like the way it looks, which to me, the way a city builder looks is pretty important. Like, it seems silly of all the game types for graphics to matter on a city builder, but I don't know about y'all, but sometimes like when I'm done building for a while, I like to just kind of look at the town. Just look at people doing their shit, just looking back at the stuff that I've made, watching people do their work, or going to the pub, or chatting, which is another reason I love Anno, by the way. But just looking at the town is one of the things that I like. And when it's really good looking, like Anno, then it's just enjoyable. So for the game to be visually striking, as I think this game looks good visually, it's a huge bonus for me. There's English streamer now. Hell yeah. I bet, did Co play this? Did Co Carnage play this? If he didn't, he probably just missed it or was busy with something else, because he likes city builders, I think. I agree, Jetpack. Where you're not in panic mode anymore, you're not like, it's not constant emergencies, or you're always balancing just enough how much food they have. It's like, where it's the AFK point, right? Where you could technically, barring disasters and shit, you could walk away from the computer for an hour and come back and everything's mostly okay. Yeah, I like that, where you get to that point and you can just be kind of like enjoy. Oh, a goat. Hell yeah. I'll take the goats. The greatest of all time.
We have a whole range of treasured edible treats on offer, specially assorted just for you.
Wow, I don't have that much hard liquor? Really? That's surprising. It is kind of annoying that he will only accept certain things at a time, but it kind of makes sense, right? Like, if he's like, oh, I've got plenty of you know, I don't know, scrap for now. I don't want to buy scrap. It makes sense.
This really still is my favorite place to come to. If we can agree on the terms, then I'd enjoy drinking a toast to this deal with you. And the drink's on me.
Oh, he played it in early access? Okay. I don't even remember there being a traitor in Banish, to be honest. I need to go back and play that again and see what my thoughts on it would be this time around. Oh, and again, my brain hopping off many trails. The other car manufacturing game, was there another one? Yeah, I just remember the one that you got, production line. Yeah, that one. I like that one quite a bit. That was the first game like that I played, and I really liked it. There was one, the restaurant one. That one was kind of cool. The one where you had to like make the automated, like the arms pick up the recipe or the parts and stuff. That one was fun. The yes, yes, that one. Automa Chef. The guns one, what was the guns one called? Let me look at it. I'm just curious. And yes, I know I got distracted again. Give me a second, I swear to God. Gunsmith. Gunsmith is the one I tried. I tried it in early access. I think it might still be in early access. Yes, it is. And I played it quite a while back. Holy shit, it was January 2019. Damn, time flies. I'd be interested to see what they've changed. Since then, back then it was fairly shallow. I found it dull. I only played it for a little while. I only played like one session, I think. Keep in mind too, with streams, if I'm streaming a game, sometimes I'll only stream it once or twice. Like with Frostpunk. So, and like this game, I'll probably only stream this time. Even though I enjoy it, I might, and because of schedule, I might not ever get back to it, even if I like it. There's only one solution. Now, Thomas Chef? Really? I thought you could do, like, because I thought I remember, like, trying to do more efficient ones. Oh, but anyway, I'm going to actually finish this thought now. No more distractions, dumbass. Come on, brain. So the reason you would want to do this, right, is I've got this warehouse, and it's just getting wood. And it's like, well, why would you do that? Why would you only accept wood here? One, I don't want to get filled up with these guys, especially because if like, for example, they started putting wheat over there, that would suck. Because now the bar or the pub has to go way the hell over here to get wheat as opposed to maybe coming over here to get it. But the bigger reason that I would do that is because the foresters. You don't want the foresters going and dropping shit off way the hell over somewhere else. Because I'm not sure where else they would put it. So it looks like they can store up to 100 wood. Let's try something else. I want to see what happens when we do this. Don't store anything. What happens when this gets to be 100% full? I don't know if these guys take it to... Oh, somebody's taking something somewhere. Oh no, the logician's picking it up. And he's going to take it back. Oh, he's taking it to the trader. All right, let's let this play out. Factory Town. I did play Factory Town. That one was pretty cool. I like that one all right. It wasn't great. Like, I wasn't that into it, but I liked it all right. It was definitely an interesting twist on the idea. That jetpack, I wish it did have. I wish that there was dedicated carrier jobs, or alternatively have it so that your free settlers, the ones that you're not doing anything with, have them do it. I'm curious to see what happens once this wood is used up, because I don't remember how this works in this game as far as this storage getting full. I don't know if these guys, the foresters, if they take it to like the bus. I guess actually Here's what I'm guessing happens. There's a few possible scenarios. One, they just fill it up with wood. And if... Oh, wait. Somebody's... Are you... You are a settler. And you're carrying wood. Where are you going? Oh, okay. What is this? Oh, okay, you're taking the charcoal kiln. Okay, so it does look like free settlers will carry stuff. And you know what? Here's the here's the thing. They probably said that in the tutorial, but they threw so much info at me that I probably missed it. Yes, it's an early access jetpack. That's probably why. When I played it, when it first entered early access, it was fairly lackluster. It was okay, but I mean, it just entered early access, so I mean, you know, that kind of happens. But yeah, it was. I enjoyed what was there, but it was definitely not worth recommending at the time. But again, that was January 2019, so it's been a while. Yeah, it's still an EA, which is fine. Like, it's, I don't think people realize, like, some of these games, yeah, they enter early access and they're out in a year. But this shit takes a long time. I mean, like, how long was freaking Prison Architect in early access? And you look at, I'm curious, when did this enter early access? Endzone. I actually don't know. I'm not gonna look it up yet. But it's been a while, I'm pretty sure, because I think I've had it on my wish list for at least a year, which that's not that long. So a game being in early access for like 3 years, to me, isn't that big of a deal. Like, I'm kind of used to, like, Grounded, that Grounded game, which, by the way, if you like survival games, definitely check out Grounded. I wouldn't be surprised if that game was in early access for at least another year. This was in early access less than a year? Wow, that's impressive. That's pretty impressive. Like, especially how flexed out this game is. Like, this feels like it's done by a pretty... For indie teams, it feels like it was done by either by a bigger team or a very competent team. Because Gunsmith was definitely more had a bit of the indie jank to it. That felt like a smaller team. Endzone went into early access April 2nd, 2020. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that was a pretty darn short early access period. So they had a lot of it done. Well, a pretty good chunk of it done, I'll say. So it does look like... So again, sorry if I'm misinformed, but it does look like settlers will come and get the wood and take it to places that need it. So having the storage right next to it isn't really that big of a deal. I'm kind of watching the stop. Okay. Yep, you've got 10 wood, and you are going to also the kiln. Okay. And your job is settler, right? Oh, no. She is a forester. So the forester is taking it all the way over. See, I'd have to mess with that some more, because this is definitely not what you want. You do not want the people who are cutting the trees to be walking halfway across the map to get to the charcoal. And I'm not saying that's a design problem by itself. As long as there's ways to avoid that aren't super micromanagey / nuanced. In most games like this, for example, you'd want the foresters doing this, and then you would have something like either the kiln people. So these people are taking wood to go to the charcoal furnace, right? In this example. So in most games, you would want to have, say, the charcoal kiln close to the lumber jacks, because The charcoal kiln guys are the ones who are going to go get it, because they're the ones who need the wood. So it's done on the basis of who needs what has to go get what they need. So in this case, the charcoal kiln needs wood, so they go to the woodcutters to get the wood. Or, more importantly, they go where the wood is. So theoretically, you could do something like, say, putting a storage here and a storage here, and then if you could have some way of getting that wood from here to here, like a teamster or something like that, you could do that. But in this case, yeah, I really wish there was a job dedicated to doing that. Because the only other way that you could really do that, and I think the way this game wants you to do it... Hey, Cage, how's it going? It's going pretty good. Going pretty good. We're checking this game out. Been playing it for a few hours now. Let me catch up the chat real quick while I'll finish that thought. I don't know. I've liked some of the EA games that stayed in EA longer. But yeah, some of them feel like they're perpetually early access. And then end up just coming out and they're not great, or they get abandoned. But there's been plenty of them that have been in early access for a while that are good. But yeah, typically if they're in early access for a year or less, they're pretty damn close to being done anyway. Surviving the Aftermath. I need to look that one up because I don't think I've even seen it. How large is on the map? This is my city to kind of give you perspective. It's kind of sprawling, but here it is. You can kind of see here on the map at the top right. So you can see kind of how it is compared to the rest of the map. It's pretty damn big. This is a large map, by the way. I'm pretty sure. You can have different sizes when you generate your world. But it's pretty big. Also, RimWorld. Hasn't RimWorld been in early access for like a million years? But I think what they want you to do is to use the marketplaces. Because the marketplace does have people that work in the marketplace. And what those people will do, the logisticians, the person who works in the marketplace does go out and get resources and brings them back to the marketplace. And then, as far as I know, anybody who needs the marketplace... Oh, let's read the market entry real quick on the game. The market employs logicians, marketplace workers. Marketplace workers gather resources from all warehouses and storage buildings and bring them to the market. The market also has a depot for water. Settlers who visit the market get a temporary boost for confidence. The types of resources that are supposed to be stored at the market can be set at any time. The market increased the contentedness of settlers. So I think that any settler will go to a market to get whatever it is they need for whatever reason. So for example, if there's wood in the market, and this is not actually a thing in this game, but if they needed wood to heat their house, they would go to the market and get it. But if they also needed wood to get charcoal for their job, they would also get wood here. So I think what they intend for you to do in situations like this, where I've got, like, say, my logging operation out here, is to have another market, like, say, over here. And then I could have my coal burners here. I could have my whatever else uses wood right here, so that you don't have these guys going way over here, nor do you have these guys going way over here to get wood. They all kind of meet halfway in the marketplace, because the logician who just works at the marketplace will go out and grab the materials. So these guys who actually need it, like these coal dudes who need it, just have to go to the marketplace to get it. And in fact, the log dudes don't even have to leave, right? They're just going to be storing the wood in the forester's lodge. The logicians are going to go from the marketplace to the lodge. And this way, and this is the important part, the foresters are just focusing on cutting down trees because that's their goddamn job, not carrying wood, which is what you want. You want them cutting trees as long as possible, not doing trivial shit like carrying the wood. So I'm guessing that's what they want you to do. It exited EA years ago? No shit. Dwarf Fortress. I never played that one. I think I would like it if I had much of time to learn it. Hello, Tito. Sorry. No, you cannot move houses once you place them. Well, once they're built, you cannot move them, I should say. However, you place blueprints. So, for example, if I place a cabin down, like here, and I'm like, oh, I don't like that, I can delete it, and it will cancel it immediately, and then I can, replace it. But they give you a good amount of tools. Like, it shows you where the front of a building is. That's what's in the green in the front there. They show you the roads. They show you the lineup tools. So typically it's pretty easy to kind of figure where you want to put stuff. But otherwise, if you want to move it, you got to destroy it and just rebuild it. Yeah, I think that's what they want. It's still not that optimal, because my preferred system for games like this is to have the Tropico system, where you've got Teamsters who do all of that. So in a Tropico model, you'd have a Teamster who, the lumberjacks would cut trees down and then just store the wood here in the lodge. That's all they would do. And the Teamsters would see that, oh, the guys who, these charcoal kilns, they need wood. And there's wood over here. So we're going to go over here, grab the wood, and bring it to the kiln guys. And then the kiln guys, when they make charcoal, the Teamsters will now go, oh, they've finished making charcoal. Now I need to go put that like in a storage bin, or I need to take it to the coal power plant or whatever. And they handle all of that. Now that doesn't just make it easy, because you need to work, you got to manage your Teamsters as well. You got to put the buildings where they're at. Depending on the game, sometimes you assign them a certain area so they only work in certain areas. That way, again, a Teamster isn't going from over here all the way to over here to do shit. So that would have been my preferred system. I'm not going to say I don't like this system. I would need to play around with it a bit more to see my thoughts on it. But it's just not my preferred system. But again, it doesn't mean it's a bad one, or that I would hate it or whatever. Also, if anybody else has any other questions, feel free to ask. This is probably last call. My throat is killing me. Also, I got work tomorrow. So I have work in like 6 hours, so that's fun. But it's been worth it. If you haven't already, if you're interested, I'm not going to peer pressure you into it. But if you want to follow, you can. I stream 4 days a week, typically. Today was a special stream because this game was leaving early access and I wanted to play it. Sorry, chickens. You're getting the rain. And you're radiated. Because I don't have any decontamination kits for you. Sorry. But, yeah, if you have any questions, definitely feel free to ask. I will answer them as best as I can. And again, not an expert of this game. I've got, well, now after this stream, God, this stream's at 8 hours. Holy shit. I probably have about 13 or 14 hours into this game now. So I will try to answer your questions as best I can. Overall, my thoughts is, first of all, I did get a free copy of the game to cover it, to show to you guys today. It does not affect my opinion on it. And my opinion is that it's good. I like it. I think veteran city builders are going to really have to crank up the difficulty when they do the new games, the survival mode games. You do have a lot of options as far as how to customize it to your liking. There are also scenarios, so if that's your bag, where you get like a specific goal, where it's like, oh, you get a lot of sandstorms, you have to live through all the sandstorms, or you have to get the biggest population that you can, that kind of a thing. Those exist as well. But like I say, the veteran city builders, until you crank it up, if challenge is very big thing for you, you're going to have to crank it up pretty big, from what I can tell. Otherwise, if you want like some challenge, but like you just enjoy getting everything set up, getting the logistics, getting a city built, sitting back, looking at it, checking it out, which I'm more in that camp. I've enjoyed this game a lot. If you are post-apocalyptic fan and you're a city builder fan, I think this is a no-brainer, especially for the price. It's like $15 on Steam, which is asinine. Well, it's on sale for 15 right now. Normally it's 25, which again, I think this is worth $25. I think that typically I would absolutely play this enough to make that worthwhile. In fact, I would probably load up one of my other save games and just keep playing this with one of those, because yeah, I have quite enjoyed it so far. That is my overall thoughts. RimWorld is Five Guys? Or who was made? What was made by Five Guys? Oh, Dwarf Fortress. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like early, from what I've heard, Dwarf Fortress would be my type of thing, I think. But it also has a huge learning curve that I don't really have time to learn. But it sounds fun. Here's that lupine, by the way. I can't really see it very well. No idea what that's for. RimWorld was Five Guys. Dwarf Fortress was one. Nice. RimWorld is another game I haven't played, but pretty sure that I would like. After hearing the crazy shit that can happen in that game, it definitely seems like something I would like. I know Dwarf Fortress is really ugly because it's like, isn't it using like an ASCII character? Well, they've updated it, right? Didn't they update? There's a Dwarf Fortress that's graphically updated. It doesn't have to be great looking. It's just a huge benefit to me if it does. Like this, I think looks good. I think this game looks really good. And I love watching my people running around. Everybody in hazmat suits all the time. It's pretty amusing. Though I wish you could turn that off. I wish you could say, okay, they have the hazmat suits on, but visually they're not all wearing the same thing. Because it does seem a bit extreme they'd be wearing them all the time. Yes, I love Tropico. Tropico was probably my favorite city builder series until I played Anno 1800. And I still do love Tropico though. The best one was probably 4. 5 was fairly disappointing. 6 I didn't play enough to really get a good judgment on, to be fair. But 4, I put a lot of hours into 4. But I love Tropico. Are you a rebel? Great game. 4 had great music too. Like 4 had a soundtrack where if you go and listen to one of the songs, you're immediately like, shit, I need to reinstall Tropico. Changing the ASCII to sprites. I mean, that's a pretty good upgrade, I would say, overall. But yeah, so that's my thoughts overall on the game. Like I said, again, if you want to follow, I'm not going to stop you. I mean, normally I would, but today I'll go ahead and let you follow if you want. We will do a raid. Compy's actually still streaming, which is not surprising. She's got the weirdest ass schedule. She's a friend of mine. She's streaming Little Nightmares. So if you guys would at least hang out, say hi to her. She's a very different type of streamer than I am. She's got a lot of energy, but she's cool. I've known her for a while. She's a good streamer, very entertaining, a lot of energy. But yeah, this week, just so you guys know, I will be streaming Hades tomorrow and Sunday. Saturday, we're going back with the group to Final Fantasy XIV. You're going to be playing some of that. And then the next weekend, we're going back to, what's that game? Valheim, for one last session of Valheim, because we want to beat that last boss that's available in the early access of Valheim. So we will be back to Valheim next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, but the one after that. And then after that, we'll be going back to Final Fantasy 14 for a while. And Hades, Friday and Sunday, I'm really honestly going to try give that game a shot. Our first stream, I was honestly getting bored with the game. I hate redoing stuff, and redoing the first level over and over again is extremely boring to me. But I'm willing to give it a try. The combat's a lot of fun. The animation's really good. The voice acting is mostly good. So I'm going to give it an honest try to like it. Also, those of you who are new, because there's a lot of new folks, I'm going to pimp myself out a little bit here, if it's okay. And also, thank you, Thorn, for the follow. Very much appreciated. I'm glad to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Cartel Tycoon, I played the demo of that several months ago, and if I wasn't playing this today, I would have probably tried that one. I will say Cartel Tycoon seemed okay when I played it, again, which was the demo, and again, was several months ago. A lot can change. It seemed okay. It didn't seem great. It seemed all right. But I'm definitely willing to give it a try. I like weird city builders that are... Oh, no, damn it. Your phone wasn't ringing. I clicked something wrong there. But I like city builders that take a weird angle. Not just your typical, oh, build a city in the tropics or build a city in post-apocalypse. It's, I'm building a drug cartel. Like, that's cool. Yes, it was one of the stream festivals. I'd be curious. Right now, it's only got 40 reviews, but it's 90% positive. Maybe keep an eye on it. It is early access, though. So if you're not into early access, maybe wait. But I might try that one. Like I said, it was okay. But from what I played. So this year is going to be my 10th year as a content creator. If you want to, like, that's been a long time. We're going to be playing some games this year that I just want to play, that I've always wanted to play on the channel, or just games that I want to go back to because I freaking want to play them. Fallout 1 and 2. I know there's some classic people in here, classic game players. We're finally going to play Fallout 1 and 2 on the channel, some of my favorite RPGs ever made. We will be doing Warcraft 1 and 2 at some point, maybe Warcraft 3 as well. So we're going to do Alice Madness Returns. I've played that off stream. Well, no. I played that on YouTube like a million years ago. So I want to play that on stream, and it's on brand. Vertigo Tea Party, very influenced by Alice in Wonderland. So I want to play that. So a lot of games like this year, and I'm going to be asking some viewers and stuff what they want to see as well. I already played Little Nightmares 2 by request this year. Warcraft 2 I loved. Quick story, I promise. And then I gotta go because I gotta sleep and my throat's killing me. But, and this shows you how old I am. Warcraft, my first exposure to Warcraft was when I bought, I can't remember if it was a 14.4 dial-up modem or a 28.8 dial-up modem. I want to say it was a 28.8. Hey, Gash, what's up? How you doing? We're just wrapping up. Sorry, but we're going to do a raid. So if you want to hang out and say hi to Compy, a friend of mine, you can do so. How do I like the game? So my long and short is I enjoy it. I think if you are a veteran city builder, the normal difficulty, and probably even maybe the step up from the normal difficulty settings, might be a bit too easy for you. So if you want a challenge, there is a lot of map customization you can do. So that it is randomly generated lands. So when you do the survival, because there's not a campaign. So when you do the survival mode, there's some pre-built in options like no trees or whatnot. But you can go in and actually just change a lot of the stuff. Like the map size you can also change. You can change how often you get radiation, rain, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of customizability there to get it tuned to the difficulty you want. There's also scenarios that you can play through. So, but I do enjoy it. I think if you like post-apocalypse as a theme and you like city builders, especially right now at like $15 on Steam, I think it's a no-brainer. I think you, in my opinion, you will definitely get your money's worth out of it. I've quite enjoyed it so far. I think it's good for that price, especially, and even for the 25. I think it's going to be quite enjoyable.